Well, hello there, my potatoes. I can tell you need some rest, so let's snuggle up and let me tell you a story here, where we ease into the life and legacy of Genghis Khan. Not as a storm of conquest, but as a story of movement, leadership, and the lasting patterns one life can leave across generations. If this content helps you unwind, feel free to drop a follow if you haven't already, or leave a like, and tell me how life has been down below in the comments. Now settle closer to the warmth, let your head sink into the pillow, slow your breathing, and let the fire guide us gently into this story. You wake on a spring morning in the year 1162 somewhere on the Mongolian steppe near the Onon River. But this isn't your story exactly. You're witnessing the story of a boy named Temujin, born just days ago in a felt tent much like the one you're inhabiting now. His father, Yesugei, is a minor chieftain of the Bourbon clan, and according to the midwives present at the birth, the baby emerged clutching a blood clot the size of a knuckle bone in his tiny fist. People will argue for years about what this omen means. Some say it predicted he'd be a great warrior. Others claim it foretold that he'd spill rivers of blood. Looking back from where we sit now, maybe both interpretations were correct. Yesugei himself is an interesting figure worth understanding because he shapes his son's early worldview. He's skilled enough to survive in the brutal world of steppe politics, connected enough to arrange advantageous marriages, and violent enough to have kidnapped Temujin's mother, Holun, from a Merkid tribesman on her wedding day. This act of bride theft is fairly common on the steppe, but it creates a blood feud that will haunt the family for years. Temujin's early childhood unfolds in the typical pattern of steppe life. He learns to ride almost before he can walk properly, spending hours on horseback until the saddle feels more natural than walking. He learns which plants are edible and which will make you violently ill, wild onions, lily roots, berries in season, and how to avoid the ones that cause convulsions. He learns to track animals by studying bent grass and disturbed soil, reading the landscape like you'd read a book. He learns the complex web of clan relationships that define his world, who his family is allied with, who they're feuding with, and why these distinctions matter more than almost anything else. The steppe society he grows up in operates on principles that seem harsh to outsiders, but make perfect sense in an environment where survival margins are thin. Your clan is your insurance policy, your military alliance, your social network, and your identity all rolled into one. Loyalty to family and clan comes before almost everything else. Honour and reputation matter enormously, because your word is often all the guarantee you can offer in transactions. Hospitality to guests is sacred because you never know when you'll be the one needing shelter. Temujin has several siblings, brothers Hassa, Hachiun and Temugei born to Hoelun, plus half-brothers Beta and Belgute from Yesugei's other wife. There's also a sister, Temulen. This family structure, with children from multiple mothers, is common among men of Yesugei's status. It creates both strength through numbers and tension through competing loyalties. When Temujin is around 9 years old, Yesugei makes a crucial decision. He takes his son to visit the Ongarat tribe, where Holun's family comes from, hoping to arrange a marriage alliance. They meet a man named Dei Sechen, who has a daughter named Berta. She's slightly older than Temujin, which is fine. Steppe marriages are about alliances more than romance. Dei Sechen agrees to the betrothal, and according to custom, Temujin stays with Berta's family to get acquainted while Yesugei begins the journey home. This is where Temujin's childhood ends abruptly. Yesugei, travelling back across the steppe, encounters a group of Tatars holding a feast. The Tatars are long-time enemies. They had poisoned Yesugei's own relatives years before, and he had raided them in retaliation. But steppe customs require offering hospitality to travellers, and Yesugei is either confident in his disguise or too tired to avoid them. The Tatars recognise him, offer him food and drink laced with poison, and send him on his way. By the time Yesugei realises what's happening, the poison is working through his system. He manages to send word to Temujin to come home, and the boy rushes back, but he arrives too late. Yesugei dies within days, and Temujin, at age 9, watches his father succumb to a death that's both agonizing and inevitable. What happens next reveals the brutal practicality of steppe politics. Yasuge's followers, the Taichiud clan who had supported him, hold a meeting to decide what to do about his widow and children. The leading men calculate coldly. Holan and her children represent mouths to feed with no strong leader to rally around. The boys are too young to fight effectively, too young to lead, and too young to be useful. Supporting them means charity with no return. So they abandon the family. They pack up their jurs, round up their herds, and move to different pastures, leaving Holan with 7 children, minimal supplies, and no protection. On the steppe, this is essentially a death sentence. Winter is coming, resources are scarce, and a woman alone with children has almost no chance of survival. But Holan refuses to accept this fate. She grabs the clan banner, the spirit banner that represents the family's identity and continuity, and rides after the departing Taichiuds, shaming some of them into briefly returning. But most stay gone, and Helen finds herself genuinely alone, trying to keep 7 children alive through sheer determination and improvisation. You watch this family struggle from a distance, maybe as a member of a neighbouring clan who occasionally crosses paths with them. Holan teaches her children skills that privileged families don't usually need. They learn to dig wild garlic and lily bulbs from the ground, back-breaking work that leaves your hands raw. They learn to trap marmots and fish from streams, supplementing their meagre diet with whatever they can catch. They learn to gather berries and nuts in season, drying and preserving everything they can for winter. They learn to survive on what other families would consider poverty rations. Holan herself becomes something formidable during these years. She's no longer just a chieftain's wife. She's the sole provider and protector for her children. She teaches them to survive, to fight, and to stick together. But survival creates its own tensions, especially among growing boys competing for limited resources and testing their dominance against each other. The crisis comes when Temujin and his full brother Hasar get into a dispute with their half-brother Behter. The sources describe it as a conflict over food. Specifically, Behter allegedly stole a fish and a lark that Temujin and Hasar had caught. This might seem like a minor dispute, but when you're subsisting on near-starvation rations, every bit of food matters enormously. Temujin and Hasar decide Behter has gone too far. They stalk him while he's sitting on a hill watching the family's 9 horses, essentially their entire wealth. They approach from different sides and shoot him with arrows. Behter sees them coming and, according to some accounts, sits calmly and asks only that they spare Temuga, the youngest brother. Then they kill him. Holan is horrified when she learns what her sons have done. She compares them to wild animals, to predators that turn on their own kind. But the incident reveals something crucial about Temujin's character that will define his entire life. He will not tolerate challenges to his authority, even from family, and he's willing to use lethal violence to establish and maintain his position. The Taichiuds, hearing about this killing, apparently decide that Temujin is growing into a genuine threat rather than just an abandoned orphan. They raid Hoalun's camp and capture the teenage Temujin, fitting him with a wooden collar called a kangwe, a heavy wooden frame that goes around the neck and wrists, making it almost impossible to do anything for yourself. They plan to keep him as a slave, a warning to others, and a permanent solution to the problem he represents. This turns out to be a serious miscalculation. Temujin is probably 14 or 15 at this point, old enough to be resourceful, and desperate enough to take serious risks. During a celebration when his guards are drunk and distracted, he escapes. The accounts describe him hiding in a river, submerging with just his face above water, while searchers pass by. A man named Sorkan Shira, from the family that was guarding him, finds Temujin, but chooses to help him instead of recapturing him. He hides Temujin in a cart full of wool, tells the searchers he hasn't seen him, and eventually helps him escape. This act of unexpected kindness from a member of the enemy clan makes a deep impression on Temujin. Years later, when he's powerful, he'll reward Sorkan Shira's family generously. The lesson is clear. Individual character and specific actions matter more than clan affiliation alone. These formative experiences, his father's murder, his family's abandonment, years of desperate poverty, his brother's killing, his enslavement and escape, shape everything Temujin will later become. He learns that traditional clan loyalties are unreliable when times get hard. He learns that survival often depends on individual capability and determination, rather than inherited status. He learns to identify and reward loyalty regardless of its source. He learns that violence, used decisively at the right moment, can be more effective than endless negotiation. And he learns that talent and character can be found anywhere, not just among the highborn. By the time you encounter Temujin in his late teens, he's already working to build something from the wreckage of his father's legacy. He's survived the poverty years, he's proven he won't be enslaved, and he's ready to start reclaiming his birthright. His first moves demonstrate strategic intelligence beyond his years. He seeks Togrul, Khan of the Karet tribe, who had been sworn brothers, Anda, with Temujin's father, Yesuge. He presents Togrul with a black sable coat, a valuable gift that shows respect, and also demonstrates that despite his poverty, Temujin understands the rituals of steppe diplomacy. He explicitly invokes his father's relationship with Togrul and asks for help in retrieving his betrothed wife, Berthe, from the Ongirat tribe. Togrul, impressed by this young man's initiative and courage, remembering his oath to Yesuge, and perhaps seeing potential for a useful ally, agrees to help. This begins a relationship that will last for years. Togrul becomes a father figure and political mentor, teaching Temujin the complex art of steppe diplomacy, how to build alliances, when to fight and when to negotiate, and how to balance competing loyalties and interests. Temujin also reconnects with a childhood friend named Jamuka. They had been close as boys, playing together and apparently forming a deep bond. Now, as young men, they renew their friendship and formalize it through the Oath of Anda, blood brotherhood. They exchange gifts according to tradition. Jamuka gives Temujin a knucklebone from a roe deer, and Temujin gives Jamuka a knucklebone from a brass deer. These seemingly simple exchanges carry enormous symbolic weight. They're swearing to be closer than brothers, to share everything, and to support each other unconditionally. For a while, this friendship seems genuine and unbreakable. Temujin and Jamuka hunt together, fight together, and share their dreams and plans. Jamuka, who comes from a more established background than Temujin, has followers and resources. Temujin, who has almost nothing, benefits from this association. They talk late into the night about how the steppe could be better organised, about honour and loyalty, and about their ambitions for the future. Temujin manages to retrieve Berthe, and they marry, probably around 1178 or 1179. She's been waiting for him for years, faithful to the betrothal arranged when they were children. The marriage seems to be genuinely affectionate, not just a political arrangement, though Temujin will later take other wives as his status increases. Berthe will remain his principal wife and trusted advisor throughout his life. Then disaster strikes in a form that's all too common on the steppe. The Burkits, seeking revenge for Yesuge's kidnapping of Holun decades earlier, raid Temujin's camp and kidnap Berthe. This is blood vengeance according to steppe customs. Yesuge stole a Merkid bride, so the Merkits steal his son's bride. The logic is symmetrical, and by steppe standards, perfectly reasonable. Temujin's response demonstrates the strategic thinking that will characterise his entire career. He doesn't rush off in a rage to attack the Merkits alone. That would be suicide. Instead, he carefully builds a coalition. He calls on Togrul and the Kerets, reminding them of their obligations. He calls on Jamuka and his followers, invoking their Anda oath. He assembles a force strong enough to defeat the Merkits decisively. The campaign succeeds. The coalition attacks the Merkit camps at dawn, scatters their warriors, and rescues Berthe. She's pregnant when they recover her, and the timing is such that nobody can be entirely certain whether the child is Temujin's or the result of her captivity. She gives birth to a son named Joshi. and Temujin accepts him as his own, though the question of Jochi's paternity will haunt the family for decades and eventually complicate succession planning. This campaign does far more than rescue Berta. It establishes Temujin's reputation as a capable military leader who can build coalitions and achieve objectives. People start noticing this young man who combines personal capability with strategic intelligence, who can fight effectively but also think politically, and who honours his obligations and expects others to honour theirs. For several years, Temujin's followers live under Jamuka's protection. Temujin is still building his base of support, still accumulating followers and resources, still learning the complex art of steppe leadership. But fundamental differences between him and Jamuka are becoming apparent. Jamuka represents the traditional aristocratic model. He's from a good family, he inherited followers and status, and he expects to be followed because of who he is. He treats leadership as a birthright and maintains the traditional clan-based hierarchies. His approach works fine for maintaining existing power structures, but it doesn't offer much to talented people from minor clans or to those who weren't born into the right families. Temujin, shaped by his years of poverty and abandonment, is developing something different. He's building a meritocratic approach where talent and loyalty matter more than lineage. He promotes capable people regardless of their family background. He rewards those who prove themselves in battle or in administration. He treats followers as individuals who've chosen to support him, rather than as inherited property bound by clan obligations. This difference attracts people to Temujin's camp. Commoners who have no chance of advancement under the traditional system see opportunities with this new leader. Younger sons of nobility who won't inherit positions find that Temujin judges them by their abilities rather than their birth order. Talented individuals from minor clans discover that competence can overcome low status. The flow of people from Jamuka's camp to Temujin's camp becomes noticeable, then significant. The split, when it comes around 1187 or 1188, is triggered by something relatively minor. A dispute about where to set up camp, different preferences about grazing locations, or the kind of disagreement that normally gets negotiated easily. But it reflects the deeper tension between two incompatible approaches to leadership and organisation. According to The Secret History of the Mongols, written years later, Jamuka makes a cryptic comment about moving camp, suggesting they separate to avoid conflict between their followers. Temujin's mother, Hoelun, reportedly advises him not to break with Jamuka, warning that isolation is dangerous. But Temujin decides to separate anyway, and a significant number of people choose to follow him rather than stay with Jamuka. This choice by so many to follow Temujin over Jamuka is itself a vote of no confidence in the traditional system and an endorsement of Temujin's meritocratic approach. People are voting with their feet, choosing the leader who offers them opportunities over the leader who offers them inherited hierarchy. The split becomes formalised around 1189 when various clan leaders gather and proclaim Temujin as Khan. He's maybe 27 years old, leading a coalition built not on traditional clan structures but on personal loyalty and merit-based organisation. The title itself is significant. By calling him Khan, his supporters are claiming he has the authority to lead multiple clans, not just his own Borjigin clan. This infuriates Jamuka, who sees it as a betrayal of their brotherhood and a challenge to the traditional order. He begins assembling a coalition of tribes opposed to Temujin's rising power, calling on traditional clan loyalties and warning that Temujin's innovations threaten the established way of doing things. The next 15 years, from roughly 1190 to 1205, consist of nearly constant warfare, alliance building, betrayals, and the gradual consolidation of power. You witness this era as a warrior in Temujin's growing army, and what strikes you most is how differently he operates compared to traditional steppe leaders. The first major confrontation comes at the Battle of Dalan Balzut around 1190. Jamuka has assembled a coalition of 13 tribes, a significant force representing much of the traditional steppe aristocracy who view Temujin as an upstart threatening their positions. The battle goes badly for Temujin. His forces are outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and forced to retreat into the mountains. After the battle, Jamuka commits an atrocity that will haunt him for years. He captures several dozen of Temujin's followers and has them executed by boiling alive in 70 cauldrons. This extreme cruelty is intended to terrorize Temujin's supporters and demonstrate the cost of defying traditional authority. The plan backfires spectacularly. Many of Yamuka's own followers, disgusted by such brutal treatment of captured warriors who fought honourably, desert him. Some join Temujin directly, others simply withdraw their support. Steppe warfare can be vicious, but there are customary limits to how captured warriors are treated, especially those who fought bravely. Jamuka's violation of these norms costs him credibility and support. Temujin, meanwhile, is developing the military organisation that will eventually conquer much of Eurasia. He divides his army into units of tens, hundreds and thousands, the decimal system. This organisational structure isn't entirely new. Similar systems existed among steppe peoples and in Chinese armies, but Temujin applies it systematically and uses it to break down traditional clan-based military formations. The innovation is in how he assigns people to these units. Instead of keeping clan members together, which reinforces existing loyalties, he deliberately mixes warriors from different clans in the same units. A unit of 10 might include warriors from 5 different tribal backgrounds, creating loyalty to the unit and to Temujin that supersedes clan loyalty. You experience this directly when you're assigned to a unit with warriors from clans that your family had feuded with for generations. Initially it feels wrong, a violation of natural order, but you spend months training together, fighting together, sharing dangers and victories, and something shifts. You start to identify with this unit as strongly as you identify with your clan. Maybe more strongly, because you chose this affiliation through your decision to follow Temujin rather than inheriting it at birth. Promotion in this system is based purely on demonstrated ability. Your commanding officer might be someone from a family your clan never would have followed traditionally, but he earned his position through skill in battle and tactical intelligence. This creates a military machine where talent rises naturally, and where soldiers know their commanders earn their positions through competence, not through accidents of birth. Temujin also institutes strict discipline. Soldiers who desert or disobey orders face execution. Plundering before a campaign is complete is forbidden. It disrupts military discipline and creates chaos, but soldiers who fight bravely and loyally receive generous rewards from the spoils of conquest. The system creates both accountability and incentive. Around 1196, an opportunity arises that demonstrates Temujin's political intelligence. The Jin dynasty, which controls northern China and demands tribute from the steppe tribes, is facing a rebellion from the Tatars, the same group that poisoned Temujin's father. The Jin ask for steppe allies to help suppress the Tatars, offering rewards for assistance. Temujin joins the campaign, fighting alongside the Jin against his father's murderers. This serves multiple purposes. It provides an opportunity to take revenge on the Tatars. It builds a relationship with the powerful Jin dynasty. It demonstrates that Temujin can be a reliable ally, and it yields spoils and recognition. The Jin grant Temujin a minor title, validating his status as a legitimate leader. But the relationships with his mentors and allies are becoming complicated. Tughrul, the Keret Khan who helped Temujin in his early years, is growing jealous of his protégé's rising power. Tughrul's son Sengum particularly resents Temujin, viewing him as an ungrateful upstart who's outgrown his proper place. Around 1201, influenced by rivals and his son's jealousy, Tughrul turns against Temujin. They plot to ambush him at a supposed reconciliation feast. Temujin gets warning of the plot from 2 herdsmen who overhear the planning and, loyal to Temujin rather than to their Keret clan, ride through the night to warn him. Temujin escapes the trap and withdraws to a region called Baljuna, taking only his most loyal followers. They're reduced to drinking muddy water from the Baljuna River and eating whatever game they can hunt. This is a low point, maybe the closest Temujin comes to complete defeat since his poverty years. But he uses this time to rebuild carefully. He gathers intelligence about great defences and internal politics. He reaches out to potential allies and to disaffected Croat leaders. He waits for the right moment, when Togrul is overconfident and unprepared. The attack, when it comes, is swift and decisive. Temujin's forces strike the Karate camp at night, achieving complete surprise. The battle is fierce but relatively brief. Togrul flees and is eventually killed by Naiman border guards who don't recognise him. Sengyum escapes but is later killed. The Karate tribe, one of the most powerful on the steppe, is defeated and absorbed into Temujin's growing confederation. This victory is crucial for several reasons. It eliminates a major rival and father figure, forcing Temujin to stand fully on his own authority, rather than operating under Togrul's shadow. It brings substantial resources and followers under Temujin's control, and it demonstrates to other steppe leaders that Temujin is now a power that must be dealt with seriously. The Naimans, a powerful Turkic-speaking confederation controlling the western steppe, decide to resist Temujin's growing power. Their leader, Tayan Khan, influenced by his ambitious wife, Gurbasu, mocks Temujin's followers as women of the East and prepares for war. This turns out to be catastrophically poor judgment. In 1204, Temujin meets the Naimans in battle at Chakyamaut. The fighting is intense, lasting from sunset through the night until dawn, but Temujin's better organised and better disciplined forces gradually overwhelm the Naimans. Tayan Khan is killed, and his son Kuchlug flees westward. What's significant about this victory isn't just the military achievement, but what Temujin does with it. He captures Tata Tonga, a Uyghur scribe who had served the Naimans. Instead of killing this foreign scholar, Temujin recognises his value. Tata Tonga understands literacy, record-keeping and administration in ways that steppe peoples traditionally don't emphasise. Temujin makes a crucial decision. He adopts the Uyghur script for writing Mongolian and tasks Tata Tonga with teaching it to Mongol princes and administrators. This begins the transition toward a literate administration, capable of maintaining records, sending written orders, and conducting diplomacy through formal correspondence rather than purely oral communication. You watch this transformation as someone who grew up in a purely oral culture. Suddenly, important decisions are being recorded, treaties are written down, tax obligations are documented, messages can be sent that say exactly what the sender intended, without the distortions that occur when information passes through multiple oral transmissions. It feels strange at first, seeing words captured on paper or silk, but the practical advantages become obvious quickly. Jamuka, Temujin's former blood brother, continues resisting but is increasingly isolated. By 1205, his position is hopeless. His own followers, tired of endless warfare and diminishing prospects, capture him and deliver him to Temujin. The confrontation between the two former friends is poignant. According to the sources, Temujin offers Jamuka reconciliation, suggesting they restore their brotherhood and that Jamuka take a position of honour in the growing Mongol confederation. It's hard to know if this offer is genuine or political theatre, but it reflects the complex feelings between them. They were genuinely close once, before ambition and incompatible visions of leadership drove them apart. Jamuka refuses. He argues that there can only be one sun in the sky, one Khan of the Mongols. He requests an honourable death, asking to be killed without spilling blood, traditionally done by breaking the back. Temujin, respecting this final request from his former Anda, grants it. Some sources suggest Jamuka's body was buried honourably, with Temujin reportedly mourning the loss of what their friendship might have been. With Jamuka's death, the last major internal Mongol resistance to Temujin's rule ends. He now controls or has submitted most of the Mongol and Turkic tribes of the eastern and central steppe. The fragmented tribal world he grew up in is being unified under single leadership for the first time in memory. In 1206, tribal leaders gather for a Kuriltai, a great assembly, near the source of the Onon River, in the sacred Burkan Khaldun mountain region, where Temujin had hidden and prayed during desperate times. You attend this gathering as a mid-level officer in Temujin's army, one among thousands of warriors, leaders, and representatives from dozens of tribes. The atmosphere combines celebration with uncertainty. People understand they're participating in something unprecedented, the unification of the Mongol peoples under a single Khan. But nobody quite knows what this new political entity will become or how it will function. The traditional tribal system is being superseded by something new, and change always creates anxiety alongside hope. The formal proclamation of Temujin as Genghis Khan, the title's exact meaning remains debated among scholars. It might mean universal ruler, or oceanic ruler, or fierce ruler. Represents more than just a change of title. It's the establishment of a new political order with explicit principles and structures. Genghis Khan addresses the assembly, and his speech is characteristically practical rather than grandiose. He doesn't claim divine right or inherited authority from ancient emperors. Instead, he talks about organisation, about the importance of communication and coordination, about treating people fairly regardless of their origin, and about building something that will outlast any individual leader. He's establishing a system, not just claiming personal power. The yasa, the legal code, is proclaimed. Its provisions cover both military organisation and civil behaviour. Some key principles: theft is severely punished. Stealing livestock, which is both livelihood and wealth on the steppe, can result in death. Even minor theft receives harsh penalties. The severity serves a purpose. It creates security of property that enables trade and investment. When people know their possessions are protected by law rather than just by family strength, they can engage in economic activity with greater confidence. Adultery is forbidden and punished harshly. This isn't moralism, it's about maintaining family stability and clear inheritance lines, both crucial for a society organised around kinship networks, even as those networks are being supplemented by new organisational structures. Lying, especially in legal proceedings, carries serious consequences. Genghis Khan has learned that justice depends on truthful testimony, and witnesses who lie undermine the entire legal system. The penalties for perjury are severe enough to encourage honesty, but the truly revolutionary aspect is that these laws apply to everyone equally. A noble who steals faces the same punishment as a commoner who steals. A Khan's relative who commits adultery is punished the same as anyone else. Even members of Genghis Khan's own family must follow the same rules as everyone else. This is radical for a society where status traditionally provided immunity from consequences. Religious tolerance becomes explicit, formal policy. Genghis Khan proclaims that all religions are to be respected and that religious leaders are exempt from taxation and military service. Buddhist monks, Christian priests, Muslim imams, Taoist sages and shamanic practitioners all receive the same legal protection and privileges. You witness this policy's implementation when various religious leaders present themselves at court. A Nestorian Christian monk from Central Asia offers prayers in his tradition. A Buddhist Lama from Tibet performs rituals. A Muslim scholar recites from the Quran. A shamanist performs traditional Mongol ceremonies. Genghis Khan observes all of them with apparent interest but favours none. The message is clear. Believe whatever you want, worship however you choose, as long as you follow the civil laws and contribute to the empire's defence and administration. This tolerance isn't based on modern philosophical principles about religious freedom. It's pragmatic calculation. Genghis Khan recognises that forcing religious uniformity creates conflict, resentment, and rebellion. He's seen religious wars devastate societies. He understands that talented people come from all religious backgrounds, and excluding them based on belief would weaken his administration. Why limit yourself to Mongol shamanic practitioners when you can recruit Christian administrators, Muslim merchants, Buddhist scholars, and Taoist advisors? The military organisation becomes formalised and extended. The decimal system applies empire-wide. Units of 10 commanded by leaders of 10, units of 100 commanded by leaders of 100, units of 1,000 commanded by leaders of 1,000, and tumens, units of 10,000, commanded by the most capable and trusted generals. Promotion through these ranks is based purely on merit. A commoner can become a leader of 10, 100, or even 1,000 if they excel in battle. Conversely, a noble who proves incompetent can be demoted or dismissed. This creates a meritocracy that's radical for its time, and that attracts talented individuals from across the empire. The military code is strict. Soldiers who desert face execution. Soldiers who plunder before a campaign face severe punishment. Soldiers who fail to support their comrades in battle can be executed. But soldiers who fight bravely, who show initiative and intelligence, and who achieve objectives efficiently receive generous rewards from the spoils of conquest and public recognition of their achievements. Genghis Khan establishes the Keshik, an imperial guard of 10,000 warriors who serve as both bodyguards and a training ground for future leaders. Membership in the Keshik is highly prestigious and competitive. Even the son of a leader of 10 in the Keshik outranks ordinary commanders of 1,000, creating incentive for ambitious young men to seek these positions. The Keshik becomes a meritocratic funnel for identifying and developing talent. The treatment of conquered peoples follows clear patterns that Genghis Khan has developed through experience. Cities and tribes that surrender peacefully are generally spared major violence and incorporated into the empire with their existing structures largely intact. Leaders who submit voluntarily often retain their positions under Mongol supervision. Populations that surrender pay taxes and provide soldiers, but otherwise continue their lives relatively normally. Cities that resist and are taken by force face brutal consequences. The resistance is punished, often through mass executions of fighting-age men and enslavement, or relocation of civilians. The brutality serves multiple purposes. It's revenge for the costs of resistance, it eliminates potential future rebellions, and it sends a message to other cities that resistance is costly, while surrender is relatively painless. But even in conquest, Genghis Khan is selective about who suffers. Artisans, craftspeople, engineers, scholars, anyone with useful skills are deliberately spared and often relocated to where their talents are most needed. When a city is sacked, the Mongol commanders have orders to identify and preserve people with valuable skills. A metalworker might be sent to Mongolia to improve weapon production. A scholar might be sent to the capital to educate Mongol princes. An engineer might be assigned to the army to assist with siege warfare. Starting around 1209, Genghis Khan turns his full attention southward toward the settled kingdoms of China. This represents a significant shift in Mongol strategy. The steppe tribes are now unified. The next phase is expanding beyond the traditional nomadic territories into the wealthy, agricultural and urban civilizations that the Mongols have historically raided but never conquered. The Western Sia, a Tangut kingdom controlling the Gansu corridor, and the crucial trade routes connecting China to Central Asia, becomes the first target. The Western Sia had previously treated the Mongols dismissively, demanding tribute and acting as intermediaries between the Mongols and the Jin dynasty. The Tanguts are powerful, possessing strong fortifications and significant military forces, but they make a critical error in underestimating Mongol capabilities. You participate in these early campaigns as a mid-level officer, and what strikes you immediately is how much the Mongol military is evolving. The traditional steppe warfare, fast cavalry raids, feigned retreats, and encirclement tactics remains central to Mongol strategy. But Genghis Khan recognizes that conquering fortified cities requires new capabilities. He systematically addresses this weakness by recruiting Chinese engineers and military specialists who understand siege warfare. These experts teach the Mongols to build and operate siege equipment, trebuchets for hurling stones at walls, siege towers for scaling fortifications, battering rams for breaking gates, and various other devices that steppe peoples traditionally lacked. The combination proves devastating. Mongol armies can move with the speed and flexibility of traditional nomadic forces, covering vast distances rapidly, and appearing where enemies don't expect them. But when they encounter fortified positions, they can also conduct sophisticated siege operations that eventually reduce even strong defences. The campaigns against Western Xia demonstrate the Mongol military system's effectiveness. The Mongol army raids deep into Tangut territory, destroys field armies that come out to fight, besieges key cities, and gradually weakens Western Xia's capacity for resistance. The Tanguts sue for peace in 1210, agreeing to provide tribute and military support and submit to Mongol suzerainty. Genghis Khan accepts this submission. He's not yet interested in directly governing these territories, just in establishing dominance and extracting resources. But the real prize is the Jin dynasty, which controls northern China, possesses vast wealth and population, has sophisticated military forces, and initially considers the Mongols a minor nuisance rather than a serious threat. This miscalculation will prove catastrophic for the Jin. The Jin dynasty has a complicated history with the steppe peoples. They had conquered northern China from the Song dynasty decades earlier, establishing themselves as a major power. They've traditionally dealt with steppe tribes through a combination of tribute payments, divide and conquer diplomacy, and military expeditions when necessary. They view the Mongols as just another troublesome steppe group that can be managed through traditional methods. Genghis Khan begins the Jin campaign around 1211 with characteristic systematic planning. He doesn't attempt to conquer all of Jin territory immediately. That would overextend his forces and create logistical nightmares. Instead, he conducts carefully planned campaigns that gradually weaken Jin power while building Mongol capabilities for governing settled populations. The pattern repeats across multiple campaigns. Mongol armies raid Jin territory, destroy field armies that come out to fight them, besiege and capture strategic cities, and then withdraw with spoils and captives before Jin forces can mass for an effective counterattack. Each campaign leaves the Jin weaker, less capable of mounting effective defence, and more demoralised. You participate in one of these campaigns and witness the evolution of Mongol warfare. The army moves with astonishing speed, cavalry units covering perhaps 50 to 70 miles per day when necessary. The Mongols travel with multiple horses per warrior, rotating mounts to maintain the pace. They carry minimal supplies, living off the land and off captured provisions, which keeps them mobile while enemy armies bog down with supply trains. Intelligence gathering is systematic and sophisticated. Genghis Khan employs extensive networks of merchants, travellers and spies who gather information about enemy defences, resources, troop movements and internal politics. Before attacking a city, the Mongol commanders often know details about its garrison strength, food supplies, water sources, leadership conflicts and defensive weaknesses. This intelligence advantage allows them to exploit vulnerabilities and avoid unnecessary risks. The psychological warfare is deliberate and effective. Stories of Mongol cruelty spread through refugees and survivors, often exaggerated in the retelling. Cities facing Mongol attack hear tales of mass executions, of cities reduced to rubble, of populations enslaved or massacred. This terror sometimes encourages surrender without fighting, saving the Mongols the cost of siege warfare. But when cities do surrender peacefully, Genghis Khan generally keeps his word about moderate treatment. He's learned that a reputation for keeping promises to those who surrender is militarily valuable. It encourages future surrenders. A city that submits peacefully typically pays substantial tribute, provides hostages to guarantee future cooperation, and supplies provisions to the Mongol army. But its population survives, and its basic structures remain intact. The siege of Zhongdu, modern Beijing, in 1214 demonstrates Mongol capabilities at their peak. The city is enormous, strongly fortified, and defended by large Jin armies. The Mongols can't storm it directly. The defences are too strong. Instead, they besiege it systematically, cutting supply lines, preventing relief forces from reaching it, and waiting for starvation and disease to do the work that direct assault can't accomplish. The siege lasts months. Inside the city, food supplies dwindle, disease spreads, and morale collapses. The Jin emperor abandons the city and flees south to Kaifeng. The remaining defenders, leaderless and hopeless, eventually negotiate surrender. The Mongols allow most of the population to survive, but thoroughly loot the city, extracting an enormous quantity of gold, silver, silk, and other valuable goods. What you notice during these campaigns is how Genghis Khan handles the administration of conquered territory. He doesn't try to govern everything directly through Mongol administrators. Most Mongols don't understand agricultural societies, taxation systems, or urban administration. Instead, he appoints local leaders who submit to Mongol authority, but who understand how to actually govern these populations. He also begins recruiting Chinese administrators and bureaucrats, who can manage the complex systems required for governing settled agricultural societies. These Chinese officials teach the Mongols about taxation systems that don't simply plunder populations dry, about agricultural management that maintains productivity, and about record keeping and bureaucracy that enables consistent governance across large territories. The incorporation of Chinese administrative practices begins transforming the Mongol state. Mongol leaders start employing scribes who maintain written records. Tax collection becomes more systematic and less arbitrary. Census taking begins, crude at first but gradually improving, providing information about population and resources that enables better planning. The Mongol army itself evolves during these campaigns. It incorporates Chinese engineers who can build increasingly sophisticated siege equipment. It adds infantry units recruited from conquered populations to complement the core cavalry forces. It develops more complex logistic systems to supply armies campaigning far from the steppe, including supply depots, transport networks, and systematic foraging procedures. The learning curve is steep, paid for in setbacks and failures, but Genghis Khan demonstrates remarkable flexibility in adopting whatever methods work. When traditional steppe tactics prove insufficient, he adapts. When his commanders make mistakes, he adjusts strategies. When new technologies or techniques appear useful, he incorporates them. This adaptability, as much as military prowess, explains Mongol success. The year 1218 brings a crisis that will redirect Mongol expansion and ultimately devastate Central Asia. A trade caravan sent by Genghis Khan to the Khwarezmian Empire, a powerful Muslim state controlling much of Central Asia, Persia and Afghanistan, is attacked at the border city of Otrar. The governor, Inalchuk, accuses the merchants of being spies and has them executed along with confiscating their valuable goods. Genghis Khan sends ambassadors demanding restitution, punishment of Inalchuk, and assurances this won't happen again. This is standard diplomatic procedure following an incident affecting merchants under imperial protection. Shah Muhammad II, the Khwarezmian ruler, makes what will prove to be one of history's most catastrophic errors in judgment. Instead of apologising and punishing Inalchuk, Shah Muhammad executes the lead Mongol ambassador and sends the others back with their beards shaved, a grave insult in both Mongol and Muslim cultures. This is essentially a declaration that the Khwarezmian Empire doesn't fear the Mongols and won't submit to their demands. You watch Genghis Khan's reaction, and it's chilling in its controlled fury. He doesn't rage or make immediate threats. Instead, he withdraws for several days to the mountains to pray and contemplate. When he returns, he's made his decision. The Khwarezmian Empire will be destroyed as an object lesson that attacking Mongol merchants and killing Mongol ambassadors carries consequences that no amount of distance or fortification can prevent. The preparation for this campaign is methodical and extensive. Genghis Khan assembles perhaps 150,000 to 200,000 troops. The exact numbers are debated, but it's clearly the largest force he's ever commanded. He brings his best generals, most experienced troops, and most sophisticated siege equipment. He gathers intelligence about Khwarezmian defences, resources, and internal politics. He plans the campaign with the care of someone who knows this will be different from anything the Mongols have attempted before. The Khwarezmian Empire is wealthy, urbanized, and militarily powerful. Shah Muhammad commands armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. His empire includes some of the greatest cities in the Islamic world: Bukhara, Samarkand, Urgench, Merv, Herat, and many others. The fortifications are strong, the garrisons are substantial, and the territory is vast. But Shah Muhammad makes a critical strategic error that dooms his empire. Instead of concentrating his forces to meet the Mongols in decisive battle, he disperses them in garrison duty across his numerous cities. This defensive strategy seems logical: protect the valuable urban centres, but it allows Genghis Khan to defeat the Khwarezmian forces piecemeal, preventing them from combining their strength. In 1219, the Mongol invasion begins. Genghis Khan divides his forces into multiple armies that can operate independently while maintaining coordination through the sophisticated messenger system. This allows him to threaten multiple objectives simultaneously, forcing Shah Muhammad to guess which targets are primary and which are feints. You're part of the main army that Genghis Khan personally commands, and the campaign scale dwarfs anything you've experienced. The Mongol army moves across the Sirdarya River and penetrates deep into Khwarezmian territory. The speed of advance catches defenders unprepared. They expect the Mongols to move more slowly, to follow conventional invasion routes, and to pause and consolidate after initial victories. The city of Otrar, where the merchants were killed, receives special attention. Genghis Khan assigns one army to besiege it, while the main forces continue advancing. The siege lasts 5 months before Otrar falls. Inalchuk, the governor responsible for killing the merchants, is captured and reportedly executed by having molten silver poured into his eyes and ears, a punishment that symbolically connects to his greed for the merchants' goods. Bukhara, one of the great centres of Islamic learning and culture, is next. The Mongol army appears before the city in 1220, having crossed distances that the defenders thought provided safety. The garrison attempts to break out and escape rather than endure a siege, but the Mongols slaughter them in the field. The city leadership, left without military protection, surrenders. What happens next becomes one of the most famous incidents of the conquest. Genghis Khan reportedly enters Bukhara, goes to the main mosque, and addresses the assembled population. According to Persian historians writing later, he climbs the pulpit and announces that he is the punishment of God, sent to chastise them for their sins, that if they had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like him. Whether he actually said this, or whether its later embellishment, is debatable. Genghis Khan wasn't fluent in Persian, and the story appears in sources written decades later. But the narrative captures something psychologically important about how the conquest was experienced and remembered, as a divine punishment, an apocalyptic judgment that destroyed the normal order of things. The Mongols systematically loot Bukhara. They spare most of the population but conscript many for labour and military service. They execute the garrison and anyone identified as having resisted. They burn parts of the city, destroy fortifications, and leave it permanently weakened. The destruction serves both practical purposes, eliminating potential resistance, and strategic ones, encouraging other cities to surrender rather than face similar fates. Samarkand, perhaps the greatest city in Central Asia, proves more difficult. The city is enormous, strongly fortified, and defended by a garrison of perhaps 60,000 to 100,000 soldiers. Again, numbers are disputed. The Mongols surround it with perhaps 150,000 troops and begin systematic siege operations. The siege demonstrates the sophisticated military capabilities the Mongols have developed. They employ Chinese siege engines to bombard the walls. They build siege towers to scale fortifications. They divert water supplies. They use prisoners as human shields to discourage defenders from fighting. They negotiate with city leaders, offering terms for surrender while simultaneously preparing for assault. After about a week of siege, a relatively brief time for a city of this size, Samarkand's leadership surrenders. The garrison is executed, craftsmen and skilled workers are conscripted and relocated. Much of the population is temporarily expelled while the city is looted, and a Mongol governor is installed. The famous structures and libraries that made Samarkand a centre of learning are either destroyed or gutted. The destruction of these great cities creates trauma that echoes through Islamic civilization for generations. Later, Persian historians, writing decades after the events, record death tolls that seem impossible. Hundreds of thousands or even millions killed in individual cities. Modern historians are sceptical of these numbers, noting that they're often rounded figures that probably represent the entire regional population, rather than actual deaths, and that sources had incentive to exaggerate Mongol brutality. But even accounting for exaggeration, the destruction was real and substantial. Urban culture in Central Asia suffered devastating blows. Irrigation systems that took centuries to build were destroyed. Libraries and schools were burned. Craftsmen were killed or relocated. Economic networks were disrupted. The region took generations to recover, and some areas never fully regained their former prosperity. Meanwhile, Shah Muhammad flees westward, pursued by two of Genghis Khan's best generals, Subutai and Jebe, leading perhaps 20,000 cavalry. This pursuit becomes almost absurd in its scope. The Mongol armies chase Shah Muhammad across Persia, through the Caucasus Mountains, around the Caspian Sea, and finally to an island in the Caspian where he dies, probably from dysentery or pleurisy, broken, defeated and abandoned even by his remaining followers. But Subutai and Jebe don't stop. They continue westward on what becomes a reconnaissance expedition, probing territories that have never encountered Mongol forces. They raid through Azerbaijan, penetrate into Georgia, cross the Caucasus Mountains into the steppes north of the Black Sea, defeat a combined force of Russian princes and Kipchak warriors at the Kalka River in 1223, then loop back eastward to rejoin Genghis Khan. This expedition, covering perhaps 8,000 miles in 3 years, demonstrates Mongol capabilities at their peak. A relatively small force operates independently deep in enemy territory, defeats every enemy it encounters, gathers intelligence about regions the Mongols might later conquer, and returns with minimal losses. It's a preview of campaigns that will devastate Eastern Europe 2 decades later. By the early 1220s, Genghis Khan controls territory stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea, from Siberian forests to the Persian Gulf approaches. Managing this empire requires innovations in communication, trade, and administration that equal his military achievements. You're working in the imperial administration now, helping establish and maintain the Yam system, a postal relay network that becomes one of the Mongol Empire's most impressive and consequential achievements. The system builds on existing relay networks used by previous empires. The Persians, Chinese and others had similar systems, but the Mongols extend and systematize it on an unprecedented scale. Stations are built along all major routes, spaced roughly a day's hard ride apart, perhaps 25 to 30 miles. Each station maintains fresh horses, supplies, food, and riders, ready to carry messages or transport officials. The stations are stocked systematically, managed by appointed officials, and subject to regular inspection to ensure they're maintained properly. The system operates with remarkable efficiency. An urgent message can travel from one end of the empire to the other in perhaps 2 to 3 weeks, an astonishing speed for the era. By comparison, European kingdoms might take months to coordinate actions between distant regions. Officials carrying the paisa, a tablet made of gold, silver or wood depending on rank, identifying them as imperial messengers, receive priority treatment at all stations and can requisition horses, food, shelter and assistance as needed. This communication network makes imperial administration possible across vast distances. Genghis Khan can send orders to distant governors and receive compliance within weeks rather than months. He can receive intelligence reports about threats or opportunities and respond before situations develop beyond control. He can coordinate military campaigns across multiple fronts separated by thousands of miles. The Yam system transforms how empires can function, enabling centralized control over territories that previous rulers could only govern loosely. The economic implications prove equally important. The security Genghis Khan provides along trade routes, combined with the communication infrastructure that supports commerce, encourages trade on an unprecedented scale. The Silk Road, which had always existed in fragments controlled by different powers, demanding tolls and offering varying levels of security, becomes for the first time in history a relatively unified system under single management. You see the results in daily life as you help administer trade routes. Merchants travelling from China to Persia no longer need to negotiate with dozens of different powers, pay arbitrary tolls at every border, hire armed guards to protect against bandits, or navigate complex and contradictory legal systems. They pay standardized taxes to Mongol authorities, receive protection under imperial law, and can conduct business with reasonable confidence that contracts will be enforced and property will be protected. This creates wealth that flows into the empire's coffers through taxation, but more importantly, it creates economic integration and cultural exchange. Silk moves westward in vast quantities, enriching Chinese producers and Central Asian merchants while providing luxury goods to Persian and eventually European markets. Silver flows eastward, driven by Chinese demand for precious metals. Spices travel from south to north. Furs move from north to south. Each trade route becomes a conduit not just for goods, but for ideas, technologies, and cultural practices. The religious tolerance that Genghis Khan established becomes even more evident and important during this era of expanded trade and contact. You encounter extraordinary diversity in any major city along the trade routes. Nestorian Christians from Central Asia, working alongside Buddhist monks from China, Muslim merchants from Persia, trading with shamanist Mongols, Taoist sages consulting with Manichaean scholars, and Jewish traders conducting business with Hindu craftsmen. And nobody finds this particularly remarkable. The empire's policy is clear and consistently enforced. Believe whatever you want, worship however you choose, follow whatever dietary restrictions your religion requires, and observe whatever holy days you prefer, as long as you follow the civil laws, pay your taxes, and contribute to the empire's defence when required. Genghis Khan actively encourages this diversity through explicit policy. He grants tax exemptions to all religious institutions, mosques, churches, monasteries, temples, and synagogues. He protects places of worship from desecration or destruction. He prohibits religious discrimination in commerce or administration. He employs talented individuals regardless of their religion. Muslim administrators managing taxation systems, Christian scribes maintaining records, Buddhist advisors providing counsel on governance, and Taoist sages offering wisdom about health and longevity. This isn't altruism or philosophical commitment to religious freedom in any modern sense. It's practical recognition that diverse sources of talent and knowledge make the empire stronger. Why limit yourself to Mongol shamanists when you can also recruit the administrative expertise of Chinese Confucian bureaucrats, the commercial networks of Muslim merchants, the scholarly traditions of Christian monasteries, and the scientific knowledge of Persian astronomers? The cultural and technological exchange facilitated by this integrated trade network transforms societies across Eurasia. Chinese technologies spread westward: gunpowder, which will revolutionize warfare; printing, which will democratize knowledge; the compass, which enables navigation; and paper currency, which facilitates commerce. Islamic scientific knowledge spreads eastward: advanced mathematics, including algebra; sophisticated astronomy, enabling accurate calendars; medical knowledge accumulated from Greek, Persian, and Indian sources; and architectural techniques for building large domes and complex structures. European goods and ideas begin reaching East Asia in significant quantities for the first time. Mongol rule creates, for a brief historical moment, something approaching a unified Eurasian economy, enabling exchanges that wouldn't occur again at this scale until the modern era. You witness some of this exchange directly. a Chinese engineer arrives at a Mongol military camp bringing designs for improved siege weapons. A Persian astronomer sets up an observatory, teaching Mongol princes about celestial mechanics. A European merchant brings samples of glass and woolen cloth, trading them for silk and porcelain. A Buddhist missionary from Tibet discusses philosophy with a Nestorian monk, while a Muslim scholar observes and comments. The intellectual and cultural ferment this creates is unprecedented. The administrative sophistication continues developing. The empire conducts censuses to better understand its population and resources, initially crude counts but gradually becoming more systematic. Tax records are maintained with increasing care, using written documentation that allows for planning and forecasting rather than just ad hoc extraction. Postal records track message traffic, enabling administrators to identify problems in the system and optimize routes. Legal administration becomes more formalized. Judges applying the yasa accumulate precedents and interpretations that add nuance to the original principles. The fundamental rules remain constant: equality before law, protection of property, religious tolerance, merit-based advancement. But the applications become more sophisticated as the empire governs increasingly diverse populations with varying customs and expectations. By 1226, Genghis Khan is in his mid-60s, an impressive age for someone who spent his entire adult life in warfare, outdoor living, and constant travel. His body shows the accumulated damage of decades: old wounds that ache in cold weather, joints stiffened by countless hours on horseback, and the general erosion that active life brings. But his mind remains sharp, his strategic thinking undiminished, and his determination unweakened. The Western Shia, which he first campaigned against years earlier, and which had submitted to Mongol suzerainty, has refused to provide military support for campaigns against the Khwarezmian Empire. The refusal comes with insulting language, suggesting that if Genghis Khan cannot fight his own battles, he shouldn't be Khan. This combination of disobedience and insult is intolerable. Despite his age and declining health, Genghis Khan personally leads one final campaign against Western Xia. You're part of this expedition, now an older officer yourself, and it's clear that Genghis Khan is driving himself beyond his physical limits. He's determined to complete this campaign, to punish the Tanguts for their disobedience, and to establish definitively that submission to Mongol authority must be complete and permanent. During the campaign, Genghis Khan suffers an accident while hunting, either a fall from his horse, or possibly being thrown when his horse is startled. He's injured, possibly internally, and never fully recovers. He develops fever and weakness but refuses to abandon the campaign. The Mongol army continues its systematic destruction of Western Xia's capacity for resistance, besieging cities, accepting surrenders, and gradually crushing all opposition. In August of 1227, Genghis Khan dies. The exact circumstances remain unclear. Some sources suggest complications from his hunting injury, others mention illness, possibly typhoid or dysentery, and still others hint at violence, though this seems less likely given the sources and circumstances. What's certain is that he dies during the Western Xia campaign, and according to some accounts, his final orders demand that the Western Xia ruling family be exterminated as punishment for causing him to campaign in his final years. His death is kept secret initially. The Mongol army is deep in enemy territory, and announcing the Khan's death might encourage resistance or enable enemies to attack during the vulnerable transition period. The body is transported back to Mongolia in secrecy. According to tradition, everyone the funeral cortege encounters is killed to preserve the secret of his burial location and to provide the deceased Khan with servants in the afterlife. The exact burial site remains unknown to this day. Tradition holds that he's buried somewhere in the sacred Burkhan Khaldun mountain region, where he had hidden and prayed during desperate times in his youth. The site is deliberately left unmarked, protected by prohibitions against disturbing the area and lost to history. Modern attempts to locate the tomb using various technologies have so far failed. But Genghis Khan had planned for succession, understanding that his death shouldn't plunge the empire into chaos. He designated his third son, Ögedei, as his principal heir, not his eldest son Yochi, whose paternity had always been questioned and who had died earlier anyway. Not his second son, Chagatai, who was too quarrelsome and rigid in his thinking. Not his youngest son, Tolui, who was talented but perhaps too young, and who held the traditional role of inheriting the father's herds and homeland. Ögedei, competent and diplomatic, capable of building consensus and managing the competing interests of relatives and generals, would continue his father's work. The succession proceeds remarkably smoothly, a testament to the institutional structures Genghis Khan built. A Kurultai is held in 1229, and Ögedei is formally proclaimed as Great Khan. The empire doesn't fragment into warring factions. The administrative systems continue functioning. The postal network keeps operating. The laws remain in force. The military maintains its organisation and discipline. The transition demonstrates that the empire has become larger than any individual, even its founder. You're older now, working in civil administration rather than fighting, and you witness the empire's continued expansion under Ögedei's rule. In many ways, Ögedei proves an ideal successor. He lacks his father's charisma and strategic genius, but possesses strong administrative skills and the political wisdom to work effectively with the powerful generals and princes he's inherited. Ögedei completes the conquest of the Jin dynasty that his father began. The final Jin emperor dies in 1234, ending a dynasty that had ruled northern China for over a century. The conquered territories are incorporated into the Mongol Empire, though administration remains challenging. Governing settled agricultural populations requires different skills than ruling nomadic tribes, and the Mongols are still learning. Ögedei also continues expansion westward. He sends armies into Eastern Europe under the command of Batu Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson through Jochi, and the brilliant general Subutai. From 1237 through 1241, Mongol forces sweep through Russia, Poland and Hungary, defeating every army that opposes them. The European campaigns demonstrate Mongol military capabilities at their peak. At the Battle of Liegnitz in 1241, Mongol forces defeat a combined Polish-German army using sophisticated tactics, including feigned retreats and coordinated charges from multiple directions. At the Battle of Mohi in Hungary the same year, they annihilate a large Hungarian army through superior reconnaissance, coordination, and tactical flexibility. European Christendom is terrified. The Mongols seem invincible, appearing and disappearing with supernatural speed, defeating every force sent against them, and using tactics and coordination that European commanders can't counter. Chroniclers describe them as God's punishment for Christian sins, or as demonic forces presaging the apocalypse. The rapid Mongol advance seems unstoppable. But then, abruptly, the Mongols withdraw. Ögedei dies in December 1241, possibly from alcoholism, possibly from other causes, and the Mongol commanders in Europe receive word and return for the succession Kurultai. The invasion of Western Europe never resumes, though the reasons are debated by historians. The immediate cause is Ögedei's death, but deeper factors include the marginal value of European territories compared to richer lands in the Middle East and China, and the logistical difficulties of campaigning so far from the Mongol heartland. But what's really developing during this period is the full flowering of the systems Genghis Khan created. The empire isn't just a collection of conquered territories, it's becoming an integrated political, economic and cultural entity with sophisticated institutions. The legal system continues evolving, maintaining core principles while developing nuance and precedent. The Yasa remains the fundamental law, but judges accumulate experience in applying it to diverse situations. Mixed tribunals sometimes include judges from different backgrounds to ensure fairness when disputes cross cultural lines. Legal decisions are increasingly documented, creating a body of case law that guides future judgments. The economic integration accelerates dramatically. The Silk Road reaches its historical zenith under Mongol protection. Merchants can travel from Korea to Hungary under single management, protected by Mongol law, using standardized currencies and weights, confident their contracts will be enforced and their goods protected. This creates prosperity that benefits the empire through taxation and participating regions through increased trade. You help manage segments of this trade network and witness its sophistication. Caravanserais, fortified rest stops, are built along trade routes, providing secure lodging, fresh animals, supplies, and banking services. Merchants can deposit money in one city and withdraw it in another through sophisticated bills of exchange, avoiding the risk of carrying large amounts of coin or precious metals. Commercial contracts are enforced by imperial courts that understand trade practices and can adjudicate disputes efficiently. The cultural exchange becomes truly remarkable. You attend gatherings in the imperial capital where scholars from across the empire exchange knowledge. Chinese engineers demonstrate new siege technologies. Persian astronomers share observations and calculations. Indian mathematicians explain advanced numerical systems, including the concept of zero. European merchants describe their trade networks and political systems. The Mongol court becomes genuinely cosmopolitan, employing administrators and advisors from dozens of different backgrounds. Religious debates occur where Buddhist, Christian, Muslim and Taoist representatives argue their positions before the Khan and his court. Not to determine which religion is correct, the empire maintains its policy of tolerance, but as an intellectual exercise and entertainment. This cultural mixing creates innovation and synthesis. Chinese medicine incorporates ideas from Persian and Indian traditions. Islamic astronomy benefits from Chinese observations. Mongol military tactics integrate siege technologies from multiple sources. Artistic styles blend, creating hybrid forms that draw from multiple traditions. The administrative sophistication increases steadily. Census-taking becomes more systematic and regular, providing detailed information about population distribution, economic resources, and military capacity. Tax collection becomes more rationalized, with rates based on productivity and ability to pay rather than arbitrary extraction. The bureaucracy grows more professional, with specialized departments handling different aspects of governance. The empire establishes a postal system that handles not just official messages, but also begins enabling private correspondence and commercial communications. The yam stations, originally built for military and administrative purposes, become nodes in a broader communication network that facilitates commerce and cultural exchange. Looking back from the 1240s and 1250s, you can assess what Genghis Khan and his immediate successors actually accomplished. The territorial conquest is obvious and unprecedented. The Mongol Empire at its height controls more territory than any empire in history, stretching from Korea to Hungary, from Siberia to the Persian Gulf. But the conquest alone doesn't explain why the empire functioned as effectively as it did, or why its influence persisted long after its political unity dissolved. The real achievements were organizational, institutional and cultural. The Pax Mongolica, the Mongol peace, enables trade and travel across Eurasia on an unprecedented scale. For perhaps a century, merchants can travel from China to Europe with reasonable security, paying standardized tolls, operating under consistent legal systems, and moving goods in quantities that would have been impossible during periods of fragmentation and chronic warfare. This economic integration creates wealth and facilitates exchanges that wouldn't occur otherwise. Technologies and ideas that might have remained localized spread rapidly across the empire. Chinese inventions reach Europe, Islamic science reaches China, and European goods reach East Asia. The Mongol Empire functions as a massive network for exchanging not just commodities, but also knowledge, techniques, and cultural practices. The meritocratic principles Genghis Khan established, however imperfectly realized, demonstrate that talent can be recognized and rewarded regardless of birth. This isn't democracy or equality in any modern sense. The empire remains hierarchical and often brutal. but it represents movement towards systems that value contribution over inherited status. A talented administrator from a conquered people can reach positions of real authority. A brave warrior from a minor clan can become a general. Birth still matters, but competence matters more than it had before. The religious tolerance enables governance of diverse populations without the constant sectarian conflicts that plague many other empires. People of different faiths coexist and cooperate under common civil law. This creates a model, however temporarily sustained, for how multi-religious societies might function. The principle that people can worship differently while cooperating politically and economically influences how later societies think about religious diversity. The legal system, emphasizing consistent application regardless of social status, creates a sense of fairness that generates loyalty and enables economic activity. When people know rules will be applied predictably, they can plan, invest and engage in long-term projects with greater confidence. The Yasa isn't perfect, no human legal system ever is, but it's remarkably functional for its time and scale. The communication and transportation infrastructure enables administration and commerce across unprecedented distances. The YAM system allows information to flow rapidly, enabling coordination and control that would otherwise be impossible. The protected trade routes create economic benefits that make the empire wealthy beyond what conquest alone could achieve. The systematic incorporation of conquered elites and populations, rather than their universal extermination, preserves talent and knowledge. Chinese engineers, Persian administrators, Turkish craftsmen, Russian artisans and European merchants all contribute their skills to the empire instead of being destroyed by it. This isn't mercy in any emotional sense, but practical recognition that killing talented people is wasteful, and that governing conquered territories requires understanding local conditions and customs. The Mongol Empire eventually fragments, as all empires do. Ugedei's successors quarrel over succession. The empire splits into separate khanates that gradually develop independent identities. The Golden Horde in Russia and Eastern Europe, the Ilkhanate in Persia and the Middle East, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Yuan dynasty in China. These successor states maintain varying degrees of coordination and shared identity, but the unified empire that Genghis Khan created and Ugedei maintained doesn't survive into the late 13th century as a single political entity. The Yuan dynasty in China is overthrown in 1368 by the Ming dynasty. The other khanates gradually weaken, are conquered by rising powers, or transform into different political entities. By the 15th century, the unified Mongol Empire exists only in memory. Yet Genghis Khan's legacy persists in ways that transcend political boundaries and outlast specific institutions. The systems he created, the principles he established, and the connections he forged between East and West had permanent effects on human civilization. The trade networks Genghis Khan protected and expanded created economic and cultural integration that persisted long after Mongol political control ended. The Silk Road, having reached its peak under Mongol protection, continued functioning even as the empire fragmented. The commercial practices, banking methods, and trade routes established during the Mongol period influenced how later empires and eventually modern global commerce developed. The religious tolerance demonstrated that diverse faiths could coexist under common political authority. This wasn't perfectly maintained. Human institutions rarely achieve perfection, but the principle was established and demonstrated at a massive scale. Later rulers facing religious diversity could look to the Mongol example and see that tolerance was possible and often advantageous. The administrative innovations, postal systems, census-taking, systematic taxation, and professional bureaucracy provided models that later empires studied and adapted. The Ming dynasty, which overthrew the Mongols in China, nevertheless maintained many Mongol administrative practices because they worked. The Ottoman, Safavid and Mughal empires all studied Mongol governance methods and incorporated useful elements. The military innovations influenced warfare for centuries. The emphasis on mobility, coordination, intelligence gathering, logistics, and adaptability became standard elements of military thinking. The Mongol army's effectiveness came not from superior technology or overwhelming numbers, but from superior organization, discipline, and systematic planning. Lessons that military strategists continue studying. The concept of meritocratic advancement, however imperfectly realized, entered political consciousness and influenced how later societies thought about social mobility and opportunity. The idea that talent deserves recognition regardless of birth, that competent people should be promoted based on capability rather than connections, and that systems should reward contribution rather than inherited status. These principles, demonstrated at scale in the Mongol Empire, became part of how humans think about organizing societies. Returning to Genghis Khan himself, what kind of person emerges from the historical sources despite their biases and limitations? The sources are problematic, written by people with various agendas, often generations after the events, filtered through cultural assumptions and political needs. But some patterns emerge consistently. He was clearly intelligent and capable of learning continuously. He started as a skilled tribal leader and evolved into an imperial administrator, learning from every campaign, incorporating ideas from defeated enemies, and adapting methods based on results rather than rigid adherence to tradition. He recognized talent in others and promoted it regardless of background, suggesting both confidence in his own position and pragmatic understanding that capable subordinates make organizations function better. He was ruthless when he judged ruthlessness necessary but not gratuitously cruel. The distinction matters historically and morally. Cities that surrendered were generally spared major violence. Cities that resisted were punished severely. Enemies who demonstrated loyalty after defeat were incorporated and sometimes promoted. Those who continued resisting were eliminated. This was calculated brutality in service of strategic goals, encouraging future surrenders, eliminating potential rebellions, rather than sadism for its own sake. He valued loyalty intensely, probably reflecting his early experiences of betrayal and abandonment. People who proved their loyalty received rewards, protection, and advancement. People who betrayed his trust faced severe consequences. The Yasa codified this. Loyalty to the Khan and the empire was the highest obligation, superseding clan ties or personal relationships. He showed remarkable flexibility in adopting useful innovations regardless of their source. He learned siege warfare from Chinese engineers, adopted literacy from Uyghur scribes, employed Persian administrators, recruited religious advisors from multiple traditions, and incorporated military tactics from defeated enemies. He wasn't constrained by cultural chauvinism or assumptions that Mongol ways were inherently superior to all others. He demonstrated long-term strategic thinking unusual for his era. The postal system, legal code, administrative structures, and religious tolerance policies, these weren't necessary for immediate conquest, but were essential for long-term governance. He was building sustainable institutions, not just accumulating territory through raids. He maintained personal discipline and expected it from his followers. The Yasa included regulations about military conduct, personal behaviour, and ethical standards. Whether he always lived up to these standards himself is debatable, but he at least acknowledged that rulers should be bound by law, an unusual admission in an age of arbitrary autocracy. You're very old now, approaching the end of your life, having witnessed the transformation of the Mongol people from fragmented tribes to rulers of history's largest contiguous empire. You knew Temujin before he became Genghis Khan. You served him during his rise. You watched him build an empire, and you've seen that empire continue evolving after his death. What did it all mean? The question demands honest reckoning with both achievement and cost. The conquest caused tremendous suffering. Cities destroyed, populations killed or displaced, cultures disrupted, irrigation systems demolished, libraries burned, and centuries of accumulated knowledge lost. The death toll from Mongol conquest probably numbered in the millions. Exact figures are impossible to determine, but the scale of destruction was enormous. This suffering was real and shouldn't be minimized or excused by pointing to later benefits. The terror campaigns were deliberate. Stories of mass executions, wholesale slaughter, and cities reduced to rubble. Many were exaggerated, but many were true. The psychological warfare was calculated to encourage surrender, but it created genuine trauma that persisted for generations. Persian sources describe the Mongol invasions as apocalyptic catastrophes that destroyed an entire civilization. The environmental damage was substantial in some regions. Irrigation systems destroyed in Central Asia and the Middle East took generations to rebuild. Some were never fully restored. Agricultural land that had been productive for centuries was abandoned. The disruption to settled life in many regions set back development for decades. Yet the conquests also created unprecedented connections. The Silk Road reached its historical peak. Knowledge flowed between East and West at volumes not seen again until the modern era. Technologies and ideas that might have remained localized spread rapidly. Chinese inventions reached Europe, Islamic science reached China, and commercial practices developed in one region influenced practices everywhere. The empire demonstrated that diverse peoples could coexist under common governance. Religious tolerance, legal consistency, and meritocratic advancement, these principles, however imperfectly implemented, showed possibilities for organizing multi-ethnic, multi-religious societies. The model wasn't perfect, but it worked better than many alternatives. The administrative innovations created templates for later empires, postal systems enabling rapid communication, professional bureaucracies managing complex territories, systematic taxation supporting state functions, and census data informing policy. These Mongol innovations influenced governance for centuries. The economic integration created prosperity and opportunity. Protected trade routes enabled commerce on an unprecedented scale. Standardized laws and currencies reduced transaction costs. Security from banditry and arbitrary tolls encouraged long-distance trade. Merchants and craftsmen found markets for their goods across Eurasia. Genghis Khan himself transformed from an abandoned child digging roots for survival into a ruler who united the Mongol tribes, conquered much of Eurasia, and established systems that outlasted him by centuries. His personal journey from poverty to power demonstrated possibilities that inspired others across cultures and generations. His emphasis on merit over birth created opportunities for talented individuals regardless of their origins. A skilled warrior from a minor clan could become a general. A capable administrator from a conquered people could reach high office. An intelligent advisor, regardless of religion, could influence policy. The principle that talent deserves recognition became embedded in the empire's functioning. His religious tolerance, pragmatic rather than philosophical, enabled governance of diverse populations without constant sectarian warfare. Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Taoists, shamanists and others coexisted and cooperated under common civil law. The model demonstrated that religious diversity needn't mean perpetual conflict. His systematic approach to organization showed that structure and administration matter as much as military force. The decimal military system, postal network, legal code, and administrative procedures, these enabled governance at an unprecedented scale and influenced how later empires organized themselves. The legacy is genuinely mixed. Enormous destruction alongside significant achievement. Brutal conquest alongside innovative governance. Mass death alongside economic prosperity. Religious tolerance alongside cultural disruption. The historical judgment must acknowledge both the costs and the benefits, the suffering and the achievements, and the brutality and the brilliance. Genghis Khan's name evokes different responses across cultures. In Mongolia, he's the founder of the nation, the greatest leader in history, and a source of immense pride. In China, the evaluation is complex. respect for his achievements mixed with bitter memories of conquest. In the Middle East and Central Asia, he's often remembered primarily as a destroyer, the catastrophe that devastated Islamic civilization. In Russia, he's the founder of centuries of Mongol domination. In Europe, he barely registers despite coming close to conquering it. But assessed by impact rather than by any single cultural perspective, Genghis Khan ranks among history's most consequential individuals. He unified the Mongol tribes through a combination of military skill and organizational genius. He created an empire larger than any before or since in contiguous territory. He established systems of governance that functioned across unprecedented distances and diverse populations. He facilitated economic and cultural exchange that connected Eurasia in ways not seen again for centuries. He demonstrated that merit could matter more than birth, that religious diversity could be managed through tolerance, that legal systems could apply consistently regardless of status, and that communication and administration enabled governance at a vast scale. These demonstrations influenced how later societies organized themselves, providing both positive examples to emulate and cautionary tales about the costs of conquest. You drift off to sleep for perhaps the final time, thinking about that boy born with blood in his fist, who survived abandonment to unite the steppe, who learned from every enemy he defeated, who built systems that outlasted him, whose name became synonymous with both destruction and organization, and whose legacy includes tremendous suffering and remarkable achievement. The steppe winds still blow across the grasslands where he was born, where he learned to survive, and where he built his empire. Those winds carry stories about the man who was Temujin and became Genghis Khan, the man who changed the world through conquest and organization, through brutality and systematic governance, and through destroying the old order and building something new. His life was a fully human life, limited, flawed, shaped by circumstances and choices, containing both cruelty and vision, both violence and innovation. His legacy is a human legacy, contested, interpreted differently across cultures, containing darkness and achievement inseparably mixed. But it was undeniably significant. The boy with blood in his fist grew into a man who shaped the course of history in ways that echo to our present day. The grass grows, the horses graze, and somewhere in an unmarked grave in the sacred mountains, the greatest Khan sleeps. His empire dissolved, but his influence persistent. His name remembered differently across cultures, but universally recognized as someone who mattered, who changed the world, who demonstrated human capability for both extraordinary destruction and extraordinary organizational achievement. Sweet dreams. Picture yourself standing in a field somewhere in northern France around the year 950. If you'd been there a century earlier, you'd be shivering in your woolen cloak, watching anxiously as late spring frosts threatened the barley you'd carefully planted. The growing season would have been short and unpredictable, a constant gamble against cold and damp that made every harvest feel like a minor miracle. But now something has shifted. You probably wouldn't notice it in any single year. Climate doesn't announce itself with fanfare or send advance notice. Instead, you'd gradually realise that your grandfather's stories about brutal winters and failed crops don't quite match your own experience anymore. The frost comes later each autumn. The spring thaw arrives a week or two earlier. Those precious growing days between the last frost and the first one stretch just a bit longer. This is how the medieval warm period arrived, not with drama, but with the quiet insistence of warmer ocean currents and shifting atmospheric patterns that nobody in medieval Europe could explain or even properly measure. They had no thermometers, no weather satellites, and no climate scientists publishing papers about Atlantic oscillation patterns. What they had were fields that suddenly seemed more generous, vineyards creeping northward into territories where grapes had never ripened before, and a gradual sense that nature had shifted into a more forgiving mood. The change began roughly around 900 CE and would last until about 1300, give or take a few decades depending on which part of Europe you called home. Scientists now estimate that average temperatures during this period were perhaps 1 to 2 degrees Celsius warmer than the centuries before and after. 1 or 2 degrees doesn't sound like much when you're adjusting your thermostat, but in agricultural terms, in an era when survival depended directly on what you could coax from the soil, those degrees might as well have been a gift from heaven. Imagine the old farmers of that era, men and women who had spent their lives working land that yielded just barely enough to survive. They must have noticed the patterns shifting. The wheat grew taller, the oats filled out more completely. Vegetables that had always been temperamental suddenly became reliable. And most remarkably, in regions where farming had always been marginal at best, communities found themselves with actual surpluses for the first time in living memory. The warming wasn't uniform, of course. Northern Europe felt the effects most strongly. Places like England, Scandinavia, and the northern reaches of the Holy Roman Empire suddenly found their climates becoming surprisingly hospitable. The Norse, those seafaring people we usually associate with cold and ice, discovered they could grow barley in Greenland. Think about that for a moment. Greenland, that massive island of ice and rock, once had farms producing grain. The name Greenland wasn't just Viking marketing. For a few centuries, parts of it actually were green. Meanwhile, the Mediterranean regions experienced their own transformations. Italy and southern France already had favourable climates, but the warmer period brought longer growing seasons and more predictable weather patterns. The olive groves flourished, wine production expanded. The entire rhythm of agricultural life adjusted to this new, more generous tempo, but perhaps the most significant changes occurred in places that had previously been on the edge of viability. The Scottish Highlands, those misty mountains where farming had always been a hard-scrabble affair, suddenly supported more extensive agriculture. Villages appeared in alpine valleys that had been too cold for permanent settlement. The tree line crept higher up mountainsides, and forests reclaimed areas that had been tundra just generations before. You have to understand, medieval people didn't think of weather as something variable and cyclical the way we do. They believed climate was essentially fixed, part of God's unchanging creation. When weather varied, they attributed it to divine will or moral causes. A harsh winter meant God was angry. A good harvest meant their prayers had been answered. The idea that global temperature patterns could shift over centuries without any supernatural cause would have been almost incomprehensible to them. So when the weather improved, medieval Europeans didn't see climate change. They saw a blessing. They interpreted the warmer temperatures and better harvests as evidence that God was pleased with Christian civilization. This wasn't just wishful thinking, it was the only framework they had for understanding why their world was becoming more abundant. The timing of this climatic shift coincided with other changes in European society. The chaos of the early medieval period, those centuries after Rome's fall when various kingdoms rose and fell, when Viking raids disrupted coastal communities, when central authority was more aspiration than reality, was gradually giving way to more stable political structures. The warming climate didn't cause this stabilisation, but it certainly helped. It's much easier to build a civilization when you're not constantly worried about starving. As you lie there tonight, consider how differently medieval people experience seasons compared to us. You probably interact with weather primarily as an inconvenience, traffic delays, cancelled plans, and wardrobe decisions. For medieval Europeans, weather was existential. A bad growing season didn't mean buying more groceries. It meant hunger, possibly starvation. A mild winter didn't mean lower heating bills. It meant livestock survived, fuel wood lasted longer, and people made it through to spring. When temperatures rose by those 1 or 2 degrees, when growing seasons extended by a week or two, the effects rippled through every aspect of life. More food meant better nutrition, which meant healthier people, which meant more workers, which meant more land could be cultivated, which meant even more food. It was a virtuous cycle, the kind of positive feedback loop that drives historical change in ways that are only obvious in hindsight. The forests of Europe, which had been slowly recovering since the Roman period, now faced a new pressure. Warmer weather meant more people, and more people needed more farmland. The great medieval deforestation began in earnest during this period, as communities cleared woodland to create fields, pastures and settlements. The primeval forests that had once covered most of Europe began their long retreat into the pockets of wilderness that survive today. Settle deeper into your blankets now and imagine you're walking through a medieval village during harvest time in the year 1150. The smell of cut grain fills the air, that dusty, slightly sweet scent that only comes when wheat or barley is being gathered. You hear the rhythmic sound of scythes through stalks, the voices of workers calling to each other across the fields, and somewhere nearby, someone is singing a work song whose melody has been passed down through so many generations that nobody remembers who first composed it. What you're witnessing is an agricultural revolution that happened without anyone planning it. Without any government program or conscious innovation, the medieval warm period created conditions that allowed medieval Europeans to finally move beyond subsistence farming into something that resembled actual productivity. The key crop in this transformation was wheat. Before the warming period, much of northern Europe relied on hardier but less nutritious grains like rye and oats, which could survive in poor conditions but didn't provide the same caloric value as wheat. Wheat is fussier. It needs more warmth, better soil and more careful timing. But when conditions are right, wheat yields more food per acre than almost any other grain crop available to medieval farmers. As temperatures rose, the wheat line moved north. Fields in England that had grown rye for generations were replanted with wheat. French estates that had struggled with mixed grain crops found they could specialise in wheat production. The difference wasn't just agricultural, it was nutritional and economic. Wheat makes better bread, stores longer, and commands higher prices at market. Communities that successfully transitioned to wheat farming found themselves with both better diets and more valuable crops to trade. But the real revolution came from the combination of warmer weather with several farming innovations that happened to emerge around the same time. The heavy plough, which could turn the dense soils of northern Europe far better than the light Roman scratch ploughs, became widespread during this period. The three-field system of crop rotation, where you plant one field with winter crops, one with spring crops, and let the third lie fallow, allowed farmers to keep more land productive each year. These innovations weren't new inventions during the medieval warm period, but they became practical and widespread because the climate now supported them. A heavy plough is only useful if your soil is productive enough to justify the investment. Three-field rotation only makes sense if your growing season is long enough for both winter and spring crops to mature reliably. The warming temperatures turned agricultural theory into practical reality. You'd see other changes too, subtle ones that transformed daily life in ways that medieval people probably didn't fully appreciate. Kitchen gardens became more productive, providing vegetables that added variety and nutrition to diets that had been monotonously grain-based. Fruit trees that had been temperamental now produced reliable crops. Herbs for medicine and flavouring thrived in the extended growing seasons. Beekeeping expanded dramatically during this period, and if you've ever tasted real honey, you'll understand why this mattered. In an era before sugar was available to anyone but the wealthy, honey was the only sweetener most people would ever taste. More temperate weather meant longer flowering seasons, which meant bees could produce more honey. Monasteries in particular became centres of beekeeping, and the demand for beeswax candles ensured that honey production was both spiritually and economically valuable. The warming period also made livestock farming more feasible in northern regions. Cattle, sheep and pigs could be supported in larger numbers because winter fodder lasted longer, and animals didn't need to burn as many calories just staying warm. This meant more meat, milk, cheese and wool, all the products that made medieval life slightly more comfortable and substantially more prosperous. Dairy production particularly benefited from the climatic changes. Medieval people didn't drink much fresh milk. It spoiled too quickly without refrigeration, but they were masters of dairy preservation. Cheese, butter and fermented milk products provided crucial protein and fat during winter months when fresh food was scarce. Better weather meant healthier livestock, which meant more milk, which meant communities could produce larger stores of preserved dairy products. The expansion of sheep farming in England during this period laid the groundwork for the medieval wool trade that would eventually make England wealthy. Sheep are remarkably hardy animals, but they do best in moderate climates where they can graze year-round without exhausting themselves fighting cold. The medieval warm period created ideal conditions for large-scale sheep farming across northern England, Scotland and the Low Countries. If you could have spoken with a medieval farmer about these changes, and if they had the conceptual framework to understand your question, they probably wouldn't have described it as an agricultural revolution. They would have talked about how their lord had allowed them to clear more forest for planting, or how their village had pooled resources to buy a better plough, or how the harvest had been good for several years running. The systematic nature of the changes would have been invisible to them, obscured by the daily work of survival and the limited scope of their individual experience. But step back, take the longer view that historical distance provides, and you see something remarkable. European agricultural production probably increased by 50 to 75% between 900 and 1300. The same land, worked by similar methods, suddenly yielded dramatically more food. Some of this came from innovation, some from expansion onto marginal lands, but much of it came from those 1 or 2 degrees of warming that made everything just slightly easier. This abundance created possibilities that hadn't existed before. For the first time since the Roman Empire, significant numbers of people could be supported without directly working the land. You needed farmers to produce surplus food, but once you had that surplus you could support craftspeople, merchants, builders, scholars, and all the other specialists that complex societies require. The grain mills that dotted every medieval stream and river worked overtime during this period, processing the increased harvests into flour. The technology of water mills was ancient. Romans had used them extensively, but the medieval warm period gave medieval Europeans enough grain to make mills economically viable throughout the countryside. The steady splash and grind of mill wheels became the background music of medieval rural life. Vineyards expanded northward in one of the period's most visible changes. Wine production, which had retreated southward after the Roman period, now crept back into central France, the Rhineland, and even southern England. Medieval people discovering they could grow wine grapes in Yorkshire must have felt like residents of Alaska suddenly finding they could grow oranges. It was unprecedented, remarkable, and highly profitable. The expansion of viticulture wasn't just about alcohol, though medieval people certainly appreciated their wine. Vineyards represented long-term agricultural investment. You don't plant grapevines if you expect the climate to turn harsh in a few years. Vines take time to mature and require consistent conditions. The fact that communities were willing to invest in vineyards across northern Europe suggests a widespread, if unconscious, belief that the good weather was going to last. As you nestle deeper into your comfortable spot, let's visit a medieval village at the height of the medieval warm period, say around 1200. This isn't the grim, poverty-stricken settlement that popular imagination often conjures. This is a village experiencing something its residents might not have words for but can certainly feel: prosperity. The village sits in a valley, surrounded by fields that stretch farther than they did in your grandfather's time. The forest has been pushed back, replaced by cultivated land divided into the long strips of the open field system. Smoke rises from perhaps 40 cottages, twice as many as existed a century ago. The church, once a simple wooden structure, is being rebuilt in stone, a project that has consumed the village's surplus wealth for the past decade, but will stand as a testament to their success for centuries to come. You notice that people look different than you might expect. They're not the skeletal, malnourished figures of popular medieval stereotypes. Better nutrition over several generations has produced a population that's healthier, taller, and more robust. Children play in the village common, and there are many of them. The improved diet has reduced infant mortality and increased fertility. Population growth during the medieval warm period was substantial, with Europe's population roughly doubling between 1000 and 1300. The cottages themselves show signs of modest but real improvement. Thatched roofs are better maintained because there's labour and materials to spare for repairs. Some houses have actual chimneys instead of simple smoke holes, a technological advancement that might seem trivial until you've spent a winter in a smoke-filled room. Windows remain small, glass is still expensive, but shutters are more carefully fitted, and some households have even acquired oil lamps to supplement their rushlights and tallow candles. Inside these homes, you'd find possessions that suggest a level of comfort unknown in earlier centuries. Iron pots and pans, wooden plates and bowls, ceramic jugs for storing ale or cider, and perhaps even a few pewter items for special occasions. These aren't wealthy people by any means, but they're no longer living at the absolute edge of subsistence. They have small margins of safety, tiny buffers against disaster that make life incrementally more secure. The village market held weekly has expanded from a simple exchange of local goods to a genuine commercial event. Farmers bring surplus produce, vegetables, eggs, cheese, wool, and the products of their land and labour. Travelling merchants offer goods from distant places, salt from coastal evaporation ponds, iron tools from regional forges, cloth from Flemish weavers, and pottery from specialised ceramic workshops. The fact that these markets can sustain regular trade indicates that people have enough surplus to buy things they don't strictly need for survival. Money circulates more freely than it did in earlier centuries. The feudal economy hadn't disappeared. Peasants still owed labour services to their lords, and agricultural production was still organised around manorial estates. But increasingly these obligations could be paid in cash rather than in kind. A peasant might pay a fee instead of working 3 days a week on the lord's land, creating a primitive but functional labour market where people could sell their time for money. This monetisation of the economy might sound dry and technical, but it represented a fundamental shift in how medieval people experienced daily life. Money creates options. With cash, you could hire someone to repair your roof, buy a piglet to raise for winter meat, or save toward a dowry for your daughter. Without money, you were locked into a barter economy where everything you needed had to be produced locally or acquired through complex webs of reciprocal obligation. The Lord's Manor, visible on its hill overlooking the village, has also improved. The old wooden palisade has been replaced with stone walls. The great hall has been expanded, and rumour says the Lord's wife has ordered glass windows for the solar, the private family quarters where the nobility retreated from the public life of the hall. These improvements aren't just displays of wealth. They're investments made possible by increasing agricultural revenues from lands that now produce reliable surpluses. But perhaps the most significant change is harder to see directly. The slow shift in legal status and social relationships that surplus wealth enables. When everyone is barely surviving, social structures remain rigid because there's no room for negotiation or innovation. When there's a surplus, things become fluid. Some peasants are accumulating enough wealth to buy their freedom from feudal obligations. Others are specialising in particular crafts, becoming the village's acknowledged expert in carpentry or smithing or leatherwork. A few particularly successful peasant families are even beginning to differentiate themselves from their neighbours, acquiring more land, better tools, and the kind of resources that mark the beginning of a rural middle class. The son of one such family has been sent to the monastery to learn reading and writing, an investment in education that would have been unthinkable when every pair of hands was needed for basic survival. The village priest, often the only literate person in the community, has become more than just a spiritual authority. He's an administrator, a record keeper, and sometimes a teacher for promising children whose families can spare them from farm work. The church building itself serves multiple functions: a place of worship on Sundays, a meeting hall for village assemblies, and a secure storage space for important documents and valuable items. Market towns began sprouting across Europe during this period, growing up at crossroads, river crossings, and other strategic locations where trade naturally concentrated. These towns occupied a space between the rural villages and the established cities, serving as commercial hubs where local agricultural surplus could be converted into goods, services, and opportunities. In these market towns, you'd find the beginnings of specialised medieval crafts. Blacksmiths who once made everything from horseshoes to cooking pots now focused on specific products, achieving levels of skill and efficiency that generalists never could. Weavers formed guilds to control quality and training. Tanners, despite the noxious smell of their work, became essential suppliers to the leather goods trade. Bakers ran ovens large enough to serve dozens of families, operating on scales that made economic sense only when populations were large and prosperous enough to support them. The prosperity wasn't evenly distributed, of course. Life in a medieval village, even during the best of times, was still life without modern medicine, sanitation, or personal liberty as we understand it. People worked long hours at physically demanding labour. Disease remained ever present. Women died in childbirth with frightening regularity. Children grew up expecting to follow their parents' occupation, with little opportunity for social mobility beyond what the church might offer to particularly bright or devout individuals. Yet compared to the centuries before and after, the medieval warm period offered something that medieval Europeans had rarely experienced, a sense that life was getting better rather than worse, that the next generation might have it easier than the current one, and that the world was expanding rather than contracting. This optimism, born of full granaries and healthy livestock, created a psychological climate as important as the physical warming that made it possible. Let's drift now from the villages of continental Europe to something more adventurous. Though don't worry, we'll keep things suitably peaceful and contemplative. Picture the coast of Norway around the year 1000, where the warming climate was creating opportunities that would have been unthinkable just a century earlier. The Norse, those seafaring people we often call Vikings, had always been masterful sailors, but the medieval warm period gave them something they'd never had before: ice-free seas for longer parts of the year. The Arctic ice that normally choked the northern Atlantic retreated just enough to open routes that had been impassable, creating maritime highways to territories that had been legends or rumours. Eric the Red's colonisation of Greenland around 985 represents one of the most remarkable episodes of the medieval warm period. Greenland, that massive island that's mostly ice even today, had coastal areas that became remarkably habitable during the warming centuries. Eric and his followers, families seeking new opportunities, second sons with no inheritance, people fleeing feuds or seeking fresh starts, established settlements that would endure for nearly 500 years. Imagine sailing from Iceland toward Greenland in an open boat, your worldly possessions packed around you, livestock lowing nervously in the hull, and children huddled against the spray. You'd navigate by sun and stars, by the flight patterns of birds, and by the colour and temperature of the water. After days at sea, you'd finally spot the high mountains of Greenland rising from the ocean, their peaks white with permanent snow, but their lower slopes surprisingly green. The Norse Greenlanders settled primarily on the southwestern coast, where fjords cut deep into the island and provided shelter from the North Atlantic's ferocious storms. They built turf houses, thick-walled structures of stone and sod that could withstand Arctic winds while conserving precious warmth. These weren't temporary camps but permanent homesteads, complete with barns for livestock, storage rooms for hay and supplies, and all the infrastructure of agricultural settlement. And they farmed. This detail always surprises people who imagine Greenland as an eternally frozen wasteland. During the medieval warm period, Norse settlers grew barley for bread and beer. They raised cattle, sheep, and goats that grazed on surprisingly lush summer pastures. They hunted seals and caribou for meat and skins. They cut hay in summer and stored it for winter fodder. They even exported walrus, ivory, and polar bear hides back to Europe, luxury goods that commanded premium prices in continental markets. Life in Norse Greenland was never easy, even during the best climatic conditions. Winters remained harsh, growing seasons stayed short, and the settlers lived at the absolute edge of where medieval agriculture could function. But for several centuries it worked. Archaeological evidence shows that the Greenlanders maintained trade contacts with Europe, imported timber for construction, acquired iron tools and weapons, and participated in the broader medieval economy despite their extreme isolation. From Greenland, Norse explorers pushed even farther west, reaching what they called Vinland, the northeast coast of North America. Leif Erikson's voyage around the year 1000 brought Europeans to the Americas 5 centuries before Columbus, though his settlement didn't last. The temporary camp at Lonso Meadows in Newfoundland stands today as evidence of this remarkable voyage, proof that medieval Europeans briefly touched American soil before retreating back to Greenland and Iceland. The warming climate also opened up new possibilities in the North Atlantic itself. Iceland, which had been settled by Norse colonists in the 870s, flourished during the medieval warm period. The island's livestock populations expanded, its fishing grounds became more productive, and its position as a way station between Scandinavia and Greenland made it a crucial link in northern trade networks. But the Norse Atlantic adventure wasn't just about exploring westward into new territories. It was also about the quotidian reality of living in these remote settlements, maintaining connections across vast stretches of ocean, and building communities in environments that tested human resilience in ways that more temperate regions never did. Consider the logistics of the Greenland colony. Almost everything made of wood, timber for buildings and boats, barrel stays for storage, firewood for warmth, had to be imported from Iceland or Norway. Greenland had virtually no trees, so every plank represented a successful trading voyage across dangerous seas. Iron was equally precious, and skilled craftspeople who could work metal were valued community members. Church bells, glass windows, communion wine, and countless other items required regular trade contact with distant Europe. The Greenlandic Norse maintained their European identity despite their isolation. They built churches modelled on Scandinavian designs, buried their dead in Christian graveyards, and maintained bishops who reported to ecclesiastical authorities in Norway. This connection to broader Christendom mattered deeply to them. They didn't want to be forgotten outposts, but recognised members of the European civilization, however remote their location. The warming period also affected Norse activities in more traditional waters. The waters around the Faroe Islands became more productive. Norwegian fishermen could venture farther north along the coast, accessing cod grounds that had been too dangerous or icebound in earlier centuries. Trade routes across the Baltic expanded as ice-free periods lengthened, connecting Scandinavia with the emerging cities of northern Germany and Poland. In a delightfully mundane way, the medieval warm period made sea travel less immediately terrifying. Medieval ships were remarkably seaworthy. The Norse Nar, the primary cargo vessel of the North Atlantic, could survive conditions that would sink more modern ships. But they were also open to the elements, uncomfortable and dangerous in ways that modern travellers can barely imagine. Warmer waters meant marginally less hypothermia risk for sailors, who inevitably got soaked by spray. Longer ice-free seasons meant extended trading windows. Reduced storm frequency, a debated effect of the warming, but suggested by some climate reconstructions, meant fewer shipwrecks and lost crews. The climatic optimism that allowed the Norse to attempt Greenland colonisation also influenced exploration closer to home. The development of permanent fishing stations in Iceland, the expansion of seal hunting operations, and the growth of Arctic trade in furs and walrus ivory all reflected confidence that the favourable conditions would continue. Let's turn now from the adventures of seafaring Norse to something equally ambitious but more stationary. The extraordinary cathedral building boom that swept across Europe during the medieval warm period. Get comfortable. We're going to spend time thinking about stone, faith, and what it means when a society has enough surplus wealth to invest in structures that take generations to complete. Around the year 1000, something remarkable began happening across Europe. Communities that had been making do with modest wooden churches decided to rebuild in stone. But they didn't just replace one building with another of similar size. They built upward and outward, creating structures of unprecedented height and ambition. The Romanesque and then Gothic cathedrals that rose during the medieval warm period represented engineering achievements that rivaled anything since the Roman Empire. The cathedral at Santiago de Compostela in Spain, begun in 1075. Canterbury Cathedral in England, rebuilt after a fire in 1174. Chartres Cathedral in France, with its magnificent stained glass, was largely constructed between 1194 and 1220. Notre Dame de Paris started in 1163. Cologne Cathedral begun in 1248. These buildings and hundreds like them represented not just religious fervour, but economic capacity. You don't build cathedrals when you're worried about starving. Imagine the construction site of a major Gothic cathedral in, say, 1200. The scaffolding rises impossibly high, wooden structures that sway alarmingly in the wind but somehow support teams of masons working at heights that would make modern safety inspectors faint. Stonecutters shape blocks with hammer and chisel, producing edges so precise that mortar becomes almost unnecessary. Carpenters construct the complex wooden centering that will support stone arches until the mortar sets. Glassmakers craft coloured windows that transform sunlight into divine revelation. The organisation required for these projects was staggering. Quarries had to be opened or expanded to provide suitable stone. Transportation networks were needed to move massive blocks from quarry to construction site, sometimes across dozens of miles. Skilled craftsmen, masons, carpenters, glaziers, metalworkers had to be recruited, housed, and paid. Raw materials from across Europe had to be acquired: lead for roofing, iron for reinforcement, gold leaf for decoration, and precious pigments for painting. All of this required surplus wealth on a scale that hadn't existed in Europe since the Roman period. The agricultural abundance made possible by the medieval warm period created the economic conditions for cathedral construction. But the decision to actually build these massive structures reflected something else: confidence in the future. Think about what it means to start a building project that you know won't be finished in your lifetime. When a community broke ground on a cathedral, they understood that their grandchildren might see it completed, or their great-grandchildren, or possibly never. They were investing resources that could have been spent on immediate needs, better housing, more food, stronger defences, in favour of a permanent monument that would serve generations not yet born. This long-term thinking was itself a luxury made possible by climatic stability. When harvests are unreliable and survival uncertain, you focus on immediate needs. When conditions are favourable and predictable, you can afford to think in terms of centuries rather than seasons. The Gothic architectural revolution that occurred during this period, pointed arches, flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and all the technical innovations that allowed buildings to soar higher and admit more light, wasn't just artistic development. These innovations solved practical problems of building tall stone structures that didn't collapse under their own weight. Medieval masons were rediscovering structural engineering principles that Romans had known and that had been largely forgotten during the early medieval period. But if you asked a medieval master mason why his cathedral needed to be so tall, he wouldn't talk about engineering principles. He'd talk about reaching toward heaven, about creating a physical manifestation of divine glory, and about light streaming through stained glass as a metaphor for divine grace illuminating the human soul. The Gothic cathedral was theology rendered in stone and glass, a three-dimensional argument about the nature of God and humanity's relationship to the divine. The stained glass windows deserve their own moment of contemplation. Imagine standing inside Chartres Cathedral as afternoon sun streams through the famous blue windows, transforming ordinary daylight into something that seems to come from another world. Medieval people believed these windows served an educational purpose. They told biblical stories to an illiterate population, but they also created an atmosphere that felt genuinely transcendent. The craftsmanship involved in medieval stained glass was remarkable. Glassmakers had to produce coloured glass by adding metallic oxides during the glass-blowing process. Each window required thousands of individual pieces, cut to precise shapes and fitted into lead cames, then assembled into enormous compositions depicting everything, from Bible stories to saints' lives to the trades and professions of the town. The major rose windows, those enormous circular windows at the ends of transepts, contained enough individual glass pieces that cataloguing them all could take weeks. The social organisation of cathedral construction created its own culture. Master builders, the medieval equivalent of architects, moved from project to project, bringing teams of skilled masons with them. These master builders often signed their work. Surviving cathedral designs show remarkably detailed architectural drawings that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of geometry and structural mechanics. The workshops attached to major cathedrals became centres of craft training where skills were passed from master to apprentice. A young man hoping to become a stonemason might spend years learning the trade, starting with simple tasks like mixing mortar and gradually advancing to more complex work. The lodge, the workshop building attached to the construction site, developed its own culture, customs, and even primitive union-like organisations. Cathedral construction also created demand for specialised trades beyond the core building crafts. Sculptors decorated facades with biblical scenes and grotesque figures. Painters created enormous frescoes on interior walls. Metalworkers produced decorative ironwork for doors and windows. Woodcarvers crafted choir stalls, rood screens, and elaborate altarpieces. Each cathedral became a focus point for every artistic trade in medieval Europe. The economic impact of a major cathedral project on its surrounding region was substantial. Construction might employ hundreds of workers directly, while secondary effects, feeding workers, housing them, providing materials, supported hundreds more. Towns with major cathedral projects effectively had a permanent jobs program that could last for generations, providing employment and circulating money through the local economy. Monasteries and abbeys went through similar building booms during this period. The Cistercian order, founded in 1098, established hundreds of abbeys across Europe during the 12th and 13th centuries. These monasteries weren't just religious centres, but agricultural innovators who applied systematic thinking to farming, livestock breeding, and land management. Cistercian abbeys often sat in remote valleys where the monks had cleared forest and drained wetlands, creating productive farmland through organised labour and engineering. The architectural style developed by the Cistercians, austere, elegant, emphasising proportion and light rather than decoration, created some of the period's most beautiful buildings. Fountains Abbey in Yorkshire, Fontenay Abbey in France, and Poblet Abbey in Spain. These structures combine spiritual purpose with practical design in ways that still impress visitors today. As you drift towards sleep, consider the ambition it took to build these structures. Medieval people lacked power tools, steel reinforcement, modern cranes, or computer-aided design. What they had was time, skill, faith, and the economic surplus created by a climate that had decided for a few centuries to be unusually cooperative. Let's spend some time now in the medieval countryside during what we might call its golden age. Those decades in the middle of the medieval warm period when the benefits were clearest and the eventual ending still felt impossibly distant. Find that perfect spot in your blankets and imagine you're experiencing a full year in rural medieval Europe, watching the seasons turn in a world where nature seemed more generous than usual. Spring arrives in early March, earlier than your grandparents remembered. The last snow melts quickly, leaving fields muddy but ready for ploughing. You'd see teams of oxen or horses pulling ploughs through heavy soil, opening furrows that will receive this year's crop. The plough team is the most valuable asset a village owns, 8 oxen working together, guided by an experienced ploughman who can keep his furrows straight by eyeballing landmarks in the distance. The ploughing takes weeks, and everyone has opinions about how it's going. Some fields are being opened for the first time, form a forest that was cleared during the winter, and now needs to be brought into cultivation. Other fields are returning to service after a year lying fallow, and you can see how the soil is recovered, thick with earthworms and surprisingly friable, despite its clay content. Once ploughing finishes, planting begins. Spring wheat or barley goes into the ground, each seed pressed into the soil by hand or broadcast across the field, in that ancient motion that farmers have used since agriculture was invented. Children follow the sowers, using sticks to cover seeds with soil, simultaneously protecting them from birds and giving them better contact with the earth. It's tedious work and your back would ache from the constant bending, but there's satisfaction in seeing the neat rows taking shape across the field. Between planting and harvest, there's constant work. Weeding, monitoring for pests, repairing fences to keep livestock from trampling the crops, and maintaining drainage ditches to prevent waterlogging. Medieval farming was labour-intensive in ways that modern agriculture hasn't been for centuries. But there are also moments of relative leisure, times when the crop simply needs to grow and there's nothing to do but wait and hope. Summer brings the hay harvest, one of the year's crucial tasks. Hay provides winter fodder for livestock, and the amount you can store determines how many animals will survive until spring. You'd see entire villages in the meadows, cutting grass with scythes in synchronised rows, turning the cut hay to dry, then gathering it into haystacks that tower over the workers like rustic monuments to agricultural effort. The rhythm of scything is almost hypnotic. The long sweep of the blade through grass, the step forward, the next sweep. Experienced mowers can work for hours with barely a pause, their movements so practiced they seem effortless. Behind them come the women and children, raking the cut grass into windrows, then turning it regularly so all sides dry evenly. If rain threatens before the hay is completely dry, there's a frantic scramble to get it under cover, because wet hay can mould or even spontaneously combust in the stack. The extended growing seasons of the medieval warm period meant hay harvests were more abundant than in previous centuries. Meadows that once yielded one cutting per summer now produced two, sometimes even a third late-season harvest. This surplus hay meant villages could support larger herds, which meant more milk, more meat, and more oxen for ploughing. It was another of those virtuous cycles where better conditions created opportunities that reinforced the benefits. High summer settles over the countryside like a warm blanket. The grain crops are growing tall now, transforming fields into seas of green that ripple in the breeze. Barley and oats head out first, their bearded tops catching the sunlight. Wheat follows later, its seed heads heavy with developing grain. Walking past these fields, you'd hear the constant whisper of wind through stalks, punctuated by bird song and the distant sounds of village life. This is the season of relative plenty, when gardens are producing vegetables and everyone's diet improves. Fresh peas and beans appear on tables. Onions and garlic are pulled as needed. Herbs grow thick in every dooryard garden. Sage and thyme and rosemary, used for both cooking and basic medicine. The village might have a few beehives humming with activity as bees work the wildflowers in the meadows. Livestock are out on pasture, supervised by shepherds or cowherds who spend long days in the fields with their charges. It's lonely work, but not unpleasant during good weather. You might see a young shepherd sitting on a hillside with his sheep scattered across the slope, practicing his carving on a piece of wood or simply watching clouds drift across remarkably blue skies. August brings the grain harvest, the year's defining event. This is when everything comes down to weather and timing. Harvest too early and the grain hasn't fully ripened. Harvest too late and a storm might flatten the crop, or rain might ruin it in the field. Medieval farmers had to judge the perfect moment by experience and instinct, reading signs in the wheat heads and watching the sky with the intensity of meteorologists who knew their lives depended on getting the forecast right. When the harvest begins, it consumes the entire community. Everyone who can work does. Men cutting the grain with sickles or scythes, women binding the cut stalks into sheaves, and children gathering the sheaves into shocks to dry. The work continues from dawn to dusk, and sometimes beyond when moonlight allows. There's a desperate urgency to get the crops safely gathered before weather or accident can destroy months of agricultural labour. The sound of harvest is distinctive, the swish of blades through stalks, the rustle of grain being bound, and the rhythmic thump as sheaves are set upright into shocks. People call to each other across the field, coordinating work, warning about obstacles and maintaining the social cohesion that makes group labour possible. Songs help pace the work, and someone usually knows dozens of verses about harvesting, some ancient and some improvised for the occasion. Once the grain is cut and shocked, it needs to be transported to the village and stored in barns until threshing can begin. This is where you'd see the harvest carts, sturdy wooden vehicles pulled by oxen, loaded so heavily with sheaves that they seem impossible to move. The trip from field to barn is slow and careful. because losing a cartload of grain to an overturned wagon would be a minor disaster. Threshing begins after harvest finishes, and it continues through autumn and into winter whenever weather permits. The sheaves are spread on a prepared threshing floor, usually just beaten earth in a barn or courtyard, and beaten with flails to separate grain from chaff. It's exhausting, repetitive work that produces clouds of dust and leaves everyone coughing. The rhythmic sound of flails striking grain provides the soundtrack for autumn in every medieval village. After threshing comes winnowing, where workers toss the threshed grain into the air so wind can carry away the lighter chaff, while heavier grain kernels fall back down. It requires a certain knack to get the tossing motion right, and it only works when there's enough breeze but not so much that you lose grain. Watching skilled winnowers at work has its own aesthetic. The graceful arc of grain through the air, the shower of chaff drifting downwind, and the steady accumulation of clean grain in baskets. Autumn is also time for the pig slaughter, one of the year's major events. Pigs, which have spent the summer growing fat on food scraps and forest mast, are killed and butchered in a process that transforms them into the preserved meat that will sustain families through winter. Everything from a pig is used. The meat is salted or smoked. The fat is rendered into lard. The blood is made into sausages. The intestines become sausage casings, and even the head is boiled for brawn. The work of butchering and preserving is skilled and communal. Families help each other, knowing their turn will come and they'll receive the same assistance. The smell of smoking meat hangs over villages in autumn, a scent that means security. You have food stored for the lean months ahead. Late autumn brings different tasks. Root vegetables are harvested and stored in cool cellars. Apples are picked and pressed for cider, or stored in straw-lined boxes, where they might last until spring. The last grazing is finished, and livestock are brought into barns or closer pastures, where they can be monitored during winter. Firewood cut during the summer needs to be split and stacked close to houses, where it will stay relatively dry. Winter in the medieval warm period was milder than in centuries before or after, but it was still winter. You'd see less outdoor work and more indoor tasks: weaving, tool maintenance, food preparation, and craft work. This is when the social life of villages turned inward, when people gathered in the relative warmth of halls or large houses, and when storytelling and music passed the dark evenings. The Christmas season brought its own traditions: the Yule log, carefully selected and brought to the hearth with ceremony. Special foods were saved for this celebration, perhaps a goose or even beef if the harvest had been good. Evergreen decorations to remind people that life persists even in the darkest season. Mystery plays performed by village amateurs, retelling biblical stories with enthusiasm that compensated for any lack of professional polish. Throughout all these seasons, you'd notice the background presence of the church marking sacred time alongside agricultural time. Saints' days provided regular interruptions to work, creating a rhythm of feast and fasting that structured the year religiously and socially. The liturgical calendar told medieval people where they stood in salvation history, even as the agricultural calendar told them where they stood in the annual cycle of planting and harvest. The medieval warm period didn't eliminate the hardships of rural life. People still worked incredibly hard, still faced dangers from disease and accident, and still lived within narrow social and economic constraints. But it softened some of the harshness. Harvests were more reliable, winters were less brutal, and the margin between sufficiency and starvation widened just enough to make life feel less desperate. In the evenings, when work finally finished, you might see people sitting outside their cottages during the long summer twilights, simply enjoying the warmth and the relative prosperity. Children play games that have been passed down through generations. Adults repair tools or spin thread, the kind of light work that can be done while socializing. Someone might have a simple instrument, a pipe or a small drum, and provide music for impromptu dancing. These moments of leisure, these spaces where life was about more than mere survival, were the real gift of the medieval warm period. The climate didn't just provide food, it provided time, energy, and psychological space for medieval Europeans to build something beyond subsistence. The cathedrals and market towns and manuscripts all flowed from this fundamental surplus of resources and confidence. As you settle even deeper into comfort, preparing for the final stage of sleep, let's contemplate something more melancholic. How the medieval warm period ended, and what its fading can teach us about climate, resilience, and the fragility of even seemingly stable conditions. The end of the medieval warm period wasn't dramatic or sudden. There was no catastrophic event, no volcanic eruption or meteor impact that clearly marked a transition. Instead, around 1300, temperatures began to gradually decline. Growing seasons shortened year by year so incrementally that no single year felt definitively different from the one before. Imagine being a farmer in the year 1310, noticing that the last frost came a bit earlier this autumn than usual. Then the next year, spring seemed to arrive late. Then a summer that was unusually cool and wet, with rain at harvest time that ruined part of the crop. Individually, these were just weather variations of the sort that every agricultural society experiences. But they were accumulating into a pattern that would eventually be recognised as the onset of what historians call the Little Ice Age. The Norse colonies in Greenland felt the changes most acutely. Those settlements that had thrived for 3 centuries found their growing seasons becoming shorter, their pastures less productive, and their hunting territories shrinking as ice returned. The last definite record of the Greenland settlements dates to the early 1400s, after which they simply vanished from history. Whether the inhabitants died, were evacuated, or assimilated with the Inuit people who had moved into the territory remains uncertain. The fate of these Greenland colonies offers a sobering lesson about the relationship between climate and settlement. The Norse Greenlanders had built an entire society based on conditions that turned out to be temporary. Their farms, their churches, and their way of life all depended on a climatic window that gradually closed. When conditions changed, they lacked the flexibility to adapt. They couldn't transform their agricultural settlements into hunting societies like the Inuit, couldn't abandon their livestock-based economy, and couldn't or wouldn't change the fundamental patterns that had worked for generations. Archaeological evidence from the abandoned Greenland settlements is haunting. The last inhabitants had eaten their dogs and cattle, suggesting desperate hunger, but they hadn't adopted Inuit hunting techniques or diet, even as those indigenous people thrived in the same environment. Cultural identity, it seems, can be both a source of resilience and a fatal limitation. Back in Europe, the cooling climate created stresses that contributed to what historians sometimes call the crisis of the late Middle Ages. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1317 struck a population that had grown to levels sustainable only during optimal climate conditions. 3 years of cold, wet weather ruined harvests across northern Europe, and millions died of starvation or diseases that thrive when populations are weakened by malnutrition. The Black Death, arriving in 1347, found a European population already stressed by decades of deteriorating climate and periodic food shortages. Whether climate change directly contributed to the plague's spread remains debated, but there's no question that the warming period's end had weakened medieval Europe's resilience to catastrophe. Yet the story isn't simply one of decline. Medieval Europeans proved remarkably adaptive in many ways. Agricultural practices evolved to suit shorter growing seasons. Communities diversified their crops, relying less on wheat and more on hardier grains. Fishing became more important in coastal regions where farming became marginal. Trade networks adjusted to new realities. The cathedral building boom slowed but didn't entirely stop. Some projects were completed even as conditions deteriorated, a testament to institutional momentum and the importance people placed on these structures. Other cathedrals remained unfinished for centuries, their incomplete towers standing as monuments to interrupted ambition. The end of the medieval warm period reminds us that climate isn't a static backdrop to human history, but an active force that shapes what's possible and what's difficult. Those 1 or 2 degrees of warming that characterised the medieval warm period had allowed European civilization to expand and flourish. The return to cooler temperatures constrained that expansion and forced adaptation. Modern climate science gives us tools that medieval people lacked. We can measure temperature changes precisely, model climate systems, and predict future trends with reasonable accuracy. We know that the medieval warm period was primarily a regional phenomenon. It affected Europe and the North Atlantic strongly, but other parts of the world experienced different patterns. We understand that it was driven by natural variations in solar output and ocean circulation, not by any human activity. But we also know that our current warming is different, faster, more global, and driven by human greenhouse gas emissions rather than natural cycles. The medieval warm period offers both hope and warning. Hope because it shows that societies can thrive during warming periods and adapt to climate changes, and warning because it demonstrates that populations and economies built for one climate regime can face serious disruption when conditions shift. The medieval experience suggests that climate change creates winners and losers, and that the impacts are never evenly distributed. The Norse benefited enormously from warming that opened the North Atlantic, while other regions experienced different effects. When cooling returned, those same Norse settlements that had flourished during warm centuries were among the first casualties. Perhaps the deepest lesson is about the human tendency to assume that current conditions will persist indefinitely. Medieval Europeans who planted vineyards in England or established farms in Greenland weren't being naive. They were responding rationally to conditions that had persisted for generations. But those generations were a blink in climatic terms, a temporary window that felt permanent, only because human lifespans are so brief. As you drift towards sleep, consider how the medieval warm period changed everything for medieval Europeans without them fully understanding what was happening. They experienced the benefits: better harvests, expanding populations, ambitious building projects, without knowing they were living through a climatic anomaly. They built their world around conditions that seemed normal, but were actually unusual. The cathedral at Trondheim in Norway, begun in 1070, still stands today, nearly 1,000 years later. The Norse settlement at Brattahlid in Greenland, founded around 985, is now just archaeological ruins slowly disappearing under advancing ice. Both were products of the same optimistic era, both built by people who believed they were creating permanent institutions. One survived climate change, the other didn't. These outcomes weren't inevitable. They resulted from countless individual choices, institutional structures, geographical advantages, and sheer luck. The medieval warm period didn't determine medieval history, but it shaped the space within which that history unfolded, creating opportunities and imposing constraints that influenced everything from agriculture to architecture to exploration. As sleep draws closer and your breathing settles into its nocturnal rhythm, let's take one last quiet moment to reflect on what those warm centuries mean for us, viewing them from the comfortable distance of 700 years. The medieval warm period stands as a reminder that Earth's climate is never truly stable, that the normal conditions we experience are actually temporary states within longer patterns of variation. Medieval Europeans couldn't have known this. They lacked the scientific tools and historical perspective to see their time in context. We have no such excuse. We can look back across centuries and see how profoundly climate shapes human possibilities. Those medieval farmers who brought new land under cultivation, the Norse sailors who colonized Greenland, and the master builders who designed soaring cathedrals. They were all responding to opportunities created by climatic conditions they didn't understand and couldn't predict. Their successes and failures offer a strange kind of comfort. Humans have always lived with climate uncertainty, and have always built civilizations on foundations that turned out to be more temporary than they imagined. The surplus wealth that made medieval cathedral culture possible came ultimately from soil and sun, from the interaction of human labour with environmental conditions that happened to be favourable. When we admire a Gothic cathedral today, we're looking at frozen climate data, evidence of what humans can achieve when nature provides an extra margin of resources and time. But we're also looking at ambition, creativity, and the human desire to create something that transcends the immediate moment. The medieval builders knew their cathedrals would outlast them, and they were right. Chartres and Canterbury and Cologne still stand, still inspire, and still serve purposes their creators would recognise. climate made these structures possible, but human vision and effort made them real. The village prosperity of the medieval warm period, modest by our standards but real by theirs, shows how relatively small environmental changes can cascade through society. An extra week of growing season meant more food, which meant healthier children, which meant more workers, which meant new land could be cleared, which created opportunities for specialisation, which enabled market towns, which facilitated trade, which distributed wealth more widely. Small causes, large effects, and when conditions deteriorated, the process reversed. Shorter growing seasons meant smaller harvests, which meant less surplus, which meant reduced trade, which meant economic contraction, which meant social stress. The medieval warm period's end didn't destroy European civilization, but it certainly tested it, exposing vulnerabilities that had been masked by favourable conditions. Tonight, as you sleep in a climate-controlled room, your comfort maintained by technologies medieval people couldn't have imagined. The story of the medieval warm period offers perspective. We have capabilities they lacked. We can predict weather, control indoor climate, transport food globally, and adapt to environmental changes with resources they never possessed. But we also face challenges at scales they never encountered. With climate changing faster than natural systems can adapt, affecting populations far larger than medieval Europe ever supported, the optimism of the cathedral builders, believing they were creating permanent monuments for a stable future, echoes in our own assumptions about tomorrow. We build cities on coastlines and in deserts, plan for futures that assume conditions won't change dramatically, and invest in infrastructure designed for climate patterns that may already be shifting. Perhaps medieval experience offers a gentle warning. Assume less permanence, build more flexibility, and remember that favourable conditions don't last forever. But there's also inspiration in those medieval centuries. Humans adapted, survived, and occasionally thrived through climate changes they couldn't measure or predict. We have better tools, but face larger challenges. Medieval Europeans worked within their constraints and created remarkable things. We can do the same, hopefully with more foresight about the foundations we're building upon. The fields that medieval farmers cleared during the medieval warm period still feed us today. The churches they built still shelter congregations. The market towns they established still serve as centres of commerce and community. What they created during those warm centuries outlasted the climate that made creation easier, proving that human achievements, carefully designed and solidly built, can endure through changing conditions. As you drift into sleep, let the story of the medieval warm period settle into your thoughts like snow accumulating slowly on a winter field. Quiet, gentle, covering everything with a layer of perspective. Those medieval farmers and sailors and builders were people like you, practical, ambitious, trying to make the best of conditions they inherited, hoping to leave something valuable for those who came after. They succeeded more than they probably imagined. 7 centuries later, we still study their lives, admire their achievements, and learn from their adaptations and their failures. The climate that shaped their world has changed again, and is changing still. But the essential human story of working with what nature provides, adapting when conditions shift, and building toward futures we hope for but can't guarantee, continues. Sleep now, warm and comfortable, and perhaps dream of those medieval summers when growing seasons stretched just a bit longer, when harvests filled barns to overflowing, and when communities looked at empty hillsides and saw opportunities rather than challenges. Dream of cathedral builders measuring stone by hand and eye, creating structures that would outlast not just their own lives, but the climate that made their work possible. The medieval warm period ended, but its lessons remain. Climate shapes history without determining it. Humans adapt, build, create, and endure through changing conditions. The margins between success and failure can be measured in degrees of temperature and weeks of growing season. And what we build during favourable times must be solid enough to survive when conditions shift, because shift they always do. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own climate, your own challenges, and your own opportunities. The medieval warm period is gone, but its story connects you to an unbroken chain of humans who have always lived with climate uncertainty, always built despite it, and always hoped that what they created would endure. And sometimes, wonderfully, it does. You're standing at the edge of something vast. Before you stretches an ocean of grass, rolling toward mountains that seem painted against the sky in shades of blue and purple. The year is 1843, and you've just arrived in Oregon Territory after 6 months of wagon travel. Your hands are calloused from gripping rope and leather. Your boots are held together with wire and determination. And now, for the first time in your life, you're looking at land that doesn't have a fence line anywhere in sight. The stillness out here isn't like the quiet back home in Pennsylvania or Ohio. This silence has weight to it. When the wind stops moving through the tall grass, you can hear your own heartbeat. You can hear the creak of your wagon settling. You can hear absolutely nothing for miles in every direction, and it's both terrifying and strangely beautiful. Back east, silence meant something was wrong. The mill had stopped. The church bell hadn't rung. Out here, silence is just Tuesday. Your nearest neighbour will be 3 miles away, assuming anyone else settles nearby. The closest town with an actual store is a 2-day ride. You've got the supplies that fit in your wagon, the knowledge you carried in your head, and whatever you can figure out before winter arrives. No pressure. The first thing you learn is that the frontier has a particular way of teaching. It doesn't hand you a manual. It doesn't offer second chances. You either notice the lesson while you still have time to apply it, or you become a cautionary tale that travellers mention when they pass your empty claim years later. That's where the Hendersons tried to settle, they'll say, without elaborating on what went wrong. You'd very much prefer not to be a Henderson, so you start paying attention to everything. The land out here speaks a language you've never heard before, and you're learning vocabulary at an urgent pace. That depression in the meadow where water pools after rain, that's not just a low spot. That's where you'll dig your well come spring, because if water shows up there naturally, it's close to the surface. Those aspens growing in a line across the hillside, they're marking an underground stream, their roots reaching toward moisture you can't see but can definitely use. The deer trails that converge near that stand of willows, animals aren't stupid. They've been finding water here for generations, and you're the newcomer who should probably take notes. You walk your land every morning for the first month, not because you're bored, but because each morning reveals something new. The way frost settles heavier in certain hollows tells you where cold air pools at night. The sections where grass grows taller and greener indicate better soil. The rocks scattered across one area suggest this field used to be underwater a very long time ago, which means the dirt here might be richer than it looks. Reading the land becomes your favourite morning activity, even though favourite is a relative term when every morning also involves hauling water, splitting wood, and preventing your only milk cow from wandering into the next territory. You start noticing patterns. The elk move uphill in late afternoon. The ravens circle above something dead or dying, which is useful information if you're tracking game. The particular way the grass bends tells you which direction the prevailing wind comes from, which tells you which side of your cabin will take the worst beating during storms. There's a kind of satisfaction in learning to read the land that you weren't expecting. Back east, you knew whether it would rain by checking if Mrs. Peterson's joints were aching. Out here, you watch the ants. If they're building their hills higher than usual, sealing entrances and moving their eggs up from the lower chambers, rain is coming. The ants have never lied to you. Mrs. Peterson was only right about 60% of the time, but you'd never tell her that. The soil itself tells stories if you know how to listen. You dig test holes in different areas of your claim, examining what comes up. Dark, crumbly soil that smells rich and earthy. That's good land, full of organic matter broken down over centuries. Clay-heavy soil that clumps and holds water. That's challenging for most crops, but perfect for building. Sandy soil that drains too quickly. You'll need to amend that with whatever organic matter you can find. Rocky soil that's more stone than dirt. Well, That's where you'll graze livestock instead of planting vegetables. You learn to identify plants you've never seen before, starting with the ones that might kill you because that seems like practical prioritization. Poison hemlock grows near water, and it looks disturbingly similar to wild carrot until you notice the purple spots on the stem and the musty smell when you crush the leaves. Water hemlock is even worse, and you give any plant growing in wet areas a very suspicious inspection before deciding whether it's edible or deadly. But there are also plants that become staples. Biscuit root has a taproot that's starchy and filling when roasted. Kama's bulbs, if you dig them at the right time, taste sweet and can be baked or dried for winter storage. Wild roses produce hips that are rich in whatever prevents scurvy. You're not sure of the exact science, but you know sailors used to die from not eating them, so you collect them in autumn and dry them for tea. The trees on your land aren't just scenery. They're resources waiting to be understood. You learn to identify them by bark, by leaf shape, and by the way they grow. Douglas fir provides strong, straight timber for building. Cedar resists rot and makes excellent shingles. Pine is abundant but soft, better for interior walls than structural support. Alder grows near water and provides wood that burns hot and clean with minimal smoke. Each tree species has particular uses beyond building material. You collect pitch from pine trees, heating it to make a waterproof sealant for cracks in your cabin walls. You harvest inner bark from certain trees in spring when the sap is running. It's edible, though calling it delicious would be generous. You learn which trees provide the best firewood, which ones harbour edible mushrooms at their base, and which ones attract deer during certain seasons. The rhythm of the land becomes your clock. You stop thinking in terms of specific dates and start thinking in terms of what's happening. When the service berries bloom, it's time to plant crops that can handle cool soil. When the balsam root flowers carpet the hillsides in yellow, the last frost has probably passed. When the choke cherries ripen, summer is half over, and you'd better start thinking about harvest. When the tamarack needles turn gold, winter is 6 weeks away, and you're either ready or you're not. Water becomes your obsession, which makes sense considering you're made of approximately 60% of the stuff and would prefer to maintain that ratio. The creek runs about a quarter mile from your cabin, which is close enough to be convenient but far enough to be annoying when you're hauling buckets twice a day. In summer, it's a cheerful little stream, clear and cold and reliable. In winter, it's a frozen challenge that requires you to hack through ice with an axe, which is exactly as fun as it sounds. You learn to collect rainwater in barrels, positioning them under the eaves of your cabin to catch runoff. You dig a root cellar that stays cool and damp, perfect for storing vegetables and keeping milk from spoiling. You fashion a simple filter using sand and charcoal, because the creek runs clear most of the time, but occasionally gets murky after a hard rain upstream, and drinking mud is bad for morale. The frontier teaches you to be creative about water in ways you never imagined. You save your washing water to pour on the garden. You learn to judge exactly how much you need for cooking, for cleaning, and for drinking, and you waste nothing. Spilling a bucket of water becomes genuinely upsetting, not because you're precious about it, but because that's another trip to the creek, and you've already made 4 today, and your shoulder is starting to file a formal complaint. Finding the best place to dig a well becomes a spring project that occupies weeks of planning and days of labour. You watch where morning dew lingers longest on the grass. You observe which areas stay green during dry spells. You talk to a trapper who passes through, and he mentions that willows and cottonwoods always grow near water, which you already knew. But he also mentions that certain types of moss prefer damp ground, which you didn't know. You finally choose a spot near that line of aspens and start digging. The first 3 feet are easy, relatively speaking, just topsoil and rocks that you can move with a shovel. The next 5 feet are harder, the soil becoming dense and heavy. At 8 feet down, you hit clay, which is encouraging because clay usually means you're getting close to the water table. At 12 feet, your shovel blade breaks through into wet sand, and water begins seeping into the bottom of the hole. You've never felt prouder of a hole in the ground. You reinforce the walls with stones, stacking them carefully to prevent collapse. You fashion a wooden frame for the top and a simple windlass with a rope and bucket. Drawing water from your own well instead of hauling it from the creek saves you hours each week and provides water that's consistently clean and cold. The well becomes one of your most valuable assets, right up there with your axe and your rifle and your ability to make fire. Snow becomes a resource rather than an inconvenience. You pack it into barrels to melt near the fire, which is easier than breaking creek ice and hauling frozen water uphill. You learn that fresh snow melts into more water than old, compressed snow. You learn to taste the difference between snow that's clean and snow that's been sitting around collecting dust and pine needles. You become, against all odds, a snow connoisseur. If someone had told you back in Philadelphia that you'd develop opinions about snow quality, you'd have assumed they'd been drinking medicinal whiskey without the medicinal part. Finding food on the frontier is less about hunting big game and more about paying attention to what's already around you. Yes, you hunt deer and elk when you can, and you're getting better with the rifle, though your aim still suffers from what you privately call enthusiasm over accuracy. But most of your food comes from sources that don't require you to shoot anything, which is good because ammunition is expensive and your success rate is hovering around occasionally adequate. The land provides if you know where to look. Wild onions grow in the damp areas near the creek, and they're stronger than anything you grew in a garden back home. You learn to harvest them in spring before they flower, digging up the bulbs and using both the greens and the roots. They make everything taste better, which is important when everything is often just beans and potatoes. Cattails are everywhere along the creek and every part is useful. The roots can be roasted or pounded into flour that's starchy and filling. The new shoots that emerge in spring taste like cucumber and provide fresh vegetables when you're desperate for anything green. The immature flower heads can be boiled and eaten like corn on the cob. The mature seed heads produce fluff that works as insulation or fire-starting tinder. You feel slightly smug about the cattails until you mention this to a Nez Perce woman at the trading post, and she politely informs you of 6 additional uses you hadn't considered, including weaving the leaves into mats and using the pollen as a flower extender. You take notes. Berries ripen in waves throughout summer, and you learn to follow the progression like a calendar. First come the wild strawberries, small and intensely sweet, hiding under the leaves in the meadow. They're tedious to pick because you need about 1,000 of them to fill a basket, but the flavour is worth the effort. Then raspberries appear along the forest edge, their canes protected by thorns that leave your hands scratched and bleeding. Thimbleberries grow in shaded areas, producing fruit that's delicate and doesn't travel well but tastes wonderful when eaten fresh. Huckleberries ripen in the high country during late summer, and picking them requires hiking up the mountain to where they grow thick on bushes in clearings and burned over areas. You make the trip with empty buckets, spending entire days picking berries in the thin mountain air, swatting away mosquitoes and watching for bears who also appreciate huckleberries, and arrived at these bushes several million years before you did. You learn to spot berry patches from a distance by watching where birds congregate. You learn to check for bears before you start picking, making noise, and scanning the area for fresh scat or overturned logs. You learn that the best berries are always on the branch that's just slightly out of reach, which seems like deliberate mockery from the universe, but is probably just confirmation bias. Service berries, choke cherries, and Oregon grapes each have their season, and you harvest them all, processing berries until your hands are stained purple, and you're having dreams about jars and sugar and preservation. You dry berries in the sun, spreading them on canvas and covering them with cheesecloth to keep flies away. You make jam when you have enough sugar, which isn't often. You pack dried berries into containers for winter, knowing they'll provide vitamins and variety when the snow is deep and fresh food is a memory. Your garden grows vegetables you recognise alongside plants you're still figuring out. The seeds you brought from home do reasonably well, though the short growing season means you're in a constant race against the first frost. You plant potatoes in every available space because potatoes store well, fill you up, and don't complain about being ignored for days while you handle emergencies. The potatoes do better than expected, which is fortunate because almost everything else does worse than expected. Your corn grows tall but doesn't produce much because the nights are too cold. Your tomatoes provide exactly 7 fruits before frost kills the plants, and you eat those tomatoes slowly, savouring every bite. Your beans do well enough, and you let some mature fully on the vine so you can save seeds for next year. Squash becomes a surprising success. The plants sprawl across half the garden, producing pumpkins and winter squash that store for months in the root cellar. You learn to appreciate squash in ways you never did back east. Roasted squash, boiled squash, squash soup, squash mixed into bread dough. You develop a dozen recipes and you're still tired of squash by February, but it keeps you fed when other options are limited. The turnips thrive, which is unfortunate because you don't particularly like turnips. But you plant them anyway because they're hardy and productive and store well. You eat them roasted, mashed, added to stews, and occasionally raw when you're too hungry to care about preference. You develop several recipes that make turnips almost tolerable. Almost. You supplement your diet with whatever you can catch or trap. Rabbits are common, and you get better at setting snares along their runs. You use thin wire or strong cord, positioning the snares at head height, where rabbits naturally pass under brush. The first dozen snares catch nothing but air and one unfortunate branch. The next dozen catch 2 rabbits, which you consider progress. Eventually you develop an instinct for placement, and your success rate improves to maybe 1 in 3 snares producing results. Fish from the creek provide protein when you have time to sit with a line. You fashion hooks from thorns or carved bone when your metal hooks run out. You use grasshoppers or grubs for bait. You learn which holes in the creek hold larger fish, which times of day are most productive, and which techniques work in different water conditions. Fishing becomes more meditation than food acquisition, though the food part certainly helps. Grouse and wild turkey require patience and stealth, both of which you're developing out of necessity. Grouse have a tendency to freeze when startled, which makes them easier to approach than you'd expect. You learn to walk slowly through areas where they feed, scanning for their mottled brown plumage against fallen leaves. A successful grouse hunt provides enough meat for several meals and feels like a genuine accomplishment. Turkeys are more challenging, with keen eyesight and a tendency to flee at the first sign of danger. You learn to use turkey calls, making sounds that supposedly mimic their communication, though you suspect you sound more like a dying cat than an actual turkey. Occasionally it works anyway, and you manage to harvest a bird that provides meat for a week. The real trick to frontier food isn't finding it, it's preserving it. You smoke meat over green alder wood until it's dry enough to keep without spoiling. The process takes days, maintaining a steady smoke without enough heat to cook the meat. You build a small smokehouse from scraps of lumber and canvas, positioning it far enough from the cabin that smoke doesn't fill your living space. The smell of smoking meat becomes one of the defining scents of late summer. You pickle vegetables in brine, packing them in barrels and hoping you made the solution strong enough to prevent fermentation, but weak enough to remain edible. Pickling is part science, part guesswork, and part prayer. You lose an entire barrel of cucumbers to spoilage the first year, which teaches you to be more careful about brine concentration and barrel cleanliness. The second year goes better. You dry berries in the sun, spreading them on canvas racks that you can move under cover if rain threatens. The berries shrivel into dark, sweet nuggets that store indefinitely and taste like concentrated summer. You pack them in cloth bags, hanging the bags from the ceiling to keep them away from mice who also appreciate dried berries and have strong opinions about sharing. You render fat into tallow for cooking and candles. The process is messy and smelly, involving heating fat scraps until they liquefy, straining out the solid bits, and pouring the clean tallow into moulds or containers. The smell of a rendering fat is not pleasant, and it lingers in your clothing for days afterward. But tallow is too valuable to waste. It provides light, cooking fat, waterproofing for leather, and material for soap making. Speaking of soap, you learn to make that too, using wood ash lye and rendered fat in proportions that take several attempts to get right. Your first batch of soap is too caustic and nearly takes the skin off your hands. Your second batch doesn't harden properly and remains a gooey mess. Your third batch actually works, producing rough bars that clean adequately if not elegantly. You waste nothing, use everything, and still sometimes lie awake at night wondering if you've stored enough to make it through winter. You count jars of preserved food, mentally calculating how many meals each represents. You check the smoked meat supply, the dried beans and the root vegetables in the cellar. You do math that never quite adds up to definitely enough, but hopefully reaches probably adequate. Sheltercraft becomes less about building something pretty and more about building something that won't kill you. Your first cabin is small, rough, and profoundly ugly. The logs don't fit together as tightly as you'd like, leaving gaps that require chinking with mud and moss. The roof leaks in 3 places, which you discover during the first rain, and then 4 places during the second rain because apparently roofs get worse with practice. The door hangs crooked, scraping the floor when you open it, and you've learned to warn visitors about the threshold because tripping is surprisingly common. The windows are small, precious glass being expensive and fragile, letting in light but not much of it. The floor is packed earth covered with split logs that you've smoothed as much as possible, though smooth is relative when working with hand tools and limited patience. But the cabin stands. It keeps out most of the wind, most of the rain, and all of the larger predators. The fireplace draws properly after you extended the chimney, though it took 3 tries and some creative profanity to get the draft right. You've wedged wool fabric into the worst gaps between logs, which helps with warmth even if it makes the walls look like they're growing fuzzy patches. The process of building the cabin took 6 weeks of hard labour. You felled trees, stripped bark, and notched ends so they'd fit together in layers. You discovered that building a structure that actually functions requires more planning than you initially invested. The walls aren't quite vertical, there's a slight lean that you tell yourself aids character. The roof peak isn't quite centred. There's an asymmetry that visitors are too polite to mention. You learn to think about shelter in layers. The cabin is your first defence against weather. Inside the cabin you create smaller zones of warmth. A bed built into a corner where heat from the fireplace collects, curtains made from old blankets that section off sleeping areas from the drafty main room, and rugs woven from grass and scrap fabric that provide insulation between your feet and the frozen floor. Your bed is a wooden frame strung with rope in a grid pattern, supporting a mattress stuffed with dried grass and whatever soft materials you can find. It's not comfortable by civilized standards, but it's better than sleeping on the ground, and the corner location means 2 walls help contain warmth. You hang a blanket as a curtain, creating a small sleeping alcove that stays warmer than the rest of the cabin. The main room serves as kitchen, workshop, dining area and living space all at once. Your furniture is minimal and handmade. A table built from split logs, benches instead of chairs, and shelves hung on the walls for storage. Everything serves multiple purposes because space is limited and materials are precious. The table doubles as a work surface for food preparation and repairs. The benches can be pushed against the wall when you need floor space. The shelves hold food, tools and supplies in careful organisation that sometimes actually works. Your roof is made from split cedar shakes, each one fitted over the next like scales on a fish. In theory, this creates a waterproof barrier. In practice, this creates a mostly waterproof barrier that requires maintenance after every major storm. You become intimately familiar with your roof, climbing up there to replace shakes, reseal seams and clear debris. You develop opinions about cedar quality. You have a least favourite corner of the roof where problems congregate. You name it the Northwest Territory and you hate the Northwest Territory. The root cellar dug into the hillside behind your cabin becomes crucial for storage. You excavate it during summer, digging into the slope and creating a space about 8 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The temperature underground stays cool in summer and doesn't freeze solid in winter, hovering around 40 degrees year-round, which is perfect for food storage. You line the walls with rocks to prevent collapse, fitting stones together without mortar in a technique that's more puzzle-solving than engineering. You build wooden shelves along the walls, creating storage space for vegetables, preserved foods and supplies that need protection from temperature extremes. You install a heavy door made from thick planks, fitting it tightly to keep animals from investigating your supplies. The cellar smells like earth and potatoes and the particular mustiness of underground spaces, but it's a good smell. It's the smell of food that will last until spring, of preservation done right, of security against hunger. You visit the cellar regularly, checking on supplies, rotating stock to use older items first, and generally reassuring yourself that yes, you do have food stored, and yes, you're probably going to survive. You also build a small structure for your milk cow and the few chickens you acquired from a passing family who was downsizing their livestock. The shelter isn't elaborate. 3 walls and a roof, open on one side for ventilation. It provides protection from the worst weather without being fancy. The cow seems satisfied with the arrangement, and the chickens have yet to file complaints. Fire and warmth occupy your thoughts more than seems reasonable for someone who isn't actually cold at the moment. But you're learning to think ahead, to imagine winter while standing in summer sunshine, and to prepare for problems that won't arrive for months. The frontier rewards planning and punishes optimism. You spend late summer cutting firewood, felling dead trees that are already dry, and splitting logs until your arms ache and your hands develop blisters on top of calluses. You use a felling axe to drop trees, making angled cuts that control the direction of fall. You trim branches using a hatchet, working your way up each trunk and creating increasingly large piles of brush that you'll burn later. The logs get cut into rounds using a crosscut saw, which is easier with 2 people but possible alone if you're stubborn and determined. You position a log, set the saw blade, and pull in long, steady strokes that gradually work through the wood. Each cut takes several minutes and leaves you breathing hard. You cut hundreds of rounds throughout the summer, creating piles that gradually transform into your winter survival supply. Splitting the rounds requires an axe, a maul, and occasionally steel wedges for stubborn pieces. You position a round on your chopping block, study the grain, and aim for cracks or weak spots. A good swing splits the wood cleanly. A bad swing results in the axe head sticking while the round refuses to separate, requiring you to lift the entire assembly and slam it down until something gives. You learn to read wood, identifying which pieces will split easily and which will fight you. Clear-grained rounds split with satisfying ease. Knotty rounds resist with spiteful determination. Rounds cut from where branches join the trunk are nightmares that sometimes require hours of work and creative wedge placement. You stack wood in cords against the cabin wall, measuring your progress not in hours worked, but in rows completed. Each cord represents roughly a week of heat during the coldest months. You calculate that you need at least 20 cords to survive comfortably. You cut 25 just in case mathematics fails you, or winter decides to be particularly vindictive. The process of cutting, splitting, and stacking wood becomes meditative after a while. Swing the axe, split the log, and stack the pieces. Repeat 5,000 times. Your mind wanders while your body works, and you think about everything and nothing. You compose letters you'll never send to people back home. You plan next year's garden in excessive detail. You wonder if anyone back east thinks about you, and whether they'd recognise the person you're becoming out here. Fire management turns into a careful science once winter arrives. You learn which woods burn hottest and longest. Oak and maple, when you can find them, burn hot and leave excellent coals that hold heat overnight. Pine burns fast and hot but doesn't last, making it good for quick heat or cooking but poor for maintaining steady warmth. Fir is somewhere in between, reliable if not exceptional. You learn that greenwood smokes but doesn't provide much heat, while seasoned wood that's been drying for at least 6 months burns clean and hot. You discover that the pitch-heavy knots from pine stumps make excellent fire starters, burning hot enough to ignite even damp kindling. You collect these knots whenever you find them, storing them in a dry place near your fireplace. Your fireplace becomes the heart of your home in ways that phrase never meant back east. It's not just decoration or occasional comfort, it's the centre of survival. You cook in it, using a cast iron pot suspended from a crane arm that swings over the flames. The pot hangs at different heights, depending on whether you're boiling, simmering, or just keeping food warm. You heat water in the fireplace for washing, filling a kettle and setting it near the coals until steam rises. You dry wet clothes near it after trudging through snow, draping items over a rack positioned at a safe distance from flames. You sit beside it on winter evenings, reading by firelight or mending clothes or carving wooden implements, or simply watching flames dance in the dark. The fire is companion, tool and lifeline all at once. It's the difference between being alive and being cold meat. You develop a relationship with your fire that would seem strange to explain to anyone who hasn't spent a winter on the frontier. You tend it carefully, feeding it throughout the day, adding logs in the morning, adjusting coals in the evening, and maintaining steady heat without wasting fuel. Banking the fire at night becomes a careful ritual. You rake coals into a pile, position a large log that will burn slowly through the night, and cover everything with ash to slow combustion. Done correctly, you wake to glowing coals that can be encouraged back into flame with kindling and gentle blowing. Done incorrectly, you wake to cold ash and face the miserable task of starting over. You feel genuine anxiety if you wake to find the fire reduced to cold ash, because starting over with flint and steel in a freezing cabin is miserable. You've done it twice, and both times you swore you'd never let it happen again, and both times you were lying to yourself because it will definitely happen again. The third time you let the fire die completely. You sit there in the dark cold, striking flint against steel, cursing your inattention, and planning elaborate systems to prevent future failures. You still let it happen a fourth time. Tools and craftsmanship become central to survival because the nearest hardware store is approximately 200 miles away and probably doesn't exist yet. You brought basic tools from back east: an axe, a saw, a hammer, chisels, an auger for drilling holes, and a plane for smoothing wood. These tools are precious and irreplaceable until you can reach a trading post and subject to constant use that gradually dulls and damages them. Keeping tools sharp and functional becomes a regular chore right up there with hauling water and feeding livestock. You learn to sharpen your axe using a whetstone and water, maintaining the edge with long, patient strokes that gradually restore the blade. You learn that a sharp axe is safer than a dull one because it cuts where you aim, instead of glancing off and potentially cutting you. You learn this lesson before the axe teaches it to you the hard way, which makes you lucky. Your knife becomes an extension of your hand, used for everything from cutting food to shaving kindling, to minor carpentry, to cleaning game, to countless other tasks you never anticipated. You wear it on your belt always, and you feel genuinely uncomfortable on the rare occasions you don't have it. The knife is a tool, weapon, and security blanket rolled into one piece of steel. You maintain your saw by keeping the blade clean and the teeth properly set. You learn to file the teeth when they become dull, maintaining the alternating angles that allow the saw to cut efficiently. It's tedious work that requires patience and precision, but a sharp saw makes every task easier, so you invest the time. But tools wear out and break, and replacement parts don't materialize out of optimism. So you learn to make things. You carve wooden handles for tools when the original split from repeated impact or weather damage. You shape replacement handles from straight-grained hardwood, fitting them carefully and securing them with wedges. You forge simple items in your fireplace, heating metal in coals that you encourage to extreme temperature using a makeshift bellows, a leather bag attached to a wooden nozzle that you squeeze rhythmically to force air into the fire. You heat metal until it glows orange-red, then shape it on a flat rock that serves as an improvised anvil, using your hammer to bend and form the hot metal. You're not a blacksmith, but you can repair a broken hinge, straighten a bent nail, or fashion a simple hook when needed. You make nails by cutting short lengths of iron rod, heating them, and hammering one end into a point and the other into a flat head. Your nails aren't as uniform as manufactured ones, but they hold boards together, which is the only requirement that matters. Leatherworking becomes necessary for maintaining boots, harnesses, and countless small items that break or wear through. Your boots came from back east, made by an actual cobbler, but they're wearing out from constant use in frontier conditions. You learn to cut patches from scraps of leather, stitch them over worn areas using an awl and wax thread, and treat the leather with tallow to keep it supple. You learn to stitch using techniques learned from a trapper who passed through last spring. He showed you how to punch holes with an awl, how to use two needles working from opposite sides for maximum strength, and how to wax thread so it resists rot and slides through holes more easily. Your stitches aren't pretty, but they hold. Your patches aren't elegant, but they work. Function trumps aesthetics when your boots are the only pair you own. You make simple harnesses for your cow, cutting and assembling straps in patterns you copy from the harness you brought. You fashion bags and pouches from leather scraps, stitching them together and adding drawstring closures. You repair tears in your leather gloves, your belts, your knife sheath, and anything else that shows wear. You make rope from various fibres, nettle stems, dogbane, and cedar bark. The process is time-consuming and meditative. You strip fibres from plants, dry them, then twist them into cordage while sitting by the fire in the evening. You start with thin threads, twist two together, then twist pairs together to create thicker rope. Each length of rope represents hours of work, your fingers rolling fibres against your thigh, maintaining steady tension, and adding new fibres to extend the length. But rope is endlessly useful for everything from securing loads to hanging food away from animals to making snares to replacing broken lines on tools. Buying it at the trading post costs money you'd rather spend on flour and ammunition. Baskets woven from willow shoots store everything from vegetables to kindling to collected nuts to dried herbs. You learn the patterns from a neighbour's wife who takes pity on your initial clumsy attempts. She shows you how to prepare willow shoots by soaking them until they're pliable, how to form the base, how to weave the sides, and how to create a rim that doesn't unravel. Your first basket looks like a bird's nest designed by someone who's never seen a bird. The weaving is loose, the shape is irregular, and it falls apart when you try to put anything heavy in it. Your 10th basket is actually functional, holding items without collapsing. Your 20th basket is something you're quietly proud of, though you'd never say that out loud because pride over basket weaving seems ridiculous until you try to weave a basket. You make wooden implements, spoons, bowls, handles, and simple furniture. You carve them during winter evenings, sitting near the fire with a knife and a piece of wood, gradually shaping useful objects from raw material. The work is slow and requires patience, but it fills empty hours and produces items you'd otherwise need to buy. Weather and seasons govern your life in ways they never did back east. In town, bad weather meant staying inside. Out here, bad weather means planning ahead or suffering consequences. You become obsessed with signs and portents, watching animal behaviour, studying clouds, and feeling shifts in air pressure that signal approaching storms. You learn to read clouds with the attention most people reserve for books. High, wispy cirrus clouds often precede changing weather by a day or two. Building cumulus clouds in the afternoon might bring evening thunderstorms. Low grey stratus clouds mean steady rain or snow is settling in for a while. Dark, towering cumulonimbus clouds mean you should probably get inside immediately, because something violent is about to happen. The animals provide weather predictions more reliable than any almanac. Squirrels gathering extra food or building thicker nests suggest a harsh winter is coming. Birds flying lower than usual means air pressure is dropping and storms are approaching. Your cow becomes restless before major weather changes, pacing and refusing to settle. The chickens go into their shelter earlier than usual when they sense incoming cold. Even insects provide clues. Crickets chirp faster in warm weather and slower in cold, and you can actually estimate temperature by counting chirps. Bees return to their hives before storms, even when the sky looks clear. Spiders become more active before fair weather and retreat before rain. Autumn arrives with shocking speed. Summer ending almost overnight. One day you're working in shirt sleeves, and the next day you're wearing a coat in the morning and wondering where those 3 weeks went. The aspen leaves turn gold all at once, covering hillsides in colour that seems almost aggressive in its brightness. The tamarack needles turn golden orange, creating splashes of colour among the evergreens before dropping completely. Then the leaves fall, and the world turns brown and grey, and you realise winter is coming whether you're ready or not. The air takes on a particular sharpness. The morning frost lingers longer each day, and the sun sets earlier every evening. You can feel winter approaching like a physical pressure pushing down from the north. You spend autumn in a controlled panic trying to finish everything that can't be done once snow arrives. You finish cutting firewood, racing to complete your supply before the ground freezes, and felling trees becomes dramatically harder. You insulate the cabin walls with additional chinking, pressing mud and moss into every crack you can find. You repair the roof sections you've been ignoring all summer, climbing up with extra shakes and doing work you should have done months ago. You harvest the garden, pulling up every last potato and carrot and turnip, because once the ground freezes you won't get another chance. You dig until your hands are caked with dirt and your back is screaming protests. You sort vegetables, setting aside damaged ones to eat immediately and storing perfect specimens in the root cellar. You hunt and smoke meat, trying to build up protein stores. You track deer through the forest, moving quietly and hoping for a clear shot. You check your snares daily, hoping for rabbits. You fish the creek aggressively, pulling out trout and whatever else bites. Every pound of meat preserved is one less thing to worry about when snow covers everything. You check your supplies obsessively, counting flour sacks and bean bags and dried fruit, doing math that never quite adds up to definitely enough. You list everything you have, estimate how long it needs to last, and calculate daily rations that are depressingly small. You worry that you've forgotten something critical. You worry that winter will last longer than your supplies. You worry that worrying is wasting time you could spend preparing more. Winter, when it finally arrives, comes with authority. The first real snowstorm dumps 3 feet overnight, transforming the landscape into something alien and beautiful and hostile. You wake to silence that's different from any silence you've known. The deep, muffled quiet of the world buried under snow. You open your door to a wall of white that you have to dig through to get outside. The world shrinks to what you can see from your cabin windows, and what you can see is mostly white. The mountains disappear behind curtains of falling snow. The trees are buried to their lower branches. The creek is invisible under snow and ice. Everything looks the same, and landmarks you relied on to navigate are gone. The creek freezes solid by mid-December, the water going still and silent under inches of ice. You cut holes through the ice to reach water, using an axe to chip through layers that get thicker as winter deepens. Each trip to the creek requires effort, and you start relying more heavily on melting snow near the fire. The air itself seems frozen, so cold that breathing hurts, and exposed skin goes numb in minutes. On the coldest days, temperatures drop far below zero, and simply existing requires constant attention to staying warm. You learn what frostbite feels like, the tingling numbness, the white patches on skin, and the burning sensation when frozen areas warm up. You learn to recognise the signs early and get inside before damage becomes permanent. You settle into winter routines that revolve around staying warm and staying fed. You go outside only when necessary, to gather firewood from the stack, to check on livestock in their shelter, to break ice on the creek for water. Each trip outside requires preparation. A heavy coat, mittens lined with rabbit fur, a scarf wrapped around your face, and a wool hat pulled low over your ears. You move quickly, accomplish your task, and retreat to the cabin's warmth. Outside time is measured in minutes before your fingers start going numb. You develop efficiency born of necessity, planning tasks so you accomplish multiple things in one trip, rather than making repeated ventures into the cold. You combine gathering firewood with checking on the cow with fetching water, creating circuits that minimise exposure. Inside, you stay busy with tasks that don't require going anywhere. You mend clothes by firelight, repairing tiers and replacing buttons and reinforcing seams that are starting to fail. Your clothing takes constant abuse from frontier life, and winter is when you catch up on repairs. You read the same 3 books you own until you've memorised passages. You own a Bible because everyone owns a Bible, a collection of Shakespeare plays that you bought on a whim before leaving Philadelphia, and a farmer's almanac from 1841 that's wildly out of date but still interesting. You read each book multiple times, finding new details on every pass. You carve wooden spoons because you need spoons, but also because your hands need something to do. You sit by the fire with a piece of wood and a knife, gradually shaping implements you'll use for years. You practice rope making, rolling fibres you prepared last summer into cordage. You plan next year's garden in excessive detail, sketching layouts on precious paper and reconsidering every decision. You think a lot, sometimes too much. The isolation and darkness of winter create space for thoughts that might stay buried during busier seasons. You think about the life you left behind, about family you don't see, about choices you've made and whether they were right. You think about the future, what you're building, whether it matters, and who it's for. The hardest part of winter isn't the cold or the isolation. It's the not knowing how long it will last. Winter could end in March if you're lucky, releasing its grip and allowing early spring planting. It might drag into May if you're not, keeping the ground frozen and making you eat through supplies that should have been adequate but somehow aren't. You ration food conservatively, trying to stretch supplies without knowing exactly how long they need to last. You measure out beans carefully, counting how many meals remain. You slice meat thin, making portions that seem inadequate but multiply the number of times you can eat. You eat less than you'd like, maintaining survival rather than comfort. You burn firewood steadily, watching the stack shrink outside your window and doing calculations that always include a margin for what if winter decides to be terrible. Each log that goes into the fire is one less log protecting you from cold. You become miserly with heat, letting the fire burn lower than comfortable rather than burning through your supply too quickly. February is the worst month. Your supplies are diminished, your firewood stack is noticeably smaller, and winter shows no signs of ending. The days are still short, the cold is still intense, and you're tired of being inside, tired of the same food, and tired of your own company. You understand why some settlers don't make it, not because they starved or froze exactly, but because winter grinds them down until they stop trying. But you keep trying. You maintain your routines, tend your fire, ration your food, and wait for spring with determination that's part stubbornness and part spite. Winter will not win. You will outlast it. You will survive to see grass again. Spring arrives tentatively, as if testing whether winter is really gone. Snow melts in patches, revealing mud and dead grass and the general mess that winter has been hiding. The process is gradual. A warm day followed by a cold night, 2 steps forward and 1 step back. The land slowly waking from months of frozen sleep. The creek thaws, starting as a trickle under the ice that gradually expands until the ice breaks up and flows downstream in chunks. The sound of running water after months of silence is startling and wonderful. You stand by the creek listening to it flow, feeling the noise wash over you like a physical sensation. You step outside without a coat and feel sunshine on your face and realise you survived another winter. The feeling of spring warmth after months of cold is better than any luxury you knew back east. You stand in the sun with your eyes closed, letting it soak into your skin, feeling life return to a body that's been merely surviving. The first green shoots appear in the meadow, small and tentative but undeniably alive. Birds return from wherever they spent the winter, filling the air with songs you haven't heard in months. The chickens emerge from their shelter and actually seem happy for once, scratching in the mud and making satisfied noises. You inventory your remaining supplies, counting what's left and what you used. Your calculations were pessimistic enough that you have a surplus, not much, but some. You'll have flour until the trading post trip. You'll have enough smoked meat to supplement spring foraging. You didn't starve, didn't freeze, and didn't fail. That's victory enough. Community on the frontier is sparse but crucial. Your nearest neighbours are the Thorpes, 3 miles south. The Andersons are 5 miles west. The Blackwoods are 6 miles east. These distances would be nothing back home. A pleasant walk, maybe 20 minutes on a horse. Out here, they're significant enough that you don't make the trip without purpose. You see these people perhaps once a month during good weather, less often in winter. But when you need help, when something breaks or someone gets hurt or a tree falls on your cabin, these distant neighbours become lifelines. The frontier creates a particular kind of community. Not intimate exactly, but reliable. You help others because you'll need help eventually. Mutual assistance isn't charity, It's investment in your own survival. You help raise the Thorpe's barn in exchange for their help repairing your wagon wheel that cracked on a rock you didn't see. A dozen neighbours gather for a barn raising, working together to lift heavy timbers and secure the frame. The work goes faster with multiple people, and there's something satisfying about collaborative labour toward a shared goal. You assist the Andersons during harvest because they're short-handed after Mr. Anderson broke his arm falling off his roof while doing repairs he should have asked for help with. You spend 3 days working their fields, and they'll remember when you need similar help. You share surplus food when you have it, knowing others will share when you're the one running short. Last spring, the Thorpes gave you 2 chickens when your own flock was reduced to 1 surviving hen. This autumn, you gave them a bag of dried berries and some smoked venison. The accounting is informal, the trade's unequal, but everyone understands the system. Community out here isn't about friendship exactly, though friendships do develop. It's about survival through cooperation. You might not particularly like your neighbours, and might not choose to spend time with them if you had other options, but you respect their competence, trust their reliability, and value their existence in this empty landscape. The trading post 60 miles away becomes your connection to civilization and supplies you can't make yourself. You make the trip twice a year, spring and fall, spending 4 days riding there and back. The journey is long enough to require planning, and short enough to be worthwhile. You travel with a pack horse loaded with items to trade, furs if you've trapped, smoked meat, leather goods, baskets, whatever you've made that might have value. The trail is rough, crossing streams and climbing ridges, following paths that are barely marked and sometimes disappear entirely. The post is run by a man named Fitzgerald who stocks everything from flour to fabric to ammunition to farming tools. His prices are high because he knows you have no alternatives. A bag of flour costs twice what it would back east. Ammunition is expensive enough that you calculate the value of each shot. Tools are precious because breaking one means months without replacement. You pay anyway because you need what he's selling. You restock flour, sugar, salt, coffee, ammunition, and whatever else your supplies lack. You buy needles and thread. You purchase a new file for sharpening your saw. You consider buying a second axe as backup but decide the cost isn't justified yet. Trading post visits become social events despite the commercial nature. You see people from other claims, exchange news and gossip, and hear about who's arrived and who's left. You learn that the Hendersons abandoned their claim after 2 winters, that the Mitchells lost their oldest child to fever, and that a new family is settling near the Blackwoods. You hear about developments in Oregon City, about ships arriving with supplies and immigrants, and about political discussions regarding territorial status. You absorb information like a sponge because news is rare and valuable. Everything from weather predictions to crop recommendations to rumours about Indian tensions gets discussed and debated. You also trade at the post, bartering items you've made for supplies you need. Your woven baskets fetch a decent price. Your smoked meat is popular among trappers preparing for expeditions. The leather items you've learned to craft have value, because quality leatherwork is rare out here. Money is scarce, so trade becomes the primary economy. You calculate value in terms of usefulness rather than currency. A good knife is worth a month of flour. A waterproof tarp is worth more than money because it solves problems money can't fix. You negotiate trades carefully, valuing items based on how much they'll improve your survival prospects. Fitzgerald keeps a ledger, tracking trades and debts with careful notation. You can buy on credit if necessary, though the interest he charges makes that option unappealing. You prefer to trade directly, settling accounts immediately rather than carrying debt through seasons that might prevent repayment. You spend 1 night at the post, sleeping in a rough shelter that passes for lodging, before starting the 2-day journey home. You travel carefully, protecting your newly acquired supplies from weather and accident. The flour sacks are precious cargo. The ammunition needs to stay dry. The fabric must arrive undamaged. The journey home always feels longer than the journey there. Maybe because you're hauling more weight, or maybe because you're eager to return to your claim. You think about all the work waiting at home, all the projects you left unfinished, and all the tasks that accumulated during your absence. The frontier doesn't make you religious if you weren't before, but it does make you think about larger questions. You spend a lot of time alone with your thoughts, and those thoughts wander into territory they never explored back east. You think about why you came here, what you're building, and whether this life is better or just different. You think about the indigenous peoples who lived here for generations before you arrived, who knew these lands intimately and were forced out to make room for settlers like you. The trading post owner mentions treaties and relocations without much reflection, but you can't help wondering what it cost those communities to lose access to the land you now claim. You've seen artefacts occasionally, stone tools, pictographs on rock faces, and the remains of structures you don't fully understand. Each discovery reminds you that this land has history you're not part of, stories you'll never know. You wonder about the people who made those tools, what their lives were like, and what they thought about these same mountains and creeks. The ethical weight of settlement sits uncomfortably sometimes. You didn't personally force anyone from this land, but you're benefiting from systems that did. You claim ownership of land that nobody owned in the same way before settlers arrived, with concepts of property and boundaries. The frontier offers opportunities you couldn't find back east, but those opportunities came at someone else's cost. You wonder about legacy, what you're building and who it's for. Some settlers have children, raising families in remote cabins, creating the next generation of frontier people. You watch those children grow up knowing no other life, comfortable with isolation and hard work in ways that seem almost alarming. They'll never understand city life the way you do, having been born into this vast, empty, challenging place. Other settlers are building in hope of profit, planning to improve their claims and eventually sell to newcomers willing to pay for established farms. The frontier is investment as much as home for them. They calculate their efforts in terms of future value, working toward the day they can leave with money in their pockets. And some settlers, if you're honest, are simply hiding, running from debts, from family, from past mistakes, from lives that didn't work out. The frontier doesn't ask many questions. It provides distance and anonymity and the chance to become someone new. You've met men who won't discuss their past and women who've clearly left something painful behind. You don't press for details because you appreciate that the frontier allows reinvention. Your own reasons for being here are complicated. You wanted land, yes. You wanted opportunity and independence. You wanted to build something that was entirely yours, shaped by your own decisions and efforts. But you also wanted distance from the life you left behind, from expectations that didn't fit, from a future that felt predetermined, and from the sense that you were living someone else's plan. Out here, every decision is yours, every success is yours, every failure is definitely, undeniably yours. It's terrifying and liberating in equal measure. You can't blame circumstances or other people or bad luck when things go wrong, but you also can't share credit when things go right. The responsibility is absolute. The skills you've learned over these years have changed you in fundamental ways. You're harder than you were, not emotionally but physically. Your hands are permanently calloused, your muscles adapted to constant labour, and your body accustomed to weather extremes. You can work all day in conditions that would have defeated you years ago. You've developed endurance you didn't know was possible. You're also more patient and more impatient simultaneously. Patient with processes that can't be rushed. Crops growing, wood seasoning, winter passing. Impatient with inefficiency, with wasted effort, with anything that doesn't serve a clear purpose. You've learned to identify what matters and ignore what doesn't. The frontier strips away pretense, leaving only function. You've become comfortable with discomfort, which sounds contradictory but isn't. You're not happy about cold hands or sore muscles or monotonous food, but you accept these as normal rather than problems requiring solutions. Discomfort is just part of the deal. You work through it, live with it, and stop wasting energy complaining about things you can't change. Most surprisingly, you've learned to find satisfaction in small accomplishments. A cabin that doesn't leak, a garden that produces food, a winter survived, a cow that doesn't die. These aren't achievements anyone would celebrate back east, but out here they represent genuine success. You've learned to measure progress in practical terms, to take pride in function over form, and to appreciate competence more than elegance. The frontier doesn't make you a better person necessarily, but it makes you a more capable one. You can do things now that you couldn't do before. Build shelter, find food, create tools, and survive seasons that would have killed you without preparation. These skills won't help you in a city, they won't impress anyone at a dinner party, but they'll keep you alive out here, and sometimes that's the only measure that matters. You think about the generations that will follow, assuming people keep coming west. Will they remember how hard the early years were? Will they appreciate the skills that made survival possible? Or will those skills fade into history, replaced by easier methods, better tools and systems that eliminate the need for self-sufficiency? You like to imagine your great-grandchildren visiting this land someday, standing where your cabin stood, trying to picture what life was like when everything had to be built from nothing. You hope they'll understand the work it took. You hope they'll appreciate the knowledge that was earned through cold winters and hungry springs and mistakes that taught harsh lessons. But mostly you hope they'll never need these skills. You hope the frontier becomes settled, civilized and easier. You hope they'll have stores and roads and neighbours close enough to talk to without planning a half-day trip. You hope they'll take hot water and warm houses and reliable food for granted, never knowing what it's like to wonder if you've cut enough firewood or stored enough potatoes or prepared adequately for the season ahead. Because that's what you're building out here, really. Not just a cabin or a claim or a farm. You're building a foundation for a future that's less harsh than your present. You're doing the hard work so that someday, maybe generations from now, someone can live on this land without needing to know which trees mark underground streams, or how to weave a basket, or what it feels like to go hungry in March because winter lasted too long. The sun is setting now, dropping behind the mountains in that dramatic way it does out here, painting the sky in colours that still surprise you even after all this time. You stand outside your cabin, looking across the land you've claimed and worked and learned to read. The evening air is cool but not cold. Spring is firmly established, summer is coming, and you've got seeds to plant tomorrow. Inside the cabin, the fire burns steadily, smoke rising from the chimney into the purple sky. Your wood stack is rebuilt after winter's depletion, standing ready for next year's cold. Your garden is ploughed and ready for planting, the soil turned and waiting for seeds. Your tools are sharp and maintained, hanging on their designated hooks. You're prepared, or as prepared as anyone can be for whatever comes next. The frontier is still vast and challenging and occasionally hostile, but it's also home now in ways you couldn't have predicted when you first arrived. You've learned its language, earned your place in its landscape, and survived its tests. The skills you've developed aren't just techniques for staying alive, they're a way of seeing the world, of finding solutions, of building something meaningful from raw materials and determination. You head inside as darkness settles over the land, secure in the knowledge that you're ready for another cycle of seasons. Tomorrow will bring work, as every day does. But tonight, you're warm and fed and adequately supplied. Your cabin stands solid around you, each log and shake representing work you completed with your own hands. Your fire burns bright in the hearth, casting warm light across floors you've walked 10,000 times. And somewhere in the distance, a coyote calls into the night, its voice carrying across miles of open country that you're slowly, carefully learning to call your own. The quiet frontier has taught you well, and you're finally learning to listen. You're stepping back into the late 1700s, when Kentucky was still a raw frontier carved from wilderness, and the people who settled there brought with them the knowledge of grain and fire passed down through generations. This is the story of how bourbon came to be, not through grand invention, but through patient hands, copper stills glowing in the darkness, and the kind of accidental discovery that only time and charred oak could reveal. Now picture this. You're standing on a porch that groans beneath your boots, watching the sun sink behind a ridge of trees so dense they look like a single dark wave frozen against the copper sky. The air here in Kentucky carries a thickness you can almost chew, humidity that clings to your shirt and makes every breath feel like drinking something substantial. This is 1792, and the land around you is young in the way that only recently tamed wilderness can be. still holding the memory of what it was before axes and ploughs arrived to reshape it. The distillery sits in a clearing hacked from the forest, surrounded by stumps that will take another decade to rot away completely. Your hands smell of corn and wood smoke, a combination that's become so familiar you barely notice it anymore except in moments like this, when the work has paused and you have time to simply stand and notice things. Behind you, through the open door of the still house, you can hear the gentle tick and drip of cooling metal, the building settling into evening like an old dog finding its spot by the fire. The nearest neighbour lives 3 miles through woods where panthers still scream at night, their cries so human-sounding that newcomers sometimes go running with rifles, thinking someone's being murdered in the dark. You've learned to ignore those sounds, the way you've learned to ignore the wolves that howl from the ridges when the moon is full. What matters is the work. The corn you've grown, the water from the limestone spring that bubbles up cold and pure 100 yards from here, and the still that waits inside the building behind you like a patient bronze animal. Your father taught you distilling back in Pennsylvania, where the family had a small operation making rye whiskey that was decent enough but nothing special. He'd learned it from his father, who'd brought the knowledge from Scotland, where apparently everyone knew how to turn grain into something that burned going down and warmed you from the inside out. The process seemed almost magical when you were young. Putting in corn and water and yeast, applying heat and time, and getting out a clear liquid that could preserve meat, clean wounds, trade for goods, and make a hard day feel slightly less hard when you took a careful sip before bed. But Kentucky isn't Pennsylvania. The corn grows differently here, taller and sweeter in the thick river-bottom soil. The water tastes different, filtered through limestone that makes it soft in a way that's hard to describe but easy to notice once you've tried making whiskey with it. Even the air feels different in the still house, heavy and full in summer, crisp and crackling in winter. You found yourself adjusting the old recipes, changing proportions almost without thinking about it, and responding to what this new place seems to want from you. The evening sounds are building around you now, cicadas starting their electric chorus, a wood thrush singing its spiralling song from somewhere in the darkening trees, and the distant sound of your neighbour's cow lowing to be milked. Your wife is inside the cabin preparing supper and you can smell onions frying in bear grease. A smell that would have seemed strange 2 years ago, but now just smells like home. In a few minutes you'll go inside, eat whatever she's cooked. Maybe read a few verses from the Bible by candlelight if your eyes aren't too tired, and then sleep the heavy sleep of someone who's been on his feet since dawn. But first you want to check the barrels. It's become a habit, this evening walk through the aging shed, though you're not entirely sure what you're checking for. The whiskey's in there, sealed up tight in the charred oak containers you made last month when the cooper from Lexington came through and showed you his technique. He'd said the charring would filter out impurities and make the whiskey clearer and cleaner. You'd believed him because you had no reason not to, and because trying new things is what you do out here on the frontier, where the old ways don't always fit the new circumstances. The aging shed is nothing fancy, just 4 walls and a roof to keep the rain off, with gaps between the boards wide enough that you can see slivers of sky through them when you're inside. The barrels sit on wooden racks you built yourself, each one holding about 50 gallons of the clear whiskey you distilled 2 months ago, right after the corn harvest. In Pennsylvania, you would have bottled it immediately, maybe letting it sit a few weeks at most before selling or drinking it. But here, with no immediate buyers and no urgent need for the revenue, you decided to just let it rest a while and see what happened. You push open the shed door and step into the dimness. The smell hits you immediately, a rich, sweet, woody scent that's nothing like the sharp alcohol smell of fresh whiskey. You freeze, inhaling deeply, trying to place what's different. It's like walking into a bakery or a cabinet maker's shop, or maybe a combination of both with something else underneath that you can't quite name. Vanilla, possibly. Caramel. The charred wood is doing something to the whiskey that you didn't expect and can't quite understand. Moving closer to the nearest barrel, you tap it gently with your knuckles, listening to the hollow thunk that tells you it's still full, nothing's leaked. The wood feels warm to your touch, holding the day's heat even as the evening cools around it. You know you shouldn't open it yet. The whole point of aging is to let it sit undisturbed, but curiosity is gnawing at you with small, persistent teeth. What's causing that smell? Has the whiskey gone bad somehow? Or has something else happened? Something you didn't plan for and can't predict? Tomorrow you decide. Tomorrow you'll tap one of the barrels and see what's actually happening inside that charred oak. Tonight, you'll just stand here a moment longer, breathing in this unexpected sweetness, feeling the day's exhaustion settle into your bones like sediment drifting to the bottom of a still pond. The work will be there in the morning. It always is. You wake to darkness so complete it feels like a physical presence pressing against your eyes. The rooster hasn't crowed yet, which means it's probably around 4 in the morning, that dead hour when even the insects seem to be sleeping. Your wife is a warm presence beside you, her breathing deep and steady, and for a moment you consider just lying here until proper dawn arrives. But your bladder has other ideas, and besides, once you're awake, you're awake. There's no point in fighting it. The cabin floor is cold against your bare feet as you fumble for your boots, pulling them on without bothering to lace them properly. Outside, the privy waits in the darkness, and you navigate to it more by memory than sight, your eyes gradually adjusting until you can make out the shapes of trees against the slightly lighter sky. A whippoorwill calls from somewhere close by, its 3-note song clear and insistent. When you were a child, your grandmother told you that hearing a whippoorwill meant someone was going to die, but you've heard them almost every night since moving to Kentucky, and everyone you know is still alive, so you've stopped believing that particular superstition. By the time you've finished your business and returned to the cabin, the eastern sky has begun its slow brightening. That gradual shift from black to deep blue that happens so subtly you can never catch the exact moment of change. You don't go back to bed. Instead, you light a candle from the embers still glowing in the fireplace, put coffee on to boil, and begin the process of waking up properly. Your wife will sleep another hour, rising when the real light comes, but you've always been someone who needs this quiet time before the day begins, these minutes when the world belongs only to you and whatever thoughts you want to think. The coffee is bitter and strong, made from beans you've roasted perhaps a bit too dark, but it does its job, sending warmth and alertness spreading through your chest. You drink it standing at the window, watching the world emerge from darkness. The distillery building takes shape first, then the aging shed, then the corn crib and the small barn where you keep the mule and the milk cow. Everything is painted in shades of grey at first, colourless and flat, but gradually the dimension returns, the red of the barn door, the green of the grass, and the brown of the beaten earth path connecting the buildings. You'll check that barrel today. The decision feels solid and right, something you've actually been putting off too long already. But first, the morning routine. Feeding the animals, milking the cow, and checking the mash that's been fermenting in the large wooden vats behind the still house. Distilling whiskey isn't just about the dramatic moments of fire and copper and steam. It's about these daily tasks, the maintenance and monitoring that makes the dramatic moments possible. The mash vats are your first stop after finishing your coffee. They sit under a lean-to shelter, protected from direct sun and rain, each one containing a mixture of ground corn, water and yeast that's been bubbling and working for the past 3 days. You lift the wooden lid off the first vat and lean in, inhaling the sour, yeasty smell of fermentation. The surface is covered with foam, a good sign that the yeast is doing its job, eating the sugars from the corn and producing alcohol as waste. It's a process that seems almost too simple to work. You're essentially making a kind of beer from corn, then concentrating that beer through heat and distillation, until what remains is strong enough to preserve and potent enough to trade. You taste it, dipping a finger into the foam and touching it to your tongue. It's sour and sweet at the same time, with an alcohol content that's probably around 8 or 9%, nowhere near strong enough to be whiskey, but definitely on its way. Another day, maybe 2, and it'll be ready to run through the still. You replace the lid carefully, then move to the next vat, then the next, checking each one with the same careful attention. This part of the work is boring in the best possible way. Repetitive, predictable, requiring focus but not much thought, letting your mind wander while your hands do what they know how to do. The still itself waits inside the distillery building, a copper construction that cost you more money than you've ever spent on anything except land. It's beautiful in its way, all curves and joints soldered smooth, with a long tapered neck that rises toward the ceiling before curving away into the condensing coil. When you first set it up, you spent hours just looking at it, trying to understand how something made by human hands could be so elegant. The copper gleams even in low light, catching and throwing back any available brightness, and when it's working, when fire is roaring beneath it and steam is rising through its neck and liquid is dripping from its spout, it seems almost alive. But today isn't a distilling day. You've learned through experience that you can't rush this process. You can't force it to happen on your schedule. The mash has to be ready, properly fermented but not gone sour. You have to have enough firewood split and stacked and enough clean containers waiting to catch the distillate. You have to be rested and alert because distilling requires attention, watching temperatures, adjusting the fire, and tasting the output to know when you're getting the good middle run versus the harsh heads or the weak tails that you'll either throw away or redistill later. Today is for maintenance instead. You check the still for any signs of damage or wear, running your hands along the copper seams, looking for the green stains that would indicate a leak. Everything seems solid. You check the firebox beneath the still, scraping out old ash, making sure the draft holes aren't clogged. You check the condensing coil, which sits in a barrel of cold water that has to be refreshed regularly to keep the steam condensing properly. All of this is familiar work, the kind that lets your thoughts drift while your hands stay busy. And your thoughts keep drifting back to that smell from last night. That unexpected sweetness is coming from the barrels. You've been making whiskey for almost 20 years now, first helping your father and then on your own, and you've never encountered anything quite like it. Whiskey is supposed to be harsh, clear and functional. It's medicine and currency and social lubricant, not something you'd describe as sweet or smooth or pleasant. But that smell suggested something different, something you don't have words for yet. By mid-morning you finish the maintenance work and run out of excuses. The barrel is waiting. You walk to the aging shed with a hammer and a wooden spigot, tools for tapping a barrel without having to remove the whole bung and risk exposing the entire contents to air. Your hands are steadier than you expected as you position the spigot against the barrel head, finding the right spot between the staves. One sharp tap with the hammer and the spigot is in, sealed tight by the pressure of the wood around it. Nothing comes out at first. You have to open the small valve on the spigot, and even then there's a moment of resistance before the whiskey begins to flow. You've positioned a clay cup beneath the spigot, and you watch as it fills with liquid that's nothing like what you put into this barrel 2 months ago. Instead of clear, it's the colour of honey, or maybe amber, or maybe sunlight filtering through old church windows. It flows thick and slow, and the smell that rises from the cup is that same complex sweetness you noticed last night, but stronger now, more defined. You lift the cup to your lips and take the smallest possible sip, barely wetting your tongue. The taste explodes across your mouth, sweet and spicy and oaky and complex in ways that make your eyes widen involuntarily. This isn't whiskey, or rather, it is whiskey, but whiskey that's become something else, something more. The harshness is gone, replaced by layers of flavour that you can't quite separate into individual components. Vanilla is there, definitely. Caramel too. Something that might be cinnamon or might just be the char from the barrel. And underneath it all, still present but transformed, the corn sweetness that was there in the original distillate. You take another sip, larger this time, letting it roll around your mouth before swallowing. The warmth spreads through your chest like the coffee did this morning, but gentler, smoother, without any of the sharp edges that raw whiskey has. You feel your shoulders relax and feel some tension you didn't know you were carrying drain away. This is something special. You don't know the exact mechanisms that created it, and you don't understand the chemistry of what happened inside that charred oak barrel, but you understand enough to know that you've stumbled onto something valuable. You're sitting on a stump outside the aging shed, the clay cup still in your hands, trying to understand what you've just tasted. The sun has climbed high enough that you're sweating, despite the relative cool of the September morning, and somewhere nearby a crow is calling with that harsh, insistent voice that makes you think it's complaining about something. Your mind is working in circles, trying to puzzle out cause and effect, trying to figure out what you did differently that resulted in this unexpected transformation. The charring is obviously important. You've stored whiskey in regular barrels before, back in Pennsylvania, and while it picked up some colour and maybe a bit of wood taste, It never developed this kind of complexity. The cooper from Lexington had made charring the barrels seem like a simple practical matter. Burn the inside to sterilise it and help filter the whiskey. But clearly something more is happening. The char is interacting with the whiskey somehow, pulling out harsh elements and adding in new flavours, though you couldn't explain the chemistry of it to save your life. Time matters too, obviously. You'd planned to age the whiskey maybe a month, 6 weeks at most, just long enough to let it settle and clear. But this barrel has been sitting for almost 8 weeks now, and the extra time has clearly made a difference. You wonder how much longer you could let it sit. 3 months? 6 months? A year? At what point would it stop improving and start going bad? These are questions that would require systematic testing to answer, and you're just one man with a small operation and bills to pay. The temperature might be playing a role as well. Kentucky summers are brutal, the kind of heat that makes work feel like punishment, and turns the still house into an oven even when the fire isn't lit. The barrels have been sitting in that shed through some of the hottest weather you've ever experienced. The wood expanding and contracting with the daily temperature swings, the whiskey moving in and out of the charred oak like breath. In Pennsylvania, you stored barrels in a cool cellar where the temperature barely changed. Here there is no cellar, just this shed with its gaps between the boards. And maybe that constant heating and cooling is part of what's creating these new flavours. You take another sip from the cup, trying to taste it analytically now, to break down what you're experiencing into components you can understand and potentially replicate. There's definitely sweetness, but it's not simple sugar sweetness. It's more complex, almost burnt but not quite. Like the sugar that crystallises on the edge of a pie when it's been baked just a little too long. The oak is present but not overwhelming, adding structure and depth rather than making the whole thing taste like chewing on wood. And there's something spicy happening. A tingle on your tongue that might be from the corn, or might be from the barrel, or might be from the interaction between the two. Your wife appears at the cabin door, shading her eyes with one hand. Are you planning to do any actual work today, or are you just going to sit there drinking in the morning? You laugh, standing up and stretching muscles that have gotten stiff from sitting too long in one position. Come taste this, you call to her, holding up the cup. Tell me if I'm imagining things. She crosses the yard with that efficient walk she has, not hurrying but not wasting time either, and takes the cup from your hands. You watch her face as she sips, seeing the exact same expression of surprise that you must have had. Eyes widening, eyebrows going up, and mouth opening slightly in an involuntary response to unexpected pleasure. What did you do to it? She asks, taking another sip before you can answer. I don't know, you admit. I put regular whiskey in a charred barrel and left it there for 2 months. This is what came out. She hands the cup back to you, though you can tell she's reluctant to let it go. Well, she says, practical as always. I suppose you'd better figure out how to do it again then, because if you can make whiskey that tastes like that, people will pay good money for it. She's right, of course. You've been treating this as an interesting accident, something to puzzle over and marvel at. But there's a commercial dimension here that you haven't fully considered. The whiskey you've been making and selling is adequate. It does what whiskey is supposed to do, which is burn and warm and preserve. But it's not special. Nobody seeks it out specifically. They buy it because it's available and the price is fair, not because it's notably better than anyone else's product. But this is different. This is the kind of thing people might actually prefer, might request by name, and might even travel to obtain. The question is whether you can replicate it. You have a dozen other barrels in the shed, all filled at roughly the same time, all made by the same cooper using the same charring technique. If the transformation you've discovered is real and reliable, those other barrels should contain whiskey that's undergone the same change. But if what happened was a fluke, some quirk of this particular barrel, or this particular batch of whiskey, or some variable you haven't identified, then the other barrels might still contain the same harsh, clear liquid you put into them. There's only one way to find out. You take the hammer and another spigot and move to the second barrel, tapping it with the same careful precision you used on the first. The whiskey that flows out is the same beautiful amber colour, and when you taste it, the flavours are similar enough to confirm your hope. This is replicable. Whatever you've done it to all the barrels. The transformation isn't a quirk of one container but a predictable result of the process you've accidentally created. By the time you've sampled from all 12 barrels, you're feeling pleasantly warm and slightly muzzy-headed, and your wife is giving you amused looks from across the yard where she's hanging laundry to dry. The whiskey is definitely affecting you, but not in the harsh, aggressive way that raw distillate does. This is gentler, more of a glow than a burn, and you realise that part of what makes this aged whiskey special is that you could actually sip it slowly and enjoy it for the taste, rather than just throwing it back quickly to get the medicine down. You cap all the barrels carefully, making sure the spigots are sealed tight and won't leak. These containers represent hundreds of hours of work, growing the corn, harvesting it, grinding it, fermenting it, distilling it. And now they represent something more, a potential future where you're known for quality rather than just quantity, where people seek out your whiskey specifically rather than just buying whatever's available. The rest of the day passes in a pleasant blur of normal farm work. You repair a section of fence that the cow has been leaning against. You split firewood for next week's distilling run. You weed the kitchen garden and help your wife carry water from the spring. But your mind keeps returning to those barrels, to the question of what to do next. Do you sell this batch as it is, aged 2 months, or do you wait longer to see if more aging improves it further? Do you tell people what you've discovered, or do you keep it quiet and let them think you've just gotten better at making whiskey? Do you try to understand the science of what's happening, or do you just accept the gift and move forward? You're lying in bed that night, listening to your wife's breathing settle into the rhythm of sleep, but your own mind won't quiet down. The darkness is complete except for the faint red glow of embers in the fireplace, and you can hear mice scrabbling in the walls, busy with their own mysterious mouse business. Outside, a fox barks once, sharp and sudden, then falls silent. These are the usual night sounds of Kentucky, but tonight they feel different somehow, like the world has shifted slightly and everything needs to be relearned. The question nagging at you is time. 2 months has produced something remarkable, but is it finished? Wine gets better with age. You know that much. The French are famous for their ancient cellars where bottles sit for years or even decades, accumulating value and complexity. Does whiskey work the same way? Or is there a point where the oak becomes too much, where the barrel overwhelms the spirit and turns everything woody and bitter? You make a decision in the darkness. You'll sell half the barrels now at 2 months and leave the other half to age longer. 6 months total maybe, or even a year. It's a compromise between the practical need for income and the experimental desire to see what's possible. Your wife will approve of the practicality, and the part of you that's always curious will be satisfied by the ongoing experiment. Sleep finally comes, and when you wake, it's to full daylight and the smell of corn cakes cooking. Your wife is already up and working as usual, and you feel slightly guilty for oversleeping, though the sun's position suggests it's only just past dawn. The coffee is hot and waiting, and you drink it standing at the door looking out at your small kingdom of distillery and fields and forest. The work of the day begins with checking the mash vats again. Another day of fermentation has done its job. The foam has subsided slightly and the liquid beneath has that cloudy, yeasty look that means it's ready to distill. You'll start tomorrow, you decide. Today is for preparation, gathering firewood, cleaning the still, setting up collection vessels and making sure everything's ready for the long, hot, careful work of turning fermented mash into clear spirit. But first you need to deal with those barrels. The 6 you've decided to sell need to be loaded onto your wagon and taken to Lexington, where you have a standing arrangement with a merchant who sells goods to the river traders heading down to New Orleans. It's a full day's trip there and back, but it's worth it for the access to a market bigger than the handful of neighbours within walking distance of your farm. Loading the barrels is harder than you'd like to admit. Each one weighs close to 400 pounds when full, and while you have a system of ramps and rollers that makes it possible to move them alone, it's still brutal work that leaves you sweating and cursing despite the relatively cool morning air. The mule watches you with its usual expression of patient disdain, as if wondering why humans make everything so complicated. By the time all 6 barrels are secured in the wagon, you're ready for a rest. But there's no time. You need to get to Lexington and back before full dark, and that means leaving soon. Your wife packs you food for the journey. Cornbread, dried venison, a jar of pickles, and a clay jug of water. She kisses you goodbye with the same matter-of-fact affection she brings to everything, and you climb up onto the wagon seat, taking the reins and clicking your tongue at the mule to get it moving. The wagon creaks and sways as it hits the ruts in the road, and you settle into the familiar discomfort of a long trip on bad roads. The journey to Lexington takes you through forest and farmland in roughly equal measure. Kentucky is filling up fast with new settlers, families from Virginia and Pennsylvania, and the Carolinas all flooding in to claim land and build lives in this fertile valley. You pass cabins that weren't there 6 months ago, and see fields that have been cleared from forest. So recently the stumps are still white and raw looking. Everyone waves as you pass. That automatic frontier friendliness that assumes anyone you meet is probably a decent person, until proven otherwise. Lexington is growing too, spreading out from the original fort into something that's starting to resemble an actual town. There are stores now, and taverns, and a church, and streets that have names rather than just being the road that goes to the spring, or the path by Johnson's cabin. You guide the mule through the traffic, mostly other wagons, but also people on horseback and on foot, until you reach the merchant's establishment, a sturdy log building with a covered porch where men sit and smoke and discuss politics and weather and crop prices. The merchant himself, a man named Harrison who came from Virginia and still dresses like he's living in a city rather than on the frontier, comes out to inspect your delivery. He's bought your whiskey before, always paying fair prices and never complaining about quality, but you've never brought him anything like what's in these barrels. Same as usual, he asks, making notes on a piece of paper with a pencil that he keeps tucked behind his ear when he's not using it. Better than usual, you say, hopping down from the wagon. Here, try it. You tap one of the barrels right there on the street, filling a cup with the amber liquid. Harrison takes it skeptically. He's tasted hundreds of whiskies in his career as a merchant, and most of them range from barely drinkable to actively unpleasant. But his expression changes as soon as the liquid touches his tongue. What in the name of... He trails off, taking another sip. How long have you been holding out on me? You explain about the barrels, the charring, and the accidental aging. Harrison listens with the focused attention of a man who recognises an opportunity when he tastes one. By the time you finish talking, he's made his decision. I'll take it all, he says. Every barrel you've got, and I'll pay you double the usual rate. Triple, even if you can guarantee me a regular supply of whiskey of this quality. You negotiate for another few minutes, but your heart isn't in it. The price he's offering is more than fair, probably more than you should accept on the first sale. But Harrison isn't stupid. He knows that whiskey this good will sell for even more when he moves it downriver to New Orleans, where people have money, and refined tastes and a taste for luxury goods. It's better to lock you in now with a generous price than risk you finding another buyer who might appreciate the quality. The transaction concluded, you help Harrison's workers roll the barrels into his storage building, a substantial structure with a cellar dug deep enough that the temperature stays relatively constant year-round. He pays you in silver coins that clink pleasantly in the leather pouch you carry for such purposes, more money than you've seen in one place since you bought the land for your farm. You're on the road back from Lexington, the empty wagon rattling along much faster than it did when loaded, your pocket heavy with coins and your mind heavy with thoughts. The sun is past its peak now, slanting in from the west, and you're making good time. You should be home well before dark, which means you can actually help with evening chores instead of arriving exhausted and useless. The question occupying your thoughts is what to call this new whiskey. Harrison had asked, quite reasonably, if it had a name, and you'd had to admit that you'd just been thinking of it as the whiskey from the charred barrels, or the aged whiskey, neither of which exactly rolls off the tongue or sounds particularly marketable. He'd suggested you think about it and come up with something distinctive that people could ask for by name. The problem is that naming things has never been your strength. Your mule is named Mule. Your cow is named Cow. Your dog, back when you had one, was named Dog until he died of old age, and you never got around to replacing him. You're practical about most things, but creativity in naming isn't something that comes naturally. Bourbon County whiskey, maybe? You live in what's technically Bourbon County, named after the French royal family in gratitude for France's help during the Revolution. Most of the whiskey being made in Kentucky comes from this general area, so it would make sense to associate it with the place. But that feels almost too obvious, too simple. Surely someone else will think of that eventually, and then where will you be? You let your mind wander, watching the forest slide past on both sides of the road. The trees here are magnificent. Massive oaks and hickories and maples that must be hundreds of years old, their trunks wider than you are tall. They've stood here since long before European settlers arrived, witnesses to everything that's happened in this valley, and they'll probably still be standing long after you're dead and forgotten. There's something humbling about that. Something that puts your small concerns about whiskey names into perspective. A creek crosses the road ahead, running clear and cold over smooth stones. You let the mule stop and drink, sitting in the afternoon shade and listening to the water chuckle over its rocky bed. This is the kind of moment that makes all the hard work worthwhile. These minutes of peace and natural beauty, when you're not actively struggling against something or rushing to finish some task. You drink from your own water jug, eating a piece of the cornbread your wife packed, letting the quietness sink into you. The name question follows you home and stays with you through the evening chores and supper, and the quiet hour before bed when you and your wife sit by the fire and talk about the day. She suggests calling it creek water whiskey, after the limestone spring that provides your water, but that doesn't feel quite right either. Too literal somehow, and it doesn't capture what makes the whiskey special. Days pass, then weeks, and still the name question remains unsolved. You make another batch of whiskey, filling more charred barrels, committed now to the aging process even though you still don't fully understand all the variables involved. Harrison sends word that the first shipment sold out almost immediately in New Orleans, and he wants more as soon as possible. Other distillers in the area are starting to notice what you're doing and asking questions about your techniques. And you answer honestly because it's not in your nature to hoard knowledge. Besides, competition will be good for everyone. It'll push you all to improve, to experiment, and to discover new variations on what you've accidentally created. The barrel you're aging for a full year sits in the shed like a patient promise. Every week or so you tap it, just a small taste to see how it's developing, and the changes are subtle but real. The flavours are deepening, becoming more integrated, and the sharp edges are smoothing away until what remains is almost impossibly smooth. You're not sure it's actually better than the 2-month aged whiskey. It's different certainly, more refined in some ways, but perhaps less vibrant. But the experiment is valuable regardless of the outcome. One evening in late October, a rider comes up the road just as you're finishing the evening chores. He's a young man, probably not yet 20, dressed in the rough clothes of someone who works for a living rather than for show. He introduces himself as a representative from a tavern keeper in Louisville who's heard about your whiskey and wants to buy it directly rather than going through Harrison's operation in Lexington. You invite him inside, pour him a cup of the 2-month aged whiskey, and watch his face light up with the same expression everyone has when they taste it for the first time. He's prepared to make an offer on the spot, he says, and the price he mentions is even higher than what Harrison is paying. You negotiate in a friendly way, neither of you trying to take advantage, and eventually settle on terms that seem fair to both parties. "What do you call it?" the young man asks as he's preparing to leave. "The tavern keeper will want to know what to put on the sign." And suddenly, without planning it, the answer is there. "Bourbon," you say. "Call it Bourbon." It's not your decision exactly. The name has been hovering around the edges of your consciousness for weeks now, inevitable as weather. But saying it out loud makes it real. Bourbon, simple, direct, and tied to the place without being awkwardly long. The young man nods, repeating it to himself, clearly liking the sound of it. Bourbon. After he leaves, your wife looks at you with raised eyebrows. Bourbon? That's what we're going with. Unless you have a better idea, you say. But you can tell from her expression that she approves, or at least doesn't disapprove strongly enough to argue about it. And that's how it happens, with less ceremony than you might expect for something that will eventually become famous. No official declaration, no legal registration, just a practical answer to a practical question. The whiskey you make, aged in charred oak barrels until it turns amber and smooth, will be called Bourbon. Other people are probably calling their whiskey the same thing, or will be soon, and over time the name will become standardized, associated with Kentucky, and with the specific techniques that you and others are developing. But here, now, on this October evening with the first frost of the season glittering on the grass outside, bourbon is just a word you've chosen because it fits. You're in the still house on a December morning, cold enough that your breath makes clouds in the air, feeding wood into the firebox beneath the copper still. The fire is just catching, flames licking up around the logs, and you can already feel the heat beginning to radiate outward. This is good work for a winter day. The still house will be warm soon, almost too warm, and the contrast with the freezing air outside makes the heat feel like a gift rather than a burden. There's been talk lately, in the taverns and at the church meetings and wherever men gather to discuss business, about a Baptist preacher over in Fayette County named Elijah Craig who's also making whiskey using the charred barrel technique. Some people are saying he invented it, that he was the first to discover how aging in charred oak transforms the spirit. You've heard these stories with mixed feelings, partly amused, partly irritated, and partly just philosophical about the way history gets written. The truth, as you understand it, is that several people probably discovered the technique around the same time, all working independently, all responding to the same circumstances. Craig is a preacher, and therefore more memorable and more likely to be remembered and talked about. You're just a farmer who happens to also make whiskey, not particularly noteworthy except for the quality of what you produce. If Craig wants to be known as the father of bourbon, you're not going to fight him for the title. There's enough market for everyone, and honestly, the less attention you attract, the better. But it does make you think about how stories become established, how one version of events becomes the official version while others fade away. Craig is charismatic and educated and good at promoting himself. He gives sermons that people remember, makes connections with influential men, and understands how to shape narratives. You just make whiskey. In 100 years, assuming bourbon is still being made, people will probably credit Craig with inventing it, and that's fine. The invention matters more than the inventor, really. And besides, who's to say that Craig didn't come up with it independently, maybe even before you did? The still is heating now, the temperature rising steadily, and you check the thermometer you've installed in the side of the pot. 150 degrees, still well below the boiling point of water but getting warmer. You've learned through experience that distillation is all about temperature control. Too cool and nothing happens, too hot and you boil off everything, including the compounds you don't want. The sweet spot is narrow, requiring constant attention and adjustment, which is why you can't leave the still unattended for more than a few minutes at a time during a run. Your wife brings you dinner around noon, a bowl of bean soup and some fresh bread, and sits with you while you eat. She's been to church recently, where Craig gave a guest sermon, and she reports that he spoke eloquently about the virtue of hard work and the importance of using God's gifts wisely. He mentioned whiskey making specifically, she says, as an example of taking the raw materials of creation and transforming them into something of greater value. Did he mention the charred barrels, you ask, more curious than anything. He did, she says. He talked about how the fire purifies, how the char filters out impurities and improves the spirit. He made it sound almost religious, like the whiskey is being baptized or something. You laugh at that because it's absurd and also kind of brilliant. Leave it to a preacher to find religious significance in bourbon making. But there's something to it too. Something about transformation and patience and the way time and specific conditions can turn something ordinary into something exceptional. If Craig wants to frame it in religious terms, that's his prerogative. And honestly, it might help bourbon gain acceptance among people who would otherwise be suspicious of alcohol. The afternoon passes in the familiar rhythm of distilling, feeding the fire, watching the temperature, collecting the output, and judging whether it's heads or hearts or tails. The heads come first, containing the volatile compounds that will make you go blind if you drink them. These you discard, pouring them into a bucket that you'll eventually use for cleaning metal or starting fires. The hearts come next, the good middle run where the alcohol is clean and strong and suitable for aging. The tails come last, weaker and containing compounds that taste bad or might make you sick. These you'll save to redistill with the next batch, extracting whatever useful alcohol they contain. By evening you've collected about 10 gallons of good hearts, clear liquid that smells sharp and clean and is ready to be transformed by charred oak and thyme. You'll let it rest overnight, and then tomorrow you'll fill another barrel and add it to the aging shed. The cycle continues, batch after batch, each one representing a week or two of work and then months or years of waiting. Over the following weeks, the story about Elijah Craig inventing bourbon becomes more widespread. You hear it at the general store, at the mill and at church, always told with slight variations, but the basic narrative is consistent. Craig, the brilliant preacher, discovering through divine inspiration or careful experimentation, or possibly just accident that charred barrels improve whiskey. Your own role, to the extent it's mentioned at all, is as one of the early adopters who recognised Craig's genius and copied his technique. This bothers you less than you thought it would. You've never been someone who needs recognition or fame, and honestly, being associated with Craig's name might help your whiskey sell better. People trust preachers, or at least they trust them more than they trust random farmers. If Craig's endorsement, even an indirect endorsement through association, helps convince people that bourbon is a quality product, rather than just another harsh frontier spirit, then you're happy to fade into the background. What matters more is the work itself. The daily practice of making whiskey as well as you know how, constantly learning and adjusting and trying to improve. You've started keeping notes in a leather-bound journal where you record details about each batch. The corn variety, the fermentation temperature, the still temperature during different parts of the run, the barrel characteristics, the aging time, and the weather conditions. It's not systematic scientific research, just one man trying to understand his craft better, but it's something. You're sitting on your porch on a warm spring evening, the kind where the temperature is perfect and the air smells like growing things, and you can hear frogs singing from the creek down the hill. Your nearest neighbour, a man named Thompson, who farms about 3 miles to the east, has stopped by on his way home from Lexington, and you've poured him a cup of bourbon, not the aged stuff, just regular 2-month whiskey that you're comfortable sharing. Thompson sips it slowly, making appreciative noises. He's a taciturn man normally, not given to elaborate compliments, but he's on his second cup and getting more talkative. "This is smooth," he says, which from Thompson is high praise. "Smoothest whiskey I've had in Kentucky, and I've had most of them." You accept the compliment with a nod, not making a big deal of it. Thompson isn't here just to drink. He's got something on his mind. You can tell from the way he keeps starting to speak and then stopping himself. You wait, patient, letting the evening sounds fill the silence between you. Finally he comes out with it. "I'm thinking of starting my own operation," he says. "Distilling, I mean. There's money in it, clearly, and I've got corn I could use instead of selling. I was wondering if you'd be willing to share some of what you know." This is a question you've been getting more often lately, as word spreads about bourbon, and more farmers realise there's value in the process. Your instinct is to help. Knowledge shared is knowledge preserved, and besides, you don't see Thompson as competition so much as a potential ally. The more good bourbon being made in Kentucky, the better for everyone. So you talk him through it, starting with the basics of fermentation and working up through distillation techniques and barrel aging. Thompson listens carefully, asking good questions and taking mental notes. You can tell he's serious about this, not just looking for a quick profit, but genuinely interested in learning the craft. By the time he leaves, well after dark, you've agreed to let him observe your next distilling run, and to help him source barrels from the same cooper who makes yours. Word gets around. Within a month, you've had visits from a half-dozen other farmers, all interested in bourbon making, all asking for advice. You help where you can, sharing what you've learned, though you're careful not to present yourself as an expert. You're just a few years ahead of them on the learning curve, that's all, and everything you know has come from trial and error rather than formal education. Some of your visitors bring their own whiskey to share, and you taste it critically, offering suggestions where you see room for improvement. This one is too harsh, probably distilled too hot. Try lowering the temperature and being more selective about what you collect. That one is too weak, likely diluted too much. Trust the strength, let it be potent. The aging will smooth it out. This other one has off flavours, possibly from dirty equipment or contaminated yeast. Clean everything more thoroughly between batches. You're building a community without really meaning to. A network of bourbon makers who share information and help each other improve. It's not organised or formal, Just neighbours helping neighbours in the traditional frontier way. But it's effective. The average quality of Kentucky bourbon is improving, and the market is responding. Merchants in Louisville and Lexington are starting to actively seek out Kentucky whiskey, preferring it over spirits from other states. The year barrel, which you've been monitoring all this time, finally reaches its first anniversary in the shed. You tap it on a morning in late spring, with your wife standing beside you to witness the result of this long experiment. The whiskey that flows out is darker than the 2-month age version, almost the colour of strong tea, and the smell is intensely complex. Oak and vanilla and caramel and something else. Some subtle note that you can't quite identify but that makes your mouth water in anticipation. You taste it carefully and it's magnificent. Smoother than anything you've made before, with flavours that seem to evolve and change as you hold the liquid in your mouth. It's almost too smooth, you think. There's such a thing as too much refinement where the drink loses its character. But it's undeniably impressive. You could probably charge even more for this year-age bourbon and find buyers who appreciate the extra complexity and are willing to pay for it. But there's a practical problem. The longer you age whiskey, the more you lose to evaporation and absorption into the barrel wood. What you put into the barrel 12 months ago as 50 gallons has probably become 45 gallons or less, meaning you're losing 10% or more of your product at time. At 2 months, the loss is minimal, maybe 2 or 3%. At a year, it becomes significant. The question is whether the improved quality justifies the reduced quantity, and that's a calculation that involves both math and philosophy. You decide to split the difference. Most barrels will age for 3 to 4 months, a sweet spot where the whiskey has developed complexity, but the evaporation losses are still manageable. A few special barrels will age longer, maybe 6 months to a year, to produce premium bourbon for buyers willing to pay extra. It's a compromise, but distilling has taught you that most of life is compromise. Balancing competing priorities, making decisions with imperfect information, and doing the best you can with what you've got. You're 73 years old, sitting in the same chair where you've sat for the past 40 years, watching the sun set over the same ridge of trees. Your hands are twisted with arthritis now, knuckles swollen and fingers bent in ways they weren't meant to bend, but they still work well enough for light tasks. The heavy work of distilling has been taken over by your son and grandson, who run the operation with the same careful attention you taught them, though they've added innovations of their own. Better temperature controls, more systematic, record-keeping, and relationships with buyers across multiple states. The bourbon business has grown beyond anything you imagined during those early experimental years. What you discovered by accident has become an industry, with dozens of distilleries operating across Kentucky and even spreading to other states. The name bourbon is now standard, associated specifically with whiskey made from corn and aged in charred oak barrels, though the exact requirements are still being debated and refined. Some people insist it must be made in Bourbon County specifically, while others argue that the technique is what matters, not the location. Elijah Craig died years ago, and his story has indeed become the dominant narrative about bourbon's invention. You've long since stopped caring about credit or recognition. What matters is that the tradition continues, that the knowledge you and others discovered is being preserved and passed down. Your grandson knows things about fermentation chemistry that you never learned, and understands the science behind what you only knew through observation and experience. That's progress, and you're grateful for it. The barrels in the aging shed, a much larger shed now, more like a warehouse, contain whiskey at various stages of aging, from fresh distillate to spirits that have been resting for 2 or 3 years. The long aging is becoming more popular among buyers who appreciate the extra smoothness and complexity, though there's still a market for the younger bourbon too. Different styles for different tastes, your son likes to say, and you agree with the wisdom of that. Your wife died 2 years ago, peacefully in her sleep, and her absence is a hollow place in your daily routine that never quite fills in. She'd lived to see the bourbon business become successful, had enjoyed the relative prosperity it brought, and had even developed her own opinions about which batches were best. She preferred the 3-month age bourbon, you remember, saying it had liveliness that the older stuff sometimes lacked. You keep a bottle of 3-month bourbon on the shelf in her memory, occasionally pouring a small glass and toasting her absence. The cooper who taught you about charring barrels is long dead too, though his sons have taken over the business and expanded it considerably. They're supplying barrels to distilleries all over Kentucky now, and they've refined the charring process to include different levels: light char, medium char, and heavy char, each producing slightly different flavours in the finished whiskey. It's become an art form, this marriage of wood and fire and time, and you're pleased to have played even a small role in its development. Thompson, your old neighbour who asked for advice all those years ago, became a successful bourbon maker in his own right. He died last winter at the age of 81, and his funeral drew distillers from across the state, all of them gathering to honour a man who'd contributed to the craft. You went, despite the difficulty of travel at your age, and you listened to stories about Thompson's innovations and generosity and stubborn insistence on quality. It felt right, honouring him that way, recognising that bourbon is bigger than any individual, and that everyone who makes it well deserves respect. The taste of bourbon has become familiar to you to the point where you barely notice it anymore, though you still take a small glass most evenings, more out of habit than desire. Your grandson teases you about this, saying you're pickled in bourbon, preserved like fruit and alcohol, and you laugh because it's probably true. The whiskey has been part of your life for so long that you can't imagine existence without it. The smell of fermenting mash, the heat of the still house, the quiet patience of the aging shed, all of it woven into the fabric of who you are. On summer evenings, when the weather is good, you sometimes have visitors, younger distillers who want to hear stories about the early days, historians interested in documenting how bourbon developed, and even the occasional journalist writing articles for newspapers in Louisville or Lexington. You tell them what you remember, though your memory isn't as sharp as it used to be, and you sometimes mix up the sequence of events or forget important details. They write down your words anyway, treating them as valuable even when you're not sure they are. The question they always ask is whether you realised, back in those early days, that you were creating something that would last. And the honest answer is no, you didn't. You were just trying to make a living, trying to find some value in the corn you grew and the skills you'd inherited from your father. The discovery of aging in charred barrels was pure accident, motivated by nothing more profound than convenience and curiosity. That it turned into a tradition, into an industry, into something that people associate with Kentucky and American craftsmanship, that was never planned, never foreseen. But maybe that's how all traditions start, you think. Not through grand design, but through small decisions, practical solutions to immediate problems, and accidents that turn out to be improvements. Someone tries something different, it works, they do it again, other people notice and copy it, and gradually it becomes the standard way of doing things. Nobody sits down and declares, I shall now create a tradition. Traditions emerge, evolve, and accumulate meaning through repetition and time. The sun is set fully now, the sky fading from orange to purple to deep blue. Your grandson calls from inside the house, asking if you want supper, and you push yourself up from the chair with the deliberate effort that all movement requires at your age. The walk to the house is short, but you take it slowly, aware of your body's limitations, grateful for what strength remains. Inside, the table is set and the food is ready. Beans and cornbread and bacon. Simple food that tastes better than elaborate meals ever did. Your grandson pours you a small glass of 3-month-age bourbon from a barrel that you helped fill last spring without asking, and you sip it while the family eats and talks about tomorrow's work. The whiskey is warm and smooth and familiar, tasting of oak and corn and thyme, tasting like home. After supper, you sit by the fire a while longer, watching the flames dance and feeling the bourbon's gentle warmth spreading through your chest. In the morning there will be work to do. There's always work to do. But tonight there's just this quiet contentment, this satisfaction of having lived long enough to see something you helped create outlive you. The bourbon will continue after you're gone, made by people who never knew you, drunk by people who've never heard your name, and that's exactly as it should be. You close your eyes, listening to your grandson and his wife talking in low voices in the next room, hearing the crackle of the fire and the distant sound of a whippoorwill calling from the dark woods. Somewhere in the aging shed, the barrels are doing their patient work. thyme and oak transforming raw spirit into something smoother, richer, and more complex. You don't need to be there watching it happen. The process continues whether you're present or not, reliable as sunrise, steady as seasons. This is the thing they don't tell you about traditions. They're not frozen in time, preserved like specimens in jars. They're alive, changing, and adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their essential character. The bourbon your grandson makes isn't identical to what you made 50 years ago. It's better in some ways, different in others, but it's recognisably the same thing, connected by an unbroken thread of practice and knowledge and care. You're nearly asleep in your chair when your grandson gently shakes your shoulder, helping you up and guiding you to your bedroom. The bed feels good, the blankets heavy and warm, and you sink into them with a sigh of relief. Tomorrow you'll wake and the cycle will continue. Another day of bourbon making, another small contribution to the tradition you accidentally helped start. But tonight sleep comes easy, and your dreams are quiet, untroubled, and peaceful as aged bourbon on a warm evening. Your earliest ancestors were performing before Netflix, before Broadway, and before anyone even considered charging for entertainment. Imagine a cave from 40,000 years ago. The fire is crackling. Someone begins to tell a story about the day's mammoth hunt, and the dishes are finished. Well, there weren't dishes, but you get the idea. The interesting part, though, is that they did more than merely recount the tale. Oh no, that would be too easy. Someone took a mammoth hide and began to play the role of the mammoth. Someone else posed as the courageous hunter, to symbolise the shaman who blessed the hunt. A third person picked up some berries and painted stripes on their face. Before you know it, you have the first dinner theatre in human history, complete with method acting, real costumes, and a small, intimate setting. Remember, these weren't just any old shenanigans. Directors of contemporary community theatre would be envious of the practical uses of these early productions. Important survival knowledge, such as which berries won't kill you, and how to avoid becoming something else's dinner, was passed down thanks to them. They strengthened ties within the community because nothing unites people like seeing Uncle Grok perform his encounter with a saber-toothed tiger for the 15th time, complete with homemade sound effects and increasingly complex mime work. The irony is that we were already formulating what would eventually become the fundamental principle of all performances. The audience must voluntarily suspend their disbelief. Everyone gathered around that fire was well aware that it wasn't actually a mammoth, but rather Bob in a fur suit, his hands cupped around his mouth, making trumpet-like noises. However, they consented to comply, allowing themselves to be drawn into the narrative. Even though the costumes have become much more elaborate and the venues are much less likely to be overrun by real wild animals, that is the magic contract between the performer and the audience that still exists today. These early performances also appear to have been more than casual affairs, according to archaeological evidence. Figures wearing ornate headdresses and participating in ritualistic activities are depicted in cave paintings from Lascaux and other locations in what seem to be ceremonial poses. Certain cave formations, according to some researchers, were picked especially for their acoustic qualities, natural amphitheatres, where tales could be told and retold with the most dramatic effect. These early societies' performance traditions evolved along with them. Coming-of-age rituals, successful hunts, territorial agreements, and seasonal celebrations of the solstices all became occasions for ever more complicated theatrical performances. The shaman or tribal storyteller developed into something like a director, directing group activities and maintaining the customs of telling some stories. A few thousand years later, you're in ancient Egypt, where someone had the brilliant notion that if ordinary stories were good, then stories about pharaohs and gods must be fantastic, with intricate costumes, makeup techniques that would make a contemporary drag queen weep with admiration, and scripts, hieroglyphic ones, of course. The Egyptians transformed the primal human urge to perform into something that approached professional theatre. In essence, Egyptian religious ceremonies were high-stakes theatrical productions. If you fumbled your lines, you risked upsetting a god, which was far worse than receiving a poor review in the local papyrus. Nor were these solemn, quiet services. They were grand events with hundreds of participants, intricate processions and special effects that must have appeared completely magical to viewers who were unaware of their workings. The story of the god's death and resurrection was narrated over several days of performances that swept across entire cities during the yearly Osiris festivals, which were especially theatrical. Parts of the story would be assigned to different neighbourhoods, resulting in a theatrical experience that stretched throughout the entire city and made contemporary site-specific theatre appear positively modest. The fact that Egyptian performance created numerous customs that still exist today is what makes it so fascinating. They created complex methods for implying supernatural happenings on stage, such as trapdoors for gods to come and go, ornate masks and costumes to turn human actors into gods, and meticulously planned movements that gave the appearance of supernatural strength. The idea of a theatrical season linked to agricultural and religious calendars was also invented by the Egyptians. A year-round cycle of theatrical activity that kept audiences interested and performers employed was created by the various festivals that held various kinds of performances throughout the year. They realised something that contemporary theatre producers are still discovering. Audience loyalty is increased by consistent programming. Papyri and Egyptian tomb paintings also demonstrate that these performances weren't stuffy or overly solemn. There was a place for comedy, frequently in the form of minor characters and servants who offered light-hearted relief from the more sombre divine drama. The Egyptians recognised that audiences needed a few laughs to keep things from becoming too serious, even in tales about life, death, and eternal judgment. We now travel to ancient Greece, where someone had the brilliant idea to elevate storytelling to a formal activity, complete with regulations, contests, and the kind of critical thinking that would make graduate students today feel completely at home. It was impossible for the Greeks, bless them, to simply appreciate a good story. They had to classify it, evaluate it, and then most likely compose a philosophical treatise on whether or not it effectively elicited catharsis through fear and pity. The Greeks created what is now known as formal drama during religious festivals celebrating Dionysus, the god of wine, which explains a lot about theatre's relationship with altered states of consciousness, in the 6th century BCE. Picture the scene. Throngs of people gathered in massive outdoor amphitheatres carved into the sides of hills, listening to actors in flowing robes and ornate masks narrate tales of heroes, gods, and the occasional dysfunctional family that would make contemporary soap operas appear positively restrained. Let's take a moment to discuss those amphitheatres, though, as they were engineering wonders that contemporary architects continue to admire. About 17,000 people could fit in Athens' Theatre of Dionysus, and the acoustics were so well designed that a whisper from the stage could be heard in the back row. Excellent knowledge of sound and space without the use of microphones or amplification. Every audience member had an unhindered view of the action thanks to the seating arrangement, which was set up in a perfect semicircle. By the way, the masks weren't merely decorative. The person in the back row, who is likely squinting and questioning whether they should have brought their antiquated equivalent of opera glasses, needed something to help project emotion in those enormous amphitheatres. These masks were artistic creations, carved to symbolise various character types and emotions. Happy, sad, angry, confused. All the emotions you go through on a normal Monday morning, but artistically captured in plaster, wood and linen that would make contemporary designers cry. The Greeks are credited with creating the idea of the tragic hero, but they also unintentionally created stage fright. His name lives on in the word thespian, though I'm sure he never imagined future actors would use it to sound more important at dinner parties. Imagine poor Thespis, who is frequently regarded as the first actor, standing alone on stage for the first time and likely thinking, "What have I gotten myself into? Yesterday I participated in a chorus, and now suddenly everyone is staring at me, expecting me to be engaging on my own." Greek tragedy dealt with serious issues such as justice, fate, family honour, and whether or not the gods were amused at human expense. Spoiler alert, they usually were. Aeschylus created what were effectively ancient miniseries with greater production values and more divine intervention through his trilogies, which examined a single theme across several plays. In order to create that delicious tension that keeps you wriggling in your seat, Sophocles perfected the art of dramatic irony, in which the audience knows something that the characters do not. However, the Greeks also provided us with comedy, and it was politically incorrect and delightfully crude in ways that would make audiences today gasp and then giggle in private. Because Aristophanes' plays were full of political satire, bathroom humour, and the kind of jokes that made respectable citizens clutch their togas and pretend to be scandalised while actually enjoying every minute, he would have thrived on social media. It is impossible to exaggerate how competitive Greek theatre is. Playwrights, actors and choruses competed for prizes and public recognition during the dramatic festivals, which were more than just parties. Think of the Olympics for the theatre, complete with all the political scheming, artistic competitions and heated public arguments over the judges. While losers likely went home and grumbled about the judges not appreciating their artistic vision, winners rose to fame throughout the Greek world. The chorus was the centre of these productions, despite being frequently disregarded in contemporary discussions of Greek theatre. They were talented performers who represented the voice of the community in the play by dancing, singing, and commenting on the action. They weren't merely background singers. A production's success or failure depended on its chorus, and training one required months of rigorous rehearsal. When the Romans saw Greek theatre, they thought, "This is nice, but what if we made it bigger, more spectacular, and threw in some gladiators?" Because if the Romans were good at anything, it was taking someone else's brilliant idea and making it much better with more marble, more violence, and much better engineering. Roman theatre was entertainment on a scale that would make contemporary production companies shiver with fear and jealousy. They constructed massive theatres, some of which could accommodate up to 40,000 people. Can you imagine packing a theatre that big today for a single dramatic performance rather than a sporting event or rock concert? Rome's 20,000-seat Theatre of Marcellus was so exquisitely designed that portions of it still stand today and are used as the base for Renaissance palaces that were erected on its remains. The Romans changed theatrical technology in ways that would not be matched until the modern era, but they didn't stop at size. They featured elaborate set pieces that could be changed between acts using sophisticated machinery hidden beneath the stage floor, hoists that could lift actors into the air to represent gods or flying creatures, and trapdoors that were controlled by intricate mechanical systems, special effects that wouldn't look out of place in a contemporary theme park. Roman theatre engineering produced the first retractable awnings to shield spectators from the sun and rain, intricate subterranean spaces beneath the stage for the storage of equipment and sets, and even crude air conditioners that cooled the air on hot days using aqueduct water. Instead of relying on ideal weather, they made going to the theatre a cosy year-round activity. From a social point of view, this is where Roman theatre becomes truly fascinating. The Romans viewed theatre more like we do television today. Popular entertainment for the masses, supported by the government or wealthy sponsors, and intended to keep the populace content and distracted. This is in contrast to the Greeks, who saw theatre as both entertainment and a spiritual experience connected to religious festivals. Free admission was provided by wealthy individuals seeking social status or politicians hoping to win over voters. The shows had to be suitable for everyone, from senators to dock workers, in order to appeal to the widest possible audience. This democratic approach to entertainment gave rise to storytelling innovations that put mass appeal ahead of creative experimentation. The clever servant who was always smarter than his master, the young lover who was attractive but not very intelligent, the irascible old man whose stinginess caused most of the plot complications, and the cunning parasite who flattered wealthy. Patrons in exchange for food and favours were all examples of stock characters that audiences would instantly recognise in Roman comedies. Does that sound familiar? Even today, these character types can be found in sitcoms and romantic comedies. The ensemble comedy model that we still use today, 2,000 years later, was essentially established by the Romans. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Roman comedy on subsequent theatrical traditions. Throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, plays by Plautus and Terence were studied and copied. Shakespeare directly appropriated Roman storylines and character types. Roman theatre is the source of the fundamental framework of romantic comedy, which consists of young lovers kept apart by obstacles, complications involving mistaken identities, and a resolution in which everyone gets married. However, the idea of theatre as a spectacle for public amusement was also invented by the Romans. Their successful productions travelled from city to city across the empire, establishing the first theatrical touring circuit. To bring professional entertainment to provincial towns that might never otherwise see anything more sophisticated than local festivals, picture the logistics of transporting entire acting companies, elaborate sets, and costumes across hundreds of miles of Roman roads. Roman audiences were infamously picky and outspoken about what they liked. They had no qualms about vocally and instantly expressing their disapproval if they didn't enjoy a performance. Both positive and negative effects on the development of theatre resulted from this, as it established a culture in which popularity and entertainment value were valued more highly than artistic ambition. The first celebrity culture centred on performers was also created by the Romans. Actors who achieved success became well known throughout the empire, and rumours and conjecture surrounded their private lives. Does that sound familiar? They invented the idea of a touring star who could attract audiences just by virtue of their reputation, going from city to city to play their most well-liked parts. You might assume that theatre simply put on its masks and went home for a few centuries after the fall of Rome. It had to be extremely inventive about where it lived and how it survived, but not quite. The early Christian church had conflicting opinions about theatrical performances. On the one hand, they disapproved of Roman theatre's connection to violence, pagan festivals, and general immorality. However, they soon discovered that religious stories could be effectively taught through performance to those who were illiterate, which was the majority of the population. As a result, theatre found a new home in churches, beginning with straightforward Bible story reenactments during services. Imagine that during Easter morning services, members of the congregation would pretend that Christ's empty tomb had been discovered. This would likely involve improvised costumes and a good deal of nervous laughter from amateur actors who had never performed on stage before. Since Latin, the church's official language, was typically used for these early liturgical dramas, the majority of the audience was more interested in the spectacle than in fully comprehending every word. This resulted in increasingly complex visual presentations that use staging, costume and action rather than speech to convey narrative and emotion. The Easter story was briefly dramatised in the Cem Quiritus trope, which is frequently cited as the origin of all medieval drama. It began as a straightforward call and response between a clergyman who represented the angel at the tomb and another clergyman who represented the three Marys searching for Christ's body. Jesus of Nazareth. He is not here, he is risen. Whom do you seek? This is where medieval theatre becomes wonderfully human and charmingly chaotic. These religious performances outgrew the churches as they became more elaborate and well-liked. Entire communities participated in large-scale productions known as morality plays, which were essentially medieval after-school specials with titles like Everyman and The Castle of Perseverance, or mystery plays, which told biblical stories. These local productions were pulled by wagons known as pageant wagons, which would move around a town, stopping at various stations during the day. The carpenters would be in charge of Noah's Ark, naturally. The bakers would be in charge of the miracle of the loaves and fishes. The metalworkers would likely be stuck with any scenes that required armour or weapons. And the goldsmiths' guild would usually be in charge of the scenes involving the three wise men and their pricey gifts. Part of what made medieval theatre so charming was that the outcomes were frequently hilariously uneven. Imagine going to a play where Noah's Ark was constructed by real carpenters and looked amazing, and then right after that there's a scene where the angels are obviously just the apprentices of the baker, dressed in bed sheets, and they're desperately trying not to trip over their makeshift wings. For one day's performance, the Guild of Shipwrights would make an ark that could actually float. The Guild of Weavers might make costumes that were works of art, and the Guild of Blacksmiths would forge armour that was entirely authentic. The way that medieval performance combined the sacred and the ridiculous without seeming to care about tonal consistency was one of its most delightful features. Comic relief characters would appear everywhere, even in the most religious productions. In nativity plays, the shepherds were frequently portrayed as foolish country people who offered amusement in between the more sombre scenes. In the midst of a tale about divine judgment and salvation, there is slapstick humour because Noah's wife was traditionally a shrewish character who refused to board the ark without a fight. One of the most well-known medieval dramas, The Second Shepherd's Play, has a subplot about a sheep thief who attempts to conceal his stolen sheep by posing it as his newborn child, with his wife cradling it and saying it only has a peculiar complexion. This farce parallels the nativity story, resulting in a play that serves as both popular entertainment and religious instruction. We sometimes forget that medieval audiences recognised that a little humour helped make difficult spiritual subjects easier to understand and more memorable. They were being pragmatic, not disrespectful. You need to give them something to laugh at and something to think about if you want them to remember the lessons in your play. Medieval drama was staged in a way that was both inventive and useful. The majority of performances were held outside in marketplaces or town squares, so portable and weatherproof stage designs were required. The pageant wagon system made it possible for several plays to be presented at various venues at the same time, resulting in a festival-like atmosphere that persisted for days. Some communities created staging systems that were even more complex. In order to follow the entire biblical story from creation to Judgment Day, audiences moved between the Chester mystery plays, which were presented on a number of fixed stages spread out across the city. In order to create enormous outdoor festivals that attracted people from hundreds of miles away, other communities constructed makeshift amphitheatres in fields outside of town. Theatrical aspirations grew in tandem with the prosperity of medieval society and the size of urban centres. Productions became more complex in the 14th and 15th centuries, pushing the limits of what was possible with medieval technology. Hundreds of actors and crew members participated in these enormous multi-day passion plays during this time period. We can get a sense of the scale these productions could reach from the 1634 started Oberammergau Passion Play. Medieval adaptations were frequently even more ornate, with casts that included entire communities, numerous stages, and sophisticated special effects equipment. The technology used for staging advanced. Biblical miracles were cleverly addressed by medieval stage managers who created intricate mechanisms for parting seas or simulating divine fire, flying rigs for angelic appearances, and trapdoors for resurrection scenes. Medieval stage designers developed a specialty for depicting the mouth of hell, which is frequently a massive dragon head with a movable jaw that can swallow the damned while belching smoke and flames. Medieval theatre had a significant economic component. Investing heavily in costumes, materials, and specialised craft work was necessary for large productions. Guilds would train for their designated scenes for months, and the rivalry between them to produce the best show became a source of artistic innovation and civic pride. According to records from York, England, the mystery play cycle in the city involved 48 different wagons, and most of the adult population as organisers, craftspeople or performers. The play's economic impact was so great that they became popular tourist destinations, bringing in large sums of money for nearby merchants and innkeepers. Humanism, literacy, and the radical notion that perhaps, just possibly, the average person should have access to entertainment that wasn't solely concerned with their eternal souls, and moral advancement were all introduced during the Renaissance. Professional theatre as we know it began during this time, with permanent companies, specially constructed theatres, and the groundbreaking idea that actors could earn a living doing what they did without having to become carpenters or farmers. With stock characters that wore recognisable masks and costumes that have become so iconic that they are still instantly recognisable today, the Commedia dell'arte in Italy was perfecting improvisational comedy. With exaggerated features that allowed actors to project personality even to audiences seated close enough to see their eyes through the mask's eye holes. These were not your sombre Greek masks made to project emotion across enormous amphitheatres. Instead, they were made for intimate comedy. The fundamental character types: Pantalone, the wealthy old merchant who was constantly being conned out of his money; Il Capitano, the blustery soldier who talked endlessly about his military exploits, but turned out to be a coward when faced with real danger; Arlecchino, the cunning servant who was always smarter than his supposed betters; and the young lovers, who were typically beautiful but not particularly blessed with common sense, became so popular that they spread throughout Europe more quickly than Renaissance pasta recipes. Commedia dell'arte is especially endearing because, although the fundamental storylines and character types were the same for all acting companies, a large portion of the dialogue was improvised. Over the course of years or even decades, actors would hone their characters, coming up with unique vocal patterns, physical gestures, and running jokes that viewers would find entertaining. The audience expected the same characters to appear in each performance, albeit with slightly different circumstances and complications, so it was similar to watching a Renaissance take on improvisational comedy. The basic plot outlines or scenarios were handed down from one company to another and grew more complex. Mistaken identities, young lovers attempting to outsmart their parents, servants who were simultaneously assisting and impeding their masters, and enough physical humour to keep audiences laughing even when they couldn't fully follow the plot. Complications are all common elements of Commedia dell'arte performances. With their own costumes, props, musical instruments, and specialised equipment for outdoor performances, these travelling companies were effectively small businesses. They kept their main character types and scenarios while travelling from town to town throughout Italy and eventually throughout Europe, tailoring their performances to local languages and tastes. At the same time, something remarkable was taking place in England that would forever alter the field of theatrical literature. However, let's face it, Elizabethan theatre was not the reverent, hushed experience you might expect from something we now study with such academic seriousness. The Elizabethan era produced what many consider the greatest flowering of dramatic literature in the English language. Unlike the calm, reflective settings we now associate with serious drama, Elizabethan theatres were noisy, boisterous spaces that functioned more like a hybrid of a social club and a sporting event. Because they were on ground level, the audience known as groundlings stood in the pit and felt completely free to applaud heroes, hiss villains, and hurl objects at performers they didn't like. In general, they treated the performance as an interactive experience. They consumed food while the show was going on, Vendors offered beer, apples and nuts. They went to the theatre to see and be seen in London society, made business deals and flirted with possible love interests. They told the actors bluntly if a play was dull, sometimes to the extent that actors would act out of character, to argue with loud audience members. Within the limitations of Elizabethan economics and technology, the theatres themselves were marvels of practical design. They were open to the sky in the middle, so performances relied on favourable weather and natural light. They were mostly made of wood and had thatched roofs. Fire was a constant worry. The Globe Theatre burned down in 1613 when a cannon effect went wrong, during a performance of Henry VIII. The weather and daylight hours dictated the performance schedules. Winter meant earlier start times or shorter plays. Even though some theatres had enough covered seating to continue with smaller audiences during light precipitation, rain could completely cancel performances. It was a straightforward yet elegant stage design, an intimacy that is hard to attain in contemporary proscenium theatres, where the audience is seated on one side of the action, was created by the main platform protruding into the audience. Hamlet stood a few feet away from some audience members during his soliloquies, allowing him to observe their distinct faces and determine how they responded to his remarks. Depending on the needs of the play, the gallery above the main stage could symbolise heaven, castle walls or balconies. Trapdoors allowed supernatural characters to emerge from hell, a space beneath the stage. There was a curtained space behind the stage that could be used as a cave, an inner room, or anything else the script called for. These theatres relied on the imagination of the audience and the playwright's words to create atmosphere and location because they had little scenery and no lighting effects. You were aware that we would eventually arrive. 400 years later, high school students still complain about having to read William Shakespeare, and theatre professionals are still trying to understand how he was able to be so consistently brilliant while managing a theatre company and likely worrying about paying the rent. Shakespeare was writing popular entertainment for a wide range of readers, not literature for future English classes. This is the aspect of Shakespeare that is frequently overlooked in all the scholarly analysis and reverent treatment. He worked as a playwright in a fiercely competitive commercial theatre setting, producing plays on short notice for audiences who could not stand pretense and who had plenty of other things to do if his productions didn't hold their attention. Shakespeare's genius lay in his ability to work on several levels at once, without making anyone feel condescending or excluded. Sword fights, puns and obscene jokes that would make a contemporary R-rating committee blush were all part of the experience for the groundlings who paid a penny to stand in the pit. Sophisticated wordplay, classical references, and intricate psychological insights that unveiled new layers upon repeated viewing were provided to the educated nobility who paid more for seats in the galleries. Everyone heard gripping tales of betrayal, power struggles, love, dysfunctional families, and the sporadic appearance of ghosts to add even more difficulty to an already challenging circumstance. His comedies, which were full of misidentifications, cross-dressing characters, romantic confusion that degenerates into delightful chaos, and the kind of wordplay that makes you laugh and moan at the same time, were truly funny in ways that are still relevant today. With a villain plot that primarily provides the other characters with interesting things to react to, and enough clever dialogue to fuel several contemporary sitcoms, Much Ado About Nothing is essentially a romantic comedy about two couples who approach love from entirely different perspectives. His histories transformed dull political events, which the majority of his audience only knew in passing, into exciting adventures full of endearing characters who seemed more real than the historical figures they purportedly represented. Through stirring battle speeches and character interactions, Henry V turns a medieval military campaign into a reflection on leadership, accountability, and the price of political ambition. This keeps audiences interested even if they are not very interested in English foreign policy in the 14th century, and his misfortunes. Yes, they are tragic, but in the most fulfilling sense of the word. They deal with major themes like fate, ambition, love, and retribution. But they do so by showing flawed, complex characters making decisions that have terrible outcomes. In addition to being a play about a prince who must exact revenge on his father, Hamlet is also about a person attempting to live honourably in a corrupt society, and how the quest for perfect justice can destroy everything you're attempting to defend. Shakespeare's comprehension of human psychology and all its contradictory complexity was what truly made him unique, because his characters, like real people, have internal contradictions. They seem authentic. Frequently in the same scene, Hamlet exhibits both decisiveness and indecision, bravery and cowardice, and cruelty and love. Lady Macbeth is a fiercely ambitious and extremely vulnerable person who can both plan murder and be destroyed by guilt. Iago is incredibly cunning and strangely petty, driven by resentments that don't fully excuse the complex retaliation he plans. Shakespeare was also more aware of the desire of audiences for variety in a single evening's entertainment than most playwrights before or since. His plays combine court scenes and tavern scenes, high poetry and everyday prose, and comedy and tragedy, all within single stories that manage to remain cohesive despite their complex tones. Drama, comedy, action, philosophy and poetry are all combined into one experience that somehow feels cohesive rather than dispersed, making it similar to receiving a full entertainment package. Hamlet contains a variety of content, including a ghost story, a political thriller, a family drama, a romantic tragedy, a revenge plot, a play within a play, sword fights, philosophical soliloquies, court intrigue, and some of the most hilarious gravedigger scenes in dramatic literature. Shakespeare managed to make that list function as a single, seamless experience, but any contemporary entertainment executive would insist on dividing it into at least 3 distinct products. Shakespeare was essentially creating modern English as he wrote, so the language merits special attention. Shakespeare created or first used many of the words and expressions we use on a daily basis in his plays. He intuitively saw that language could be both poetic and conversational, elegant and approachable, and beautiful and useful. His character's speech sounds both heightened and natural, poetic and realistic. Dramatic development was as much influenced by the actual theatre locations as it was by the playwrights and performers who performed there. A microcosm of Elizabethan society and a device built to produce particular types of theatrical experiences, the Globe Theatre was more than just a place where many of Shakespeare's plays had their world premieres. The Globe's social geography provides us with a wealth of information about Elizabethan views on community, entertainment and class. The groundling stood in the pit for a penny, which was less expensive than a loaf of bread, and the least expensive form of entertainment in London. A seat in the galleries, where you would be shielded from the elements and have a better view of the action, would cost an additional penny. Although they most likely couldn't hear much conversation and undoubtedly disrupted the staging, the most expensive seats were actually on the stage itself, where affluent patrons could see and be seen by the rest of the audience. It was revolutionary to bring together people from different social classes in one place. Where else could a pickpocket, a nobleman and a shopkeeper all enjoy the same entertainment in the same place at the same time, in the strict hierarchical Elizabethan society? In London, theatre emerged as one of the few genuinely democratic establishments where individuals from wildly disparate backgrounds could share similar experiences and responses. It's easy to ignore the ways in which the architecture of these theatres impacted dramatic writing. Plays had to be performed during the day because there was no artificial lighting, so night scenes had to be completely set up through staging and dialogue. The actors must use their words and deeds alone to persuade a daytime audience that it is nighttime when Romeo ascends to Juliet's balcony. As playwrights learned to use words to create vivid images rather than lighting effects, this limitation produced some of the most exquisite descriptive language in English literature. With the platform extending far into the audience area, the thrust stage arrangement produced an intimacy that is difficult for contemporary theatres to replicate. Every performance felt immediate and intimate because the actors were literally surrounded by audience members on 3 sides. Instead of being performed to the back wall of the theatre or to empty air, soliloquies were shared directly with audience members who could touch them, fostering a sense of mutual confidence and conspiracy between the performer and the audience. Shakespeare and his contemporaries had to use dialogue, costumes and small props to create setting and atmosphere because there was a dearth of ornate scenery. A bed could turn the stage into a bedroom, a throne signified a palace, and a few branches suggested a forest. Instead of just showing viewers preset images, this economy of means compelled playwrights to be resourceful and audiences to be creative, resulting in a collaborative theatrical experience that stimulated viewers' creativity. Actors had to be incredibly adaptable because Elizabethan theatre companies used a repertory system. In a week, a single company may present 6 different plays, requiring actors to learn and play dozens of roles at once. With little rehearsal time, the top actor in a company such as Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, would have to be ready to play a variety of characters and styles, such as King Lear on Wednesday, Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing on Tuesday and Hamlet on Monday. Additionally, because of this system, plays were written with particular actors in mind. Shakespeare customised roles for each member of his company based on their individual strengths, weaknesses, and peculiarities. Will Kempe and Robert Armin, both of whom had distinct comedic philosophies and specialties, were the intended recipients of the clown parts. The tragic parts were written for Richard Burbage, who apparently had a regular ability to bring people to tears. English theatre started to undergo minor but important changes in 1603, when James I came to power. The emergence of private indoor theatres that catered to more affluent audiences coincided with the reign of the new king, who was more interested in lavish court entertainments than in public theatre. Shakespeare's company started its winter performances at the Blackfriars Theatre, which was a far cry from the public amphitheatres. It was more intimate, smaller, artificially candlelit, and admission was much pricier. Playwrights were inspired to experiment with more psychologically complex material and advanced theatrical techniques as a result of the more affluent and educated audience this attracted. Themes of corruption, insanity, and moral ambiguity were explored in darker, more psychologically complex plays written by playwrights such as John Webster, Thomas Middleton, and John Ford. With their graphic violence, sexual transgression, and moral complexity, The Duchess of Malfi, The White Devil, and 'Tis Pity She's a Whore challenged the conventions of what was appropriate for staging in outdoor amphitheatres during the day. More advanced staging methods were also made possible by the indoor theatres. Opportunities for atmospheric effects, abrupt illuminations, and the type of chiaroscuro lighting that painters of the era were employing to produce striking visual effects were made possible by candlelight. When audiences were unable to see all of the mechanical operations clearly, trapdoors and flying machinery could be used more successfully. In indoor theatres, music has grown in significance as a means of providing entertainment in between acts, as well as an accompaniment to the action. The development of what would eventually become theatrical orchestration as an artistic discipline and more subdued musical effects was made possible by the acoustics of enclosed spaces. English theatre achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication and artistic achievement during Charles I's reign, but it also began to temporarily decline. Court masques evolved into increasingly complex spectacles that fused dance, music, theatre, and visual arts in productions that were expensive and primarily used to showcase the wealth and power of the monarchy. Playwrights such as John Ford, Philip Massinger, and James Shirley produced works of significant artistic value, and public theatre flourished. However, a confrontation that would temporarily put an end to professional theatre in England was being sparked by the growing Puritan opposition to theatre as politically dangerous and morally corrupting. One of the greatest eras in English dramatic literature came to an end in 1642, when Parliament passed an ordinance banning all public theatres. Actors and playwrights were forced underground or into exile during England's 18-year ban on professional theatre. The theatrical impulse and human nature, however, have a wonderful quality that makes it impossible to eradicate theatre through legislation. Theatrical activity persisted in disguised forms throughout the Commonwealth era. The theatrical tradition was maintained through private performances in aristocratic homes, travelling entertainers who were careful not to identify as actors, and even some public performances that were passed off as musical concerts or instructional. Demonstrations. At fairs and markets, droll performances, brief comedic excerpts taken from longer plays, were presented, frequently with actors prepared to disperse if officials showed up. By offering moral instruction that coincidentally involved costumed actors enacting better stories, some theatrical entrepreneurs came up with inventive ways to get around the bans. When the monarchy was reinstated in 1660, theatre made a comeback to England, but with some notable modifications that would permanently alter the art form. For the first time, women were allowed to act on professional stages, which seems like such an obvious innovation that you wonder why it took so long to occur to anyone. In the past, young men were cast in all-female roles, which created some intriguing theatrical complications when characters and stories pretended to be the opposite gender. The ability to see real women portraying women opened up new avenues for dramatic characterization and romantic comedy. Additionally, male audience members occasionally showed greater interest in the actresses than in the plays they were performing, which led to new issues. The most well-known Restoration actress, Nell Gwynn, is a prime example of this shift's advantages and disadvantages. This conflict between artistic success and personal fame would haunt actresses for centuries, as they benefited from professional opportunities while confronting social stigmas that did not apply to their male counterparts. She was a truly gifted performer who could handle comedy and tragedy with equal skill, but she's more famous today for being King Charles II's mistress. Comedy of manners and other sophisticated plays about the social intrigues of the upper classes also gained popularity during the Restoration era. Instead of being broad physical comedies, These were clever verbal entertainments that deftly parodied romantic pretenses and social norms. Consider them the forerunners of contemporary romantic comedies, albeit with tighter corsets, more complex language, and a markedly more pessimistic outlook on marriage and faithfulness. Perhaps the best example of Restoration comedy is William Congreve's The Way of the World, which features characters who navigate romantic and financial complexities with well-crafted epigrams that only true intelligence can understand. There is a lot of wit in the conversation, but it is used as a weapon in complex social warfare where reputation and wealth are at stake. Compared to their Elizabethan forebears, Restoration theatres evolved into more elegant spaces that increasingly catered to affluent patrons prepared to shell out more cash for cosier surroundings. Imported from Italian architecture, the proscenium arch theatre improved the audience-performer relationship by separating the two in subtle yet significant ways. With painted backdrops and wing flats that could be switched between acts to imply different locations, the scenery grew increasingly ornate, although it also meant that plays relied less on the imagination of the audience and more on visual spectacle. This marked a shift toward theatrical illusionism that would rule stage design for the next 2 centuries. Sentimentalism, the groundbreaking notion that viewers should be emotionally affected by what they saw rather than merely amused or intellectually stimulated, was introduced to theatre in the 1700s. Domestic tragedy and plays about common middle-class people dealing with moral quandaries, as opposed to kings and nobles handling state affairs and divine intervention, became more popular during this time. With its emphasis on a young apprentice whose moral decline is caused by common human frailties, rather than fatal character defects or supernatural intervention, George Lillow's The London Merchant was revolutionary. By establishing the idea that theatre could and should represent the experiences of its audience, rather than merely offering escapist entertainment about exotic people in extraordinary circumstances, this move toward emotional realism and relatable characters set the foundation for modern drama. Emotional responsiveness and moral sensitivity were given new significance by the cult of sensibility that ruled 18th century society. Touching scenes were supposed to make audiences cry, and the number of handkerchiefs needed in the theatre on any given night was frequently used to gauge a play's success. Although this may seem too sentimental by today's standards, it was a significant acknowledgement that theatre could be used to explore emotional and moral complexity in addition to offering obscene entertainment. By creating a more naturalistic performance style that prioritised psychological realism over exclamatory technique, David Garrick transformed acting during this time. Garrick researched human behaviour and attempted to replicate it authentically on stage rather than posing and giving speeches in a formal, oratorical way. His portrayal of Hamlet received accolades for not looking like an actor giving well-known speeches, but rather like a real person dealing with real psychological issues. In addition, Garrick invented a number of theatrical techniques that are now commonplace. He was one of the first to demand that whole productions, not just individual scenes, undergo lengthy rehearsals. He created cohesive artistic visions for his productions by coordinating staging, costumes, and scenery. In order to create atmospheric illumination that increased the emotional impact of scenes, he even experimented with stage lighting effects, using reflective surfaces and hidden lamps. With periodicals like The Spectator and The Tatler reviewing plays and discussing aesthetics, the 18th century also witnessed the emergence of what is now known as theatre criticism. This led to a more self-conscious theatrical culture, where a more sophisticated audience examined and discussed artistic decisions. The development of theatrical celebrity culture as we know it today began in the late 18th century. Performers such as Sarah Siddons rose to fame in Britain and Europe, their private lives the focus of public interest, and their creative interpretations of important roles discussed with the same fervour that contemporary audiences reserve for athletes. People travelled hundreds of miles to see Siddons' Lady Macbeth perform the sleepwalking scene because she was so well known. Her departure from the stage was viewed as a loss to the nation's culture, and her performance of the part became the benchmark by which all other actresses were judged. She was the first actress to receive a statue in Westminster Abbey, something that would have been unimaginable for a performer only a century before. The development of theatre was impacted by this celebrity culture in both positive and negative ways. On the plus side, well-known actors could ensure that shows have audiences and draw funding to theatre businesses. Their notoriety contributed to the development of theatre as a legitimate art form, deserving of significant cultural consideration. On the downside, the star system started to skew theatrical production, with plays selected more for their ability to showcase specific actors than for their inherent artistic value. This resulted in a custom of star vehicles that prioritised individual skills over balanced dramatic construction and ensemble acting. Everything, including theatre, was altered by the Industrial Revolution in ways that continue to shape our perceptions of live performances. Theatre was transformed from an afternoon amusement to an evening event that could rival other nightlife activities, thanks to advancements in lighting technology that allowed indoor performances to last well into the evening. When gas lighting was first used in the early 1800s, it completely changed the possibilities for theatre. For the first time, stage lighting could be precisely adjusted to be brightened for dramatic climaxes and dimmed for intimate scenes. More complex atmospheric effects were made possible, and filmmakers were equipped with new means of directing viewers' attention and evoking strong feelings. By putting performers in the limelight and enabling the type of dramatic illumination that could isolate individual characters or produce amazing visual effects, limelight, which is made by heating lime with oxygen and hydrogen flames, was introduced, resulting in the first powerful spotlight effects. Actors would literally position themselves to catch the most flattering light during this time, which is where the well-known expression "stealing the spotlight" originates. As urban populations increased and the middle class grew, theatres had to expand to accommodate their leisure time and entertainment budget. Several thousand people could fit in some of the theatres constructed during this time, necessitating innovative staging and performance techniques that could successfully project to such sizable crowds. Melodrama, a theatrical genre that focused on stark moral contrasts, breathtaking special effects, and poignant scenarios that were understandable and enjoyable even in large theatres, was born as a result. The plots of melodramas included enough physical action and visual spectacle to keep audiences interested even when they couldn't hear every word of dialogue, while the heroes were entirely good and the villains were completely evil. Melodramatic plots were thrilling for audiences of the time, but delightfully absurd by today's standards. On family farms, villains threatened foreclosure, heroes swung on ropes across burning buildings, heroines were tied to railroad tracks, and evil was always severely punished, usually in a spectacular way, while virtue was always rewarded. However, melodrama fulfilled significant social roles that went beyond simple amusement. In order to help viewers comprehend the swift changes taking place in their society, a number of melodramas addressed modern social issues such as urbanization, class conflict, industrialization, and shifting family structures. The most well-known American play of the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin, employed melodramatic devices to make anti-slavery points to audiences that political speeches and newspaper editorials might not have been able to reach. Additionally, touring productions that could reach audiences in smaller cities and towns gained popularity in the 19th century. As railroad networks expanded, it became financially viable to transport entire productions, complete with sets, costumes, and entire acting companies, to locations across the nation. This made it possible for audiences in far-flung places to see the same plays that were performed in large cities, establishing the first genuinely national theatrical culture. With theatrical syndicates planning tours, reserving venues, and standardizing production values across several locations, theatre emerged as a significant industry during this time. The majority of America's major theatres were under the control of the Theatrical Syndicate, which was established in 1896. Their booking choices had the power to make or ruin careers, a parallel movement that would transform dramatic literature and lay the foundation for many of the tenets that still govern serious theatre today, was emerging at the same time that popular theatre was embracing spectacle and wide emotional appeal. Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, and Anton Chekhov were among the first playwrights to tackle contemporary social issues through the experiences of likable characters in familiar settings. Because it addressed marriage and women's rights honestly and in ways that went against ingrained social norms, Ibsen's A Doll's House sparked scandals across Europe. Some theatres refused to present the play's contentious ending, in which Nora abandons her husband and kids to find her own identity, without including a more traditional conclusion in which she resumes her responsibilities to her family. But the controversy was precisely the point. Ibsen and his peers felt that theatre should provoke viewers to reflect deeply on moral issues and societal issues, in addition to providing amusement. This marked a return to theatre's long-standing role as a platform for discussing significant topics, but with a particularly contemporary emphasis on psychological realism and current social issues. Chekhov mastered the art of naturalistic drama by crafting plays in which characters discuss significant topics without directly addressing them. in which the most poignant emotional moments frequently occur in silence, and in which the overall impact relies on minute details rather than dramatic climaxes. Although The Cherry Orchard is supposedly about an aristocratic family losing their estate, it's really about how hard it is to adjust to social change, and how impossible it is to cling to the past. These playwrights developed new techniques for creating psychological depth and emotional authenticity that would influence theatrical writing for the next century and beyond. Their plots centered on internal conflicts and slow revelations rather than external action and dramatic confrontations, and their characters spoke and acted more like real people than theatrical archetypes. More changes to theatre occurred in the 20th century than in any other because of two world wars, the emergence of television and film, shifting social mores, and new technological advancements. As naturalistic acting techniques gained popularity in the early part of the century, actors attempted to act as naturally as possible on stage. The more clamorous presentational style that had dominated theatre for centuries was drastically different from this. By using their own emotional experiences and creating intricate psychological backstories for their characters, Konstantin Stanislavski created methodical techniques to assist actors in creating believable characters. Modern actor training was built on the interpretation and modification of the Stanislavski method by American instructors such as Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, and Sanford Meisner. The notion that actors should live truthfully under imaginary circumstances transformed performance and created guidelines that are still studied and used by the majority of actors today. Meanwhile, experimental theatre artists were pushing in completely different directions, rejecting naturalistic representation entirely in favour of more abstract, symbolic, or ritualistic forms of performance. In Russia, Vsevolod Meyerhold created biomechanical acting methods that prioritise stylised movement and physical accuracy over psychological realism. The theatre of cruelty that Antonin Artaud envisioned would directly affect audiences' emotions and spirituality, while challenging their rational defences through powerful sensory experiences. Despite his own production's frequent failures with modern audiences, his theories shaped experimental theatre for decades. In order to keep audiences from getting emotionally engrossed in theatrical illusion, Bertolt Brecht created epic theatre techniques. In order for the audience to critically consider the social and political issues his plays addressed, he wanted them to keep a critical distance from the action. Political theatre all across the world was impacted by Brecht's alienation effects, which included direct address to the audience, songs that made commentary on the action, and staging that purposefully exposed theatrical artifice. American theatre was creating its own unique traits and contributions to the art form, while European theatre was battling modernist innovations and political upheavals. The rise of uniquely American dramatic voices that wrote about uniquely American issues and experiences occurred in the early 20th century. The first American playwright to receive widespread acclaim for his serious dramatic works was Eugene O'Neill. His early plays featured working-class characters and industrial settings that, in ways never before seen on stage, reflected the realities of American life. Later pieces like The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night examine personal failure and family dysfunction with a psychological depth that was comparable to anything being written in Europe. O'Neill experimented with theatrical methods that went beyond what was typically expected of theatrical entertainment in the United States. In Strange Interlude, there were lengthy aside passages where characters expressed their thoughts out loud. Masks were employed by the great god Brown to symbolise various facets of his persona. By adapting Greek tragedy to an American setting during the Civil War, Morning Becomes Electra produced a trilogy that used classical dramatic structures to analyse American history. The only time in American history that the federal government directly subsidised theatrical production was during the Federal Theatre Project, which was a component of the New Deal initiatives during the Great Depression. Thousands of theatre professionals were employed by the project between 1935 and 1939, and hundreds of productions were produced nationwide, including the groundbreaking living newspaper productions that dramatised current events and social concerns. Even though the Federal Theatre Project was eventually shut down because of political concerns about its left-leaning content, it showed that serious, socially engaged theatre was in high demand across the nation, not just in large cities. The creation of the integrated musical, which fused songs, dances, and dramatic scenes into cohesive artistic experiences rather than merely entertainment reviews with well-known performers, was perhaps American theatre's most notable contribution to world drama. With songs that developed organically from the character and circumstance rather than being added as specialty numbers. Showboat, 1927, is frequently regarded as the first fully integrated American musical. The production addressed weighty topics like racial prejudice and the passing of time, demonstrating that musical theatre could tackle important issues while still offering mainstream entertainment. All right. 1943 transformed musical theatre by introducing dance sequences that progressed the plot and revealed character rather than merely offering spectacle, and by starting with a single character singing alone on stage instead of a large chorus number. Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein, the second's partnership, created a model for musical theatre design that shaped the genre for many years, through complex music and choreography that produced theatrical experiences unmatched in any other medium. West Side Story, 1957, showed that musical theatre could address modern social issues like gang violence, racial tension, and urban poverty. Classical, jazz, and popular music were all incorporated into Leonard Bernstein's score, and Jerome Robbins' choreography turned dance from a decorative element to a crucial part of the narrative. Broadway musicals' heyday, which spanned roughly the 1940s to the 1960s, produced works that shaped American culture. Songs from these shows entered the popular repertoire, and the shows themselves established Broadway as a major cultural export that influenced musical theatre development worldwide. Alternative theatres arose to accommodate more experimental work and give up-and-coming artists a platform as Broadway grew more commercial and costly. Originally characterised by their smaller size and cheaper ticket costs, off-Broadway theatres evolved into hubs for theatrical innovation and platforms for works that were unable to find a home in commercial settings. Julian Beck and Judith Malina founded the Living Theatre, which pioneered confrontational and interactive theatre that dismantled the conventional divide between audiences and performers. In addition to challenging preconceived notions about social norms and theatrical behaviour, their production of Paradise Now invited audience members to participate in the performance. Instead of adhering to conventional hierarchical structures, the Open Theatre, under the direction of Joseph Chaikin, developed ensemble-based creation techniques in which actors, directors, and writers work together throughout the creative process. Their work, which placed a strong emphasis on vocal and physical experimentation, produced performance styles that had an international impact on experimental theatre and actor training. As a separate field, performance art rejected many of the conventions of theatre, while drawing inspiration from it. Solo performances by artists like Laurie Anderson, Spalding Gray, and Karen Finley blended storytelling, visual art, music, and theatre in ways that defied easy classification as art. A decentralized theatrical culture was produced by the founding of regional theatre companies across the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, which lessened New York's hegemony and offered chances for theatrical growth outside of conventional commercial hubs. Organizations such as the Arena Stage in Washington, D.C., the American Conservatory Theatre in San Francisco, and the Guthrie Theatre in Minneapolis formed unique creative personalities while giving back to their communities. Regional theatres emerged as crucial venues for creating original works and bringing classic plays back to life for modern audiences. In addition to creating audiences for serious theatre in communities across the nation, they offered jobs to theatre professionals who wished to work regularly without vying for the few Broadway openings. The growth of playwright development programs, which supported up-and-coming authors through workshops, readings, and developmental productions, was also encouraged by the regional theatre movement. The works of many of the most significant American playwrights of the late 20th century, such as David Mamet, Sam Shepard, and Lanford Wilson, were developed in regional theatres. The theatre of today is part of a complex ecosystem that also includes social media, video games, streaming services, television, and movies. Instead of being supplanted by these more recent entertainment mediums, theatre has managed to integrate their innovations while preserving its fundamental qualities as a live social event. Diversity is embraced by modern theatre in ways that were unthinkable in earlier times. On contemporary stages, stories from various cultures, previously marginalised viewpoints, and experimental forms that defy conventional notions of what theatre can be coexist. Playwrights such as Tony Kushner, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Susan Laurie Parks have produced plays that broaden the theatrical canon while appealing to new audiences. The fundamental components of theatrical performance have been improved by technology rather than replaced. Nowadays, sound design is a highly developed art form that produces aural landscapes that were not possible in the past. Computer-controlled systems are used in lighting design to produce effects that are only constrained by the designer's creativity. Real-time visual environments that adapt to live performances are made possible by digital effects and video projection. However, These technological advancements support conventional theatrical functions, such as narrating stories, setting the mood, and drawing in viewers. Realizing that theatre's power is in the direct interaction between actors and audiences, the most successful modern productions use technology to complement live performance rather than to replace it. Some elements of theatre have stayed remarkably consistent over thousands of years, despite all these changes. The fundamental bond between an entertainer and their audience, the enchantment of live performances, and the potency of group storytelling have withstood all social changes and technological advancements. Being in the same room as live performers, experiencing the energy of the crowd, and realizing that this specific performance will never be precisely duplicated are still incomparable. Live performances are unpredictable and crucial in ways that recorded entertainment can never match. With subtle variations brought about by the audience's mood, the performer's energy, the weather, and countless other small factors. Our cave-dwelling ancestors gathered around their fires for many of the same purposes that theatre still fulfills today. It gives difficult feelings and complicated concepts a tangible form and a common context, which aids in their processing. By offering experiences that people can talk about, debate, and remember together, it fosters a sense of community. It allows each generation to reinterpret stories and cultural values for their current relevance while preserving them. Theatre gives us the opportunity to investigate various viewpoints and options in a secure setting where we can experience repercussions without actually going through them, observe other people's decisions, and consider how we might act in comparable situations. Through the experiences of characters who represent various facets of human nature, it offers a forum for discussing ethical issues, societal issues, and interpersonal conflicts. Indeed, theatre serves many important artistic and social purposes, but it's also important to remember that it's just for fun. These small pleasures, the shared gasp of surprise at an unexpected plot twist, the laughter that breaks out during a well-timed comedy sequence, the shared intake of breath during a moment of transcendent beauty, directly connect us to every audience that has ever assembled to witness other people posing as someone else. Theatre's humanity is what makes it so appealing. In contrast to television or movies which show us still photos of actors who played their parts weeks or months ago, theatre shows us real people performing live, right in front of us. The tears shed by a theatre performer are genuine. When they laugh, it's real laughter. They must immediately correct their mistakes in front of the audience. No other art form can compare to the sense of danger and urgency this evokes. During a live performance, anything can happen. An actor may forget their lines, a set piece may break, or a costume may tear at a pivotal point. How the actors respond to these situations becomes part of the entertainment for the evening. By agreeing to overlook small errors and recognizing the skill needed to produce convincing characters and gripping narratives under such immediate pressure, the audience complicitly maintains the theatrical illusion. With theatrical traditions from all over the world influencing one another in ways that were not feasible in the past, modern theatre has a genuinely global reach. Western experimental theatre is influenced by Japanese no and kabuki techniques. Modern American playwriting is influenced by African storytelling traditions. Asian productions of Western classics adopt European directing techniques. By broadening the scope of methods, themes, and approaches accessible to modern artists, this cross-pollination has enhanced theatre. As artists strive to respect traditional forms while bringing them up to date for contemporary audiences, as well as negotiate issues of cultural appropriation and genuine representation, it has also brought forth new difficulties. Theatre innovations are now widely disseminated across national and cultural borders through the festival circuit. Festivals in Adelaide, Edinburgh, Avignon, and numerous other cities offer venues for artists from various traditions to exchange their work and have an impact on one another's growth. This international exchange has been sped up by digital communication, which has made it possible for theatre professionals to collaborate on projects, share techniques, and reach audiences around the world in ways that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Although live streaming of theatrical performances has grown in sophistication and popularity, it still serves as an addition to live theatre experiences rather than as a substitute for them. Theatre keeps changing while retaining its fundamental qualities as we look to the future. Although they haven't yet completely altered the fundamental theatrical experience of live performers working with live audiences, virtual and augmented reality technologies present new opportunities for staging and audience interaction. Theatre operations are being impacted by environmental concerns, as many businesses are implementing sustainable set construction, energy use, and touring logistics practices. As audiences, funding sources and distribution strategies shift in response to more general social and technological advancements, theatre's economics continue to change. The same urgent subject matter that has always inspired the most compelling dramatic work is available to theatre today in the form of climate change, political polarisation, economic inequality, and technological disruption. Emerging playwrights of today are figuring out how to deal with these issues while respecting theatre's historical advantages and investigating fresh avenues for artistic expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first storytellers gathered around their fires and began a tradition that today's young performers are carrying on. They're learning from teachers who learned from teachers who can trace their ancestry back through centuries of theatrical tradition, an unbroken line of knowledge and technique that links actors of today to actors of the past. However, they're also developing new formats and inventive storytelling techniques that appeal to audiences in the modern era who are confronted with previously unheard of possibilities and challenges. They are performing for audiences that include people from all over the world, working in theatres that are equipped with new technology, and tackling artistic and social issues that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Theatre adapts without losing its core, which is why it endures and flourishes. While embracing new technologies, it keeps its emphasis on interpersonal connections and in-person communication. It explores the timeless themes that have always fueled dramatic literature while incorporating shifting social perspectives. In addition to developing new narratives that represent modern experience, it discovers novel ways to tell old tales. The value of theatre's emphasis on community, presence, and shared experience increases rather than decreases in our increasingly digital, remote, and fast-paced world. The experience of sitting in a theatre with hundreds of other people, all of whom are focused on the same live performance, feels more valuable and unique as more of our entertainment becomes personalised and customisable. Theatre serves as a reminder that humans are social beings who require opportunities to come together in physical settings where we can laugh, cry, and discuss what it means to be human. It offers a break from the never-ending stimulation of digital media in favour of the more profound rewards of focused attention, emotional involvement, and group contemplation. For the next few hours, you become a part of something bigger than yourself, part of the ongoing dialogue between the past and present, between artists and audiences, and between personal experience and collective understanding that has been going on for as long as people have been gathering to tell stories. This begins when the curtain rises and the first actor enters the spotlight. You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring traditions in human history in that dimly lit theatre, with strangers who momentarily become your companions as you watch a story unfold. Together with everyone else present, you consent to believe the story being told and allow yourself to be moved by the experiences of fictional characters who are portrayed by actual people just a few feet away from you. And when the lights come up and the applause subsides, you take a little bit of that experience back into your everyday life, memories of things that shocked, touched, or challenged you. Questions prompted by the story you've seen, connections drawn between the experiences of the characters and your own life, and the pure joy of spending time with people who have chosen to congregate in that specific location at that specific moment to partake in the age-old enchantment of live performance. Because it fulfills needs that technology cannot and offers experiences that no other art form can match, theatre has endured. There will always be theatres where actors and audiences gather to discuss what it means to be alive in any given time and location, as long as people have a need for stories, a desire for connection, and a search for meaning in shared experiences. So let's celebrate theatre, its absurd aspirations and deep fulfillments, its age-old wisdom and modern inventions, and its capacity to make us laugh, cry, and think, often all in one evening. Cheers to the actors who dedicate their lives to playing different roles, the directors who transform unfinished material into meaningful experiences, the designers who build worlds out of plywood and imagination, and the audiences who consistently turn up night after night, willing to believe whatever story is being told. The custom is upheld, the curtain is raised, and the never-ending dialogue between the performer and the audience, the story and the listener, and the imagination and the real world continues. May your own performances, whether on stage or in the everyday theatre of life, be full of the ideal ratio of humour and drama, knowledge and awe and individual expression and group harmony. Sweet dreams.